Doobie doo. Shoo doo. Doobie wop. Shoo doo. Doobie doo. Yeah.
Whatever we do, change comes. Comedy with the implosion of our Imperium.
Motherfucker's telling me I'm late.
With the rap
Bitches, I'm already on time.
ecosystem itself. And there's nothing we can do to stop
I'm already on time.
change. Will we respond rationally? Will we learn to speak to the world with a new humility and recreate structures within our own communities for sustainability? Or will we continue to live in illusion? And in a way, it's a matter of awakening ourselves to our new reality and responding to it.
Oh yeah. Welcome to another episode of the best word show on the internet and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. What are we talking about today? I don't fucking know, man. I just work here, bro. I just work here right next to this sunny ass sun. It's fucking bright. I guess it's time to start this piece of shit, isn't it? Yeah, let's get this thing live. Let's get it live. Yeah, we need a new grifted entrance, bro. We need a new griftro.
We do.
We need to pay
I gotta
some.
get some freaking tape to put on the thing here too.
Oh yeah, you need. Literally, you still haven't done that. Like, I still have
No.
the same bandana, and it works great.
Damn it.
Bandanas. You don't have a bandana just lying around in your zone.
I don't know.
Look at that, dude. Looks like fucking the sun is trying to chop you in half through those little holes.
It's a new scar I have. It's like a slash in my face, man. Makes me look totally like I'm a gangster.
It's how you confuse the AI from your job identifying you or whatever.
That's exactly how I confuse the AI.
Is that what's actually? That's how you do it. Tight. So how's your day been, dude? You been good? Anything cool happening to you?
No, just catching up on a bunch of stuff and emails and posts and tweets and all kinds of thingamajiggies.
You get emails?
Yeah, I'm old, man. Remember, I get emails.
I keep forgetting that you're from you have a life outside of this garbage.
Well, that too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have like emails that aren't related to Eliza Blue coming in. Yes.
Yeah, everybody's always sending me the same shit. But anyways, welcome back to another episode of a best worst show on the internet. I'm your host, Manny Chavez III, or the Turd, depending on how you know me, otherwise known as DeFango. And then you also got my co-host over here, Mr. Sir Gene, or actually just Sir Gene, really. Just call him Sir Gene. And it's definitely a nice day for me. It's a nice day for him. It's a nice day for this Volcom person, whoever that is. Welcome to the Welcome, dude. Welcome, Stones, for becoming a subscriber. Welcome,
Nice.
bro.
Well, that was pretty quick. A subscriber right off the get-go. Perfect. Now send us some money.
Yeah, now please send us money. Anyways, this is the GriftCast IRL, where we're pretty upfront about grifting money off of you over talking about news stories. And today we got some bullshit for you. But of course, before we even start anything else, we got to start replaying all the stuff that happened over the last couple hours. Because when was the last time we streamed? Like 8 hours ago or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
We got some
It's been
subscriptions,
a long
dog.
time.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm just gonna start rolling through this. Mercury Shadow 09, Daniel Erickson, somebody named High, the Green Juggler, Chauncey Billups, Moody Morgan, JJ Jesse. Who the fuck are all these people? Glavin Clotho, Raven SDE, somebody named Pamela Thomas. And then we just had that Volcom Stone guy, Volcom Stone 0627. Damn, son. They're just like coming out of the woodwork, dog. They're coming out of the woodwork. I don't know where all these new subscribers be coming from, but they're coming. They're coming. They're definitely coming. What are they coming on? I don't know. But I would like to know.
Yeah,
what are you laughing at?
You! I'm laughing at you. I think you're funny.
What do you gotta laugh at me? What are you trying to laugh at me for? I'm not funny. You're funny.
I know where they're coming.
Cumtown? Isn't that where they found the UFO or something? I heard about. I've been seeing Cumtown trending and shit, and I don't know anything about it. I don't want to look it up, but we might have to if it's safe or whatever. If it's safe. But anyways, thanks to all the new subscribers to the GriftCast. We appreciate you. Now, please open your wallets and grift unto the Lords. That is us. So monies. Please. And oh wow, we even had another subscriber, Bad Boy Swag 420 subscribed. Welcome to the channel, Bad Boy Swag 420. Can't believe you actually came on the channel and weren't subscribed. Jesus, that's just outrageous. I don't even know how you attempted that. Yeah, so here's I just posted a link to our link tree, or you can just go to griftcast.com so you can check out all of our links, so you can follow all of our shit. And shamelessly, our donation links are very, very welly displayed at the very top. We also got all them products that we be shilling, like EMP Shield, Coffee Brand Coffee, Dream Host Web Hosting, all things that you definitely need in the world today. And then obviously all our Twitches and Twitters and stuff, so that you can go follow us and listen to us. And then if you want to get paid for any type of PR activities related to the Eliza Blue thing, we even have a nice little email set up, hr@griftcast.com. If you need to talk to anybody over here, it comes right to us, and we'll be able to help you guys out. Exactly.
Yes, we'll let you know when the troll army of bots needs to be deployed and where.
Exactly. And then you can also sign up to be on the email and SMS lists, so you can get every single notification about which one you want. So what are we shilling today? We shilling Coffee Brand Coffee, EMP Shield, who's our Dream Host, who's sponsoring the show.
Start the morning with coffee, I would think.
Okay, Coffee Brand Coffee it is, dude. Coffee Brand Coffee. So, do you drink coffee? Do you drink teas? Do you drink cocos or any shit like that? Go check out Coffee Brand Coffee and buy their stuff today. They got some amazing stuff. And then guess what? You save 5% if you use the promo code GriftCast. That's right. If you use the promo code GriftCast. You just got to type that in the promo code department. And we also posted a link that'll get you an extra 5% off of your order for a total of 10%, which is pretty nice. And they got coffees, teas, and cocos. So there's something there everyone can enjoy. Yeah, they even sell grinders, K-Cups, and it's ran by King Grifter Jeremy from the Quartering himself. And honestly, we love the Quartering over there. We love shilling his coffee.
Sometimes we hate him too. But
yeah, but sometimes we hate on him too, but we still love him. Yeah, we'll always sell his shit no matter what, because we are grade A, 100% choice grifters. Choice grifters.
Australian dollarettes.
Dude, we got some dollarettes, dog. What the hell? King V, the fifth decree. 11 what 23:2:11 personality shall not lie online when questioned, should come clean, not double down and expand their lie further. Okay, I got that, King
We
B.
could definitely talk
I
about
like
that.
that. We could talk about making that happen or whatever, but we definitely appreciate your money from the down unders, because here over at the GriftCast, we accept money in all kinds and all varieties.
Yes.
And we don't care what kind of shady shit you had to do for it, as long as you send it to us. I mean, we're just
we like
just really real like
we
that.
like the dollars. We like the fake money from Canada and Australia. We like the British pound, and we really like the Swiss shekels.
Mm-hmm. We basically like anything. You got them Bitcoins, you got bot coins. What, you don't want to send us some money like that? You want to get a donation off? We got all that shit too. You just got to let us know how you're going to be coming right on through.
No, we're just grifters, man.
No, we're just 100% grifters. We don't do PR at all, man. We do PR for ourselves and collect money. That's about all we do out here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you think we're going to get to the news? This is 100% grifting, 20% news, 80% me being a jackass, and at the same time, well, Gene's being pretty cool. So, you know, like,
just hanging loose here, man.
He's just hanging loose. We're just being easy grifting over here. We're the most transparent grifters on the planet here. Okay, we're
this
we're
is
not
about
gonna...
as much sunlight as I can take without melting, I think.
You just have that thing. Go fix it. Just
I'm not
go
gonna
get
fix
a bandana.
It's too annoying, and I like it.
Go
I
get
like
a bandana.
This just makes this so not professional that I have to keep it.
Oh my god!
Yes, the best worst show on the internet.
Oh my god! It's just you know what? It's perfect.
It is.
Perfect,
I mean, because otherwise it would look like I'm genuinely a professional YouTuber. This way, I'm not.
That's right. So right now, like we have gangstalker.net. There has been some updates to
That's awesome.
Gangstalker.net.
One of my favorite websites, in fact.
Yeah. One of my favorite websites. It's under construction right now or whatever, as it says in the title of the video today. We talked to
what's
Shane
the title?
Cashman.
I didn't look.
Oh, I think it's something about Shane Cashman.
Cashman,
And then we
yes.
mentioned Sidney Watson, but I think we'll talk about Sidney Watson first.
Cashman, I've heard of him.
Yeah, we talked to that guy.
Yeah, the 50 Shades of Blue, spelled
before
B-L-U-U.
Yeah, but before we get into all of that, like we need to,
make some money.
Yeah, we need to make some more money, but we got to shout out all the people in the chat. We missed that part. We missed that part.
I thought you did that already. I wasn't paying attention.
No, we didn't shout out. We only shouted out the people that had subscribed while we were there. We still haven't shouted out all these people. Look at all of them. They're like this Ashley Ransom person. Like, I don't know who they are, but they're calling us a gang stalker. So I guess Shane Cashman's articles worked. Joe Allen said that we were late. We got what, J.R. Riggs up into the joint right there. See,
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think
we're
we were
exactly
right on
2
time.
hours after you told me we were going to be on. That's not late.
Exactly 3,
That's
4,
Fango
5
time.
That's just me time, dude. Dude, I got a life, bro. People want to talk to me on the phone and shit. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to talk to Shane Cashman on the phone or no?
Definitely not.
I had Fair and Balance calling me on the phone too. That was pretty nice.
Oh man, I can't believe you give these people your phone number.
Why?
Just saying.
Why?
They ought to be on here on this show, bringing an audience so we can build the audience here, not on your phone.
She's gonna be coming onto the show apparently.
There you go. Well, that's good. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, that's the whole idea was me bringing her up. So she wanted to come on and give her thoughts.
Well,
and then I wanted to invite some other people.
Show? He ought to be on this show, telling his side of the story.
Do you really think that he would want to?
Do you know how many people will tune in? Do you know how many people will tune in if we had Shane Cashman here right now?
Probably
at least
a lot.
25 people.
Yeah, but
at least 25.
Yeah, at least 25.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 30.
Totally.
35.
Okay, go on. I interrupted you with your string of people that are here. Hello, people.
Yeah, so we have CV in the chat right there. How's it going, CV? Thanks for posting links for us. We very much appreciate you. Miguel H. Nice to see you again, sir. It's always good to have you back here. We got, who's this person right here? Jedi J. Mary. That seems like a neat name.
Mary?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen that one before. Who's this dude? Ford H. Baker.
That's
Beep up.
Totally a real person.
That's definitely a real person and totally not
Mhm.
a bot. We got
Not
what?
at all.
Christina Carr right there. How's it going? I've seen that name before in the chat
Mhm.
or whatever. Who's this guy right here? Ooh. Carl Griffing.
Grifting.
Griffing.
Grifting. I
Very
thought you said grifting.
Griffing. Yeah, almost. I was
Oh,
really
okay.
close or whatever. We
That's
got
pretty
the
close.
illustrious, amazing Susu. Hello, Susu. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Bulls Hero, my picks. That guy's actually been in here, and he's apparently a paid gang stalker as well.
Mm.
Harry has also been known to do a bit of gang stalking in his day, from what I understand,
Really?
if I am correct. And then
Wow.
they got National Disgrace. Don't even know that guy. And then this guy, definite gang stalker, definitely been on the show before. Mr. Bad Boy Swag runs a YouTube channel. Wonder what he's doing lurking out here. Probably wants to get some goods in. I'll probably send him a link right now so he can join in with us. And Joseph Brown, hello to you. Thanks for joining us. Patrick Bowser, it's a pleasure to see you again, my friend. Hello, Breeden Donnelly. Nice to see you. Brett Baker, or Bill Brett, sorry. Bill Brett, nice to see you. We do have the best graphics, I know.
Yeah.
All the
Good
other
to steal
shows
'em.
are just fucking horrible. And we didn't steal them. I paid for these. I
Oh,
paid
nice.
Arturo Tafayeski for these.
Nice.
Eric Baker, nice to see you. Ashley Ransom, nice to see you. Hello to the Cosmic Show, nice to see you. Jared Z, you must be a nice person. Hello. And then we got what? Fucking The Strange Roads. Glad to see you, and I'm glad that we're not being shadow banned too. Hello, Virginia Olsen. Always a pleasure to have you up in here. And honestly, I think that we've ran through a ton of names right there. So if we didn't
lot
get
of
to
names,
you, we
man.
still appreciate you. But we like to shout out all the people that like at least were in the chat in the very beginning. The ones that are always in there firstest. Because if you're not first, you're last.
As
Shake
always,
and bake.
free Britney Venti. We're all for
Yes,
that.
we need a free Britney Venti. So
I
you
think
can pick
bras
out.
are overrated.
Yes, bras are overrated,
Yes.
Brittany Venti, and definitely wear more Sonic t-shirts.
Oh man, I wish we had that clip where she
Yeah,
was smiling for us.
Yeah, that was a great clip.
That was a good clip.
I don't know why you got rid of that clip.
I
dude.
didn't.
You had
I
one
still-
fucking job, bro. You got one fucking job. Make a clip.
Just clip Britney. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was like, you're supposed to get the whole thing, and then you have the
I
only
know.
one thing.
I know.
Oh my god, dude, what is this? Dude, why are people posting fucking memes of me?
I don't know. I like
In
this
my
one
Discord?
too. This is.
I don't like it when you guys post memes of me. I'm not
You have a
supposed to be
Discord?
memed.
I didn't know you
Yeah,
had
with
Discord.
Discord. I told you we had a Discord. That's like where everybody.
Oh, you did
posts
mention it. Yeah, I guess that's
shit.
true.
Yeah, you did mention
Wow.
it. Yeah, I fucking did. Yeah, I fucking did mention it.
Mhm.
Why are you all big?
It just happened. What do you
Well,
mean?
you're the point of the show anyway. So yeah. Somebody sent in this
Yeah,
meme.
now you're the same size as
Dude,
me.
why
There
do
you
I
go.
fucking? Why the fuck do I look like I'm a fucking alien?
Well, you used to be
What-
skinny. Holy shit!
What the fuck is going on with my head?
I don't know. You're wearing a beanie.
I look fucked
You
up,
drive an
man.
Uber Eats and you go to the
Seriously,
casino all
bro?
day long, and there's your whole army of folks. I think
Black
this is a
vans and
genuine photo.
casinos.
This is totally a genuine photo.
Is that Eminem?
They're all bots, I believe, back there. Fango Unchained. That's
Oh my
good. That is very good.
Wow, dude! I just saw
Just
somebody.
don't link to it, folks, because if you link to it, he's gonna have to do a
Somebody
takedown.
from Rumble. Cat not bot. First time in the live, guys. Nice to see you, Rumble
nice.
person.
Hey, wait to be in Rumble. We like our Rumble people. We just don't notice them as much.
Because this guy doesn't seem to think that having the chat up on the thing over there is important.
It's totally useless.
For you, for me,
Yeah.
it's pretty useless because I can see it.
Mhm.
Because it makes it so I can see it. You know, being able to see it is the important thing.
Seeing is believing.
Seeing is believing, you jerk. You jerk.
You know what I'd like to know?
What?
Why are people not like donating memberships here?
Memberships. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. We do have memberships. You guys should be considering it. I mean, considering the fact that how many memberships did Tim Pool get after he made his chat members only or whatever? He had to
yeah.
pay. He made them get it. Buy 'em, and he got
1,900, I think. or something like that.
1,900? That's a lot.
Yeah. And then on Jeremy's show, Jeremy said, you don't have to force people to buy memberships. I'm going to leave chat free and open to everybody. Now, if you guys were to buy some memberships, do you think we can show Tim that we can get even more than him? And what do you think happened at that point?
I think that a lot of people.
I think
bought
everybody
them.
like me started gifting memberships, and Jeremy beat Tim last night.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did.
We bought 20 memberships to Jeremy yesterday. Well, by we, I mean me, but yes.
Yeah, he did that, not me. I didn't pay that money for that shit. No way.
I know you hate
real
Jeremy.
quick. Thanks to Shuggy Show for the $1.99 through Server Chat saying good luck with the Cashman article. Yeah, good luck. I'm gonna need it because it's obviously not down yet. It's still up.
Of course, I like Jeremy.
I like Jeremy. I subscribe to his channel.
Not do the
I'm
same
a member
thing for
on
Brittany.
his channel. Oh, you
Had
did
to
it
buy
too?
some memberships for Brittany.
You bought memberships for Brittany? Proof
Had
of
to do it.
membership.
Had to
20
do it.
fat memberships for Brittany Venti.
Fat man memberships right there.
You like Brittany Venti as much as Nathan likes Brittany Venti, I think. Actually, no, I could say honestly you probably like her more because I never seen him buy no 20 extra subscriptions.
I'll let you in a little secret. The number of people that buy 20 packs of memberships is a smaller number than the number of billionaires in the United States.
Yeah, that's actually pretty
That's a
true.
fact. It's totally a fact.
It's a fact.
Shane told me that himself, and everything he says.
You've never talked to Shane fucking Cashman, bro.
What do you think got him to call you? Come on, man.
Bullshit. It was fucking Cassandra Fairbanks.
Sure, that's how I run.
That's not how you run.
Pull all the strings in the background
Shut
and
up.
make everybody think that they're
why do you make
doing
shit
things
up like
on their
that?
own.
Why do you make shit
No,
up
I don't
like
know.
that?
I don't have a black SUV either. So it's
you
all
don't
cool.
have a black SUV?
Totally cool.
I don't have a black SUV either. I don't have any of that. I'm not drugging people. So, yeah. Oh, wait, wrong article. That's the other one that we wanted to talk about. But yeah, this is all the recents by Shane Cashman. So yeah, part 3. That was a little bit of a wake up call for your boy Manschwell there.
Yeah, we did the breakdown last night.
Yeah, we did the breakdown last night, and I didn't really hear anything from anyone, so I decided to get a little bit more vocal about my feelings on that. I believe I went into Twitter and I said something. So I'll go ahead and pull that up. And then, dang, the membership from the King V. Thanks for becoming a member there, Mr. King V. Welcome to the channel, my friend. I hope you really, really enjoy becoming a member. And obviously, everybody else should take a little bit of a nod and note from that. Why don't you consider becoming a member too? It's real easy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't cost you much.
Well, it costs you a little. But the best part about becoming a member is you're going to forget about it. And then we're going to get money from you month after month. So it really is the best way to support us.
Yeah, you could feel good about it. Hey, where's my fucking tweet? I definitely did a tweet where I called out all these guys and then nobody.
Who'd you call out?
Shane Cashman and the rest of them. But I'm not finding it now. What the fuck? Fucking Twitter.
Did you watch Legal Mindset last night?
Yes, I did. I was watching.
I watched him for a while and sent him some cashola as well.
Yeah,
that's the only way to get people to actually listen to what you're saying.
He read yours. Yeah, he ignored mine.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Exactly, because he ignored it.
Yeah, but no, he said that Shane Cashman is treading on very, very thin ice.
Who is?
Shane.
Why is he?
Because he's right at the very, very edge of defamation.
I mean, yeah, but that video from the other day might have set it over the edge. Definitely set it over the edge.
Which video?
The one from him being interviewed by.
Yeah. Jeremy was
very clearly dictating that it was about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find that thing. What the fuck?
It really is amazing how many people just well, by people I mean guys, think with their dicks.
Do they think about their dicks?
Not about their dicks. They're thinking with their dicks.
But I don't think with my dick usually. That's why I think I've lived for so long.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to Cashman.
Yeah, but I don't think he didn't sound like he felt like he was thinking about that.
In that video, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that tweet is just gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't delete it.
I think tweets are going to continue disappearing for a while.
But like I'm literally maybe I'm
It's
just
the new
looking at
policy.
wrong-
Rather than telling people to remove tweets, they just do it for you.
Like where the fuck? Like they just removed that tweet. Okay, fuck.
There you go.
Mhm. What the fuck? I didn't even take that down. It just is gone. Like, how the fuck? All right, well, whatever.
Yeah.
So I won't show the DMs or anything like that out of respect for Cassandra or whatever, but we were talking yesterday, like I tweeted out and then she contacted me.
Cassandra
told me
who?
that Cassandra McDonald, the booker for
Timcast
Timcast.
guy. Chick.
Yeah, so she I could pull up her account, I guess. That's probably safe. I mean, she's probably messaging me right now, honestly, but I don't want to throw shit up.
Hey, look at that. We got a super sticker.
Super stickers. Those are my favorite. We got a pair character turning around, waving his hand, saying, "Hey, you," while lowering his sunglasses. Thanks, YouTube Trailer Park and Trucking Trash News or whatever.
Trucking Trash News.
So fucking that news.
That's a
is
great
just so
name.
long.
I like that name.
And events. Sorry, and events. Like I forgot that. And events. But anyway, so I was talking to Cassandra. And I was just like, "Hey, man, this is bullshit. You should probably know because you also dealt with bullshit associated with the Shadowbox thing. And like, you guys didn't even reach out to me. I'm kind of pissed off right now." I was like, "But y'all need to make this right." So we started talking a little bit about my situation. And then interestingly enough, she led me on to another situation that she's been bothering her much more. Apparently, a good friend of hers that is also involved with WikiLeaks is wrapped up in the same Cicada 3301 shit that I got wrapped up in, but specifically through another group called the Friend or the Errant Friend. It's like some weird
These all sex cults then, or what?
Some like crazy weird cult where they solve puzzles like Cicada, but then it's like QAnon where this person's putting out drops and stuff. And it's definitely the same people involved with Thomas Schoenberg. I'm fairly certain I know exactly who's like actually behind it based on what they've said about me alone. And she was telling me his story, so I had to like explain to her what happened to me back in the day with Cicada when this whole Shadowbox shit actually first came out. So me explaining to her what actually happened and telling her basically like, this Shadowbox stuff was something that they were trying to get me involved in, saying that this is going to be the company that they're working for. But they were also telling me at the same time, very clearly, plainly, that, if I ever decided to get out of line or step out of line, this is what I would be looking forward to in my future. And over the last 4 to 5 years, that's exactly what I've been dealing with, which is an actual PR company, an actual controlled group of individuals that, do these types of gang stalking operations. So when I released the information about Shadowbox, exposed the websites and all of the documentation, I don't get any credit for that. I actually just get roped in where people say, no, he was involved in it and he's just as bad as all the rest of them. When in fact, like I blew the whistle on the whole thing and I never actually did any of that stuff. Like it never actually happened. This is just what they were trying to sell people that they had the ability to do. These people were trying to say that they could get shit deleted off of the Wayback Machine. They were saying that they had folks on the Wikipedia that could edit your articles. They could downrank links on Google, YouTube, all these Yahoo News basically use bad linking habits in practice to downrank links so that they show up on the 3rd and 4th page and stuff. So, like, this is exactly what I released to the public in order to expose the Cicada organization for what it really was and how they were sowing disinformation and chaos. And the whole thing is that Shane's article makes it seem very clearly that I am like the mastermind ringleader of this entire thing. And it was me that was doing all of this stuff, which is just entirely not true. Like, I suffered through some of the most vicious death threats, stalking, and harassment from this shit from these people. And what I was trying to say in the very beginning is that Cassandra Fairbanks is on, or Cassandra McDonald now is on the radar of those people. She has been on the radar of those people for a long time. So has every other person that's ever been associated with Timcast News. And the sheer fact that I even decided to say something about Eliza and show that she was, like, I guess, an enemy in some kind of way because she blocked me would have definitely engaged these people to take this thing to the next level and really, really make it like crazy as we're seeing now. So it's not like I'm manipulating people. I'm like, you're seeing the artifacts of
Hey, we got another
these
donation.
how deep these people get into it. What's up, Russell Dufresne? Thanks for the $10 super chat. Defango, your videos are always insightful and engaging. Your passion for technology shines through in every video. Keep up the great work. Tech genius. Thanks, Russell Dufresne. We appreciate you. Appreciate that too. So Cassandra started telling me about her friend and basically like how he was hospitalized because of like how mentally unstable he had become because of solving these puzzles and stuff. So I had to explain it to her and like, what's going on with them. And I'm like, you got to understand that they go after people that are on the spectrum. They target them for things that they have found that trigger them, and then that's what they use to basically wrap them around their finger, get them to do what they want or whatever. And if something bad happens, they basically use what they've learned about these people to further trigger them more. They'll get them to go into different places, make them think people that are following them around and shit. But ultimately, it's like the act of solving the puzzles and getting the information is an emotional play. So, like, these people are treated like they're insane people, but they should be treated like they're drug addicts because the brain chemistry is the same as a drug addict. It's not the same as like a crazy person, right? The people that get caught up in puzzles like Cicada, 3301, for example, in my opinion, have the same kind of brain chemistry as like an addict, right? Like every time you solve one of these puzzles and you get a new piece of information, you're getting a rush of endorphins, you're getting a dopamine hit, your brain is releasing all of these chemicals, and it's like creating an addict without actually having the drug component, which is a thing that does happen, does exist, has been quantified in cults and other different places. It's just not something that people have seen in their real life. And then, like many years ago when I first went to Cassandra and, the people from Timcast News about my story, they just kind of were like, this sounds insane and you're a crazy person. But now, many years later, people that are close to them that they haven't been talking about, that they care about, are actually wrapped up into the same stuff. And now they're starting to realize that it's not me, but it's these other people. So I think that there's going to be a lot of motion coming here. Obviously they're going to need to take some time to make this shit right and do their own article. But that's basically how I got connected to Cassandra, or connected to Shane. She was like, yo, I got a phone, I got an email and a phone call to Shane. And then I guess like this morning, probably pretty fucking early, like 8:45 my time, I was getting phone calls from him. Called me a few times actually, starting at like 7 this morning. So like he was on the phone immediately, probably waiting for me to call him back. So like this was the first person I talked to this morning. We talked for quite a bit of time actually. And it seems that he definitely wanted to understand what was going on with me so he could try to understand what was happening with also what's happening with Cassandra's friend. Because, people have died because of this, right? Like there's been multiple people that have committed suicide and or been murdered by cops because they were having some sort of mental event that happened with them And, you know, like, it's very real that this kind of thing could happen to like somebody that's associated to her, right? So, I mean, it's kind of insane how close this stuff is to sometimes, or, you know, how much it overlaps at a certain point. But, you know, what people aren't seeing is that, yeah, there probably has been people that have been going after Eliza, and there has probably been like a PR company. It's just not me that's doing it, but it's probably the people that, you know, I tried to expose a long time ago. And, you know, this is exactly the kind of thing that they would have done. It's how it would operate. You know, they would be playing both sides. Although the bot thing, I just don't see, you know, them having the ability to do that at this point. There's just too many people, man, that have gotten themselves into trouble by interacting with this stuff. So I think me and Shane really did talk about that, like, kind of deeply. He definitely wanted to know a lot more about what was happening with Shadowbox, because the story changes significantly with Shadowbox if you understand the context of it. Because, you know, like, I didn't do anything for Shadowbox, right? Like, Shadowbox wasn't a company that existed with me having to be a part of it. Like, through emails and stuff that we put out, there was actually stuff that I put out on my Substack, which is defango.substack.com, which is a whole bunch of emails that I also sent over to Cassandra Fairbanks that kind of like explain how their tactics operate and how they manipulate people and get people to join their cause and be a part of it. And, you know, like, how they basically begin the indoctrination of different people over the years. And it goes through a dude named Richard and me. And, you know, like, I was like, have this friend of yours read through this stuff and see how they go through, you know, like, how they've come at other people. And I mean, there's a lot of overlap with Richard. They were talking a lot about Saint Germain, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange. With me, they did a lot of the same kind of things. This guy, he's also associated with WikiLeaks, and I believe he ran the shop, you know, for WikiLeaks for a really long time. So, like, this is like, normally these people that would have never gone nuts or crazy, but once you start to realize the tactics that these people can use and like how insidious it can be, you can see that it'd be pretty easy for them to do something a lot different or a lot stranger. And I mean, Thomas is always talking about how he's a shadow warrior and how he's connected to Julian Assange. And once you start looking at how these guys operate and have been operating on the internet for quite some time, it becomes very apparent that, like, there's a bigger thing happening here that I tried to expose a long time ago, but people just simply did not want to fucking listen. Yeah, dude, look at that. $5 donation on Rumble, dude. Wanted to send you money on Rumble to get
Nice.
that rolling, YouTube ball rolling. Love, Susie Bastard. Thanks, Susie, for the $5 on Rumble, yo. We grifted on Rumble now, baby, and we can actually see it. See, I wouldn't
Awesome.
have been able to see that if we didn't have that little chat thing up over there. So, like, look at that, bro. We're digital cannibals. Thank you very much. Right there. I'm gonna
So
click
is that
that off
auto
again.
highlighted like that in green? Or is that,
Yeah.
did you click on it?
When I click on it, auto highlights
okay.
in green. It's like shows you that you clicked on it.
Mm.
But when it pops up with the donation, I can set it to like TTS and auto pop up the donation.
Nice. And then that's using the which tech?
That's the social stream plugin for the chat. So it reads the restream chat and then it pulls in the Rumble chat
Nice.
over here, so I can actually see when the donations and stuff coming up. And damn, dude, we got 32 people watching on Rumble. Holy shit. So
Yeah, I like Rumble. I just hate their app on the iPhone. It just sucks balls. They gotta make it better.
yeah,
Better.
I'm
More
messaging
better.
Farron right now. She says it's going to be another 15 minutes because Brittany Venti called and I was all like, get Brittany on the show.
Yeah, no shit.
Hi, Brittany. Hi. I'm such a chud.
Let's talk about Defango.
Why does she have to say it like that?
Let's talk about Defango.
Why does she got to say it like that? Yes, Matthew Blackman, Defango lives. And Rumble search function definitely sucks. So where was I? Oh, yeah, we were talking about Cashman. So they haven't removed the article, which is pissing me off. But, you know, I guess really there's not much that I'm going to be able
They
to do about
tweet that they
it.
remove photos.
Yeah, they remove photos and stuff. But, you know, it's like telling Shane, I was like, Shane, you do realize that, you know, I whistle blew the Shadowbox company. When this company was being formed allegedly around my area, they said it was some different shit. Look, we got another donation on Rumble from the
Look at
Panda
that.
Wake.
Rumble's winning, man. Rumble's winning.
Dude,
right
look
now.
at that. Fucking $5. Thanks for the live content for the past few
Awesome.
days. Really enjoying it. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate that shit out of your donations over there on the Rumblies, over on the Rumble Bumble, or whatever we call it. But thanks, Panda the Wake, for your money. See, look, that's the other reason that I had to set it up so that it was desktop like that, so then people could just see it. Because right now we're totally trolling all the other Rumble channels that can't do this.
Yeah.
But don't worry. Email me at hr@griftcast.com and I can help you. You sons of bitches. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like, it's a sad thing that I had to explain to him, you know, what was going on with Shadowbox and how I was the person that exposed it. Yet every single article that they ever wrote about it seems to put me as the bad person when nobody would have. Yeah, when nobody would have known about it unless I put it out in the first place. But their way that they got around that was saying, "Oh, well, we didn't know you put it out. I got it from the lawsuit." And I'm just all like, I wouldn't have been in the lawsuit if I hadn't fucking put it out, you jackasses. Fucking bastards. So honestly, like, I kind of wondered about it or whatever. And I know that there's definitely a case here, but like, people in the chat are asking me, oh, did you see Legal Mindset's clip? Yeah, I was watching his show yesterday. I super chatted him. He ignored my super chat or whatever. Didn't read it when I was like, yeah, well, he didn't ignore yours. And then I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. So I just left because I was like, I guess he doesn't really care about that. He didn't really care about, you know, like hearing with me, and he probably doesn't want to talk to me anyway for whatever reason. But I mean, I don't really need his advice to let me know what I already know, you know. And plus,
let's talk about Defango.
I'd rather talk to Brittany Venti, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I did watch his clip actually.
To be a sex trafficking victim myself.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Is it here? I think actually. Like, I even left a big comment on his video. Legal Mindset. Where's that shit at? Do you think any other YouTubers show everybody their watch history?
Guys, called it. I called this last week. I said,
see, look. Damn, dude. Thanks, YouTube Trailer Park Trucking Trash News and Events, for that 99-cent mouth open face. Appreciate that. Appreciate your money. Please send more. But yeah, here, I made a whole comment right here. See, look, it doesn't even have a like or a heart or a reply. 9 hours ago.
Wow.
Gotta love the support.
Nothing.
Man. Fucking love that support, dude. I can feel it right here. I can feel the support. I'm feeling super supported.
Feel the love.
Yeah, like, here's back when Cicada 3301 was talking about how they had pre-knowledge of the Vault 7 leaks that were being released on the website. Which kind of leads into this whole narrative that apparently, allegedly, they were connected to them in some kind of way. And then there is even one point where this guy actually gives out Julian Assange's alleged phone number. Yeah. Pretty weird, actually. Pretty weird, actually. But anyways, I don't know. Like, Shane seemed to have asked me a lot of questions about what was going on with his story with Eliza. And he was like, well, what do you know about her now? What do you think now? And I was just like, well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I mean, you really didn't get us any information as to prove that she was trafficked. And I was like, it definitely sounds like she prostituted herself for some drugs willingly and, like got overdosed and, had to come back home. That's what it sounds like to me. I was like, but it doesn't explain to us, like how that happened on crystal meth and a bunch of other things. I was like, so it doesn't make sense to me. I was like, I've always been very clear that during the 2012 to 2016 era, it was very clear that she was a stripper / escort / in the prostitution gang. So, like if there was any trafficking, it happened during that era. I've never denied that. I was like, but I've also not like gone out of my way to like make shit up about this stuff. Like, like I've spoken about all of the different things that people have said. I've been very clear on what I think is real, what I think is not real. And I was like, even specifically my thread itself, only covered the stuff that I felt was necessary. I was like, I left a shitload of stuff out on purpose to let people go find it on their own, but mostly because I didn't think that it was necessary to drive my point across, right? Like, I posted the World Star Hip Hop video, but I didn't take screenshots and like, of people's asses open and like out for everyone to see, because like that wasn't my goal. If I wanted to be like that, like there would have been a completely different way of doing all this, right? I try to, be as funny as possible while still providing the right evidence. And I was like, and there's no evidence that shows that I was coordinating anything with anyone. And I was like, and the only reason that I'm even being followed by half of these people is because they asked me to be on their show. And, like we had to follow each other for them to message me. Right. Like, so
somebody talking about Tug. What is he pissed off about?
I don't know what Tug's pissed off about. What's Tug pissed off about? Tug is pissed off about it.
Yeah. What's the it? I mean, I know he's.
Listening to Tug, writing the Glangstalker article had him pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I watched like a little bit
I
of
think everybody assumed they were the Gangstalker. Brittany definitely thought it was going to be her until people like said, dude, it's not about you.
Yeah, they're like, Brittany, it's not you. And she's like, all right, let's read about
Let's talk about Defango.
Why did she say it like that?
Because,
let's talk about Defango. I'm in love.
Yeah, well.
Reader, you must be vigilant to not.
Anyways, Papa Draws, thanks for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the freaking channel. Now get your wallet out and send us money, mother sucker. Thank you. Was that good? Did we do all right with that one right there?
Been strange links from
it was all right. Yeah.
You must remain vigilant. Oh yeah.
She can't have a crush on me, dude. She got a boyfriend.
Because his ass got kissed by Eliza, he goes and writes her a whole novel.
Shit. Whatever. So that's pretty much it. Shane Cashman says that there's going to be an article written sometime next month, next year. No, he said next week, which like Monday probably.
It'll probably be an expose about his encounter with the Gangstalker himself, and the confirmations that he was able to articulate now in the article have absolutely been proven to be true. He had managed to convince the Gangstalker that he was just asking for questions about Eliza, but in reality manipulated him into providing all kinds of details about his nefarious gang stalking activities. That's my prediction for the article.
Yeah, that might happen. I guess. I hope not, but
did you ask him if he used Chat GPT to write the article? A lot of people are suggesting that was the case.
I didn't bring that up.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck are you looking at here? Jesus Christ, dude. This is X-rated.
Is that Mersh? Is that Mersh?
I don't know who that is.
That looks like Mersh. Yep, that's definitely Mersh. Huh. Homo. That's okay though, I don't mind that or whatever. Just, be straight up with fucking about it.
Not that there's anything wrong with
hide that shit for people. be hiding that shit for people. If you're gonna be gay, be fucking gay. Don't be going around hiding behind shit.
No, he did not record the phone call. I asked him that. Everybody asked him that.
The official story is that no, I did not record the phone call. That's the official story. So we'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure he did. I told him to. So we'll kind of see. I think, I was briefing with merch on here, but it's not even on there anymore, so I don't even care. So, that's pretty much it. So, he said that he's definitely going to be giving a call later or something like that to, like, get some touch-ups or whatever, but overall, I think we might actually be all right. So, over. Yeah. Yes. You could give, or I guess I'm going to get a call from somebody else's fucking thing. Shared the stream, GRIFTCAST IRL. What the fuck? Two other
it looks like the videos are starting to come in about the Sydney Watson suing the Blaze.
Oh, really? Is that like the next big thing that we're supposed to be coming out of?
They're breaking now. What a disaster.
Yeah, we do have the Timcast article for that right here. Sydney Watson sues the Blaze TV over alleged abuse by Elijah Schaefer. What the fuck? Sydney Watson, what are you doing, girl? I love you. And you're making me sad.
You love all the girls.
I don't. Okay, yeah, I do. That's true.
Yeah, you don't think Elijah's a good-looking guy?
No, I don't.
Okay. So we know whose corner you're going to be sitting on this article. All right. Let's see what they have to say.
Is there a way for us to hit the AI and have it read it to us?
I think that's a thing. I don't know if you have it set up, though.
No. Former Blaze TV personality and YouTuber Sydney Watson is suing the outlet for retaliation and wrongful termination, along with religious and sex discrimination for alleged abuse by former Blaze TV personality Elijah Schaefer. That seems pretty interesting. But what the fuck? Over what? Discrimination? Sex discrimination? Religious discrimination? That doesn't make a lot of sense. So, lawyer and rapper Jordan Dixon Hamilton, who goes by the stage name Patriot J, revealed that Watson had fired a 4-count lawsuit against the outlet, alleging the Blaze TV created and tolerated a hostile work environment, allowing for sexual harassment, retaliation, further discrimination against her on the basis of sex and religion. Author and lawyer Kurt Schlichtler is representing Watson. Interesting.
Do they have any more details, or is that literally it? That's all they got.
Well, I mean, they linked to this guy's whole entire thread from Patriot J, who obviously definitely looks like a great upstanding American and deserves a follow for me. And he's out of California, Los Angeles.
Wait, who's this guy? This rapper dude?
This is Patriot J. This is Sir Hottest on @Sir Hottest.
And what's his role in all this?
He's the guy that apparently found out that Sydney Watson is suing the Blaze through Kurt Schlichtler, this guy right here. So this is the guy that's suing the Blaze on behalf of Sydney Watson.
That's her lawyer?
Yeah, that's her lawyer. This is Sydney Watson.
Right.
Ay, Chihuahua.
Yeah,
What?
somebody's creating a hostile work environment.
Yeah, she is. I mean, if I had to work with fucking her,
I would make all the
hard.
women wear hijabs. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I would make her wear a hijab because I would not be able to look at that beauty. She would just be able to tell me, "Hey, can you go do this for me?" And I'd be like, "Yep, you got it." She'd be having me do all of her fucking work for her, and I would be powerless to stop it because I am a dumbass. Anyways, Watson and Schaefer started the widely beloved You Are Here Blaze TV podcast. Hey, that's the podcast that Eliza Blue went on. Per the complaint, the maximum value of Watson's multi-year agreement with the Blaze was $1.75 million.
Okay, that's bullshit too. Now, there's no way she's worth that much.
You don't think she's worth 1.2 mil?
No, God, no. Damn,
dude, that's a 7-figure deal only. Or The 7-figure deal is the only reason she signed the contract with the Blaze. Ooh,
Well,
I see.
obviously. What else
Yeah, I
would
mean,
she sign it for?
you give me $1 million, I'll fucking sign a contract with you.
Yeah, you're gonna
Goddamn
be on
straight.
Blaze next week.
Yeah, dude, I'll be on the Blaze next week, dude. I'll fucking
Exactly.
grift hard, dude. Grift hard, grift well. Let's go. I don't know how many years that was for, though.
He
It
doesn't
doesn't
say.
actually say.
It's probably 2.
Uh-oh. What happened to my chat?
He says it's more than 1, but doesn't specify. Then it's probably 2. So she's making like $800,000 a year to ask dumb questions, like the one that she asked of Jack Murphy, which got him to blow up.
You call that a blow up?
Well, what do
I
you
call that
it?
I call that a fucking implosion.
It's kind of exploded in my mind, but either
Yeah.
way, I mean, she's cute. She's, on the right side, I guess, but she's not worth $700,000 a year. No fucking way. No, Blaze saved some money on that. Getting rid
I
of her early.
guess. I guess, dog.
Now, is she claiming she left the Blaze, or is she saying they fired her?
She's saying they fired her. That's what she's saying.
Yeah,
she
that's
got
what I heard
fired
as
from
well.
the
Because
Blaze.
originally she was saying she left the Blaze, but then the story kind of changed. We should ask AI what the AI thinks of Sydney Watson.
I don't want to ask the AI shit.
I don't know. The AI knows.
They fired her because they ended the show. You Were Here. Is that what happened?
Yeah,
what Leak Vino says.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, the show was losing money for them. They weren't recuperating the money they were spending on it. And if they were paying her $1.7 million, duh, of course it's not going to make that much.
Oh yes, good day, fellow Greg
It's like a
Stalker.
YouTuber chick.
Breakdown with Greg Hoyt. Welcome to the channel, sir.
Breakdown.
That was that guy that was you were having fun talking with the other night when I was like fucking dying.
Which guy was that? Oh,
Greg
the guy
Hoyt.
that didn't know who I was?
Yeah, the one that was like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Oh, yeah, the guy who I was interviewing. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy you were interviewing that was super cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Greg
The
Hoyt.
prison dude.
Yeah, he went to prison one time,
Mm-hmm.
but now he lives out in the middle of nowhere in Arizona.
Yeah.
And then he's got a Shiba Inu.
Uh-huh.
Cool guy.
Oh, he does? Wait, he owns one of those dogs?
He actually owns one of those
He said
dogs.
they're super expensive.
That's what I heard.
Well, I hear there's an
Very
opening
expensive.
at the Blaze.
That's funny.
He could totally work there.
You're funny, man.
He could totally work at the Blaze, man.
You're fucking funny, man, dude. I don't think he would, but maybe he could, dude. I don't know. He'd probably be pretty good at the Blaze.
Totally do that. Yeah. Dude, once you've been to prison for 5 years, you could definitely work at the Blaze.
I mean, Sydney Watson worked at the Blaze, and she got fired from that fucking place.
Exactly.
So, pretty
now,
much anybody
5
could
years
get a
of
job
prison
there.
for her, and she wouldn't have gotten fired, would she?
There's some dipshit that keeps asking about Shadowbox. Yeah, go ahead, just rewind the stream.
Google it.
Fucking moron.
Don't insult people watching us, dude. Come on.
No, I'm always gonna insult those people because I know exactly who it is.
You know who Brian is?
Yeah, I've seen that shit.
Who's Brian?
I've seen that account. I've seen that account before.
Yeah. Tell us
Mhm.
about Brian.
All I know is I've seen that account before, just spamming the chat with the same question over and over and
Mhm.
over again. In the past, when we were doing streams explaining Shadowbox, so
Yeah. Well, you could Google it.
yeah, you can Google it. That's fine. We're talking about some other shit now. Let's see. Schaefer in the audience had a running gag for Watson to read fan super chats that were allegedly
Mhm.
coded dog whistles that reference grossly misogynistic or anti-Semitic comments, unbeknownst to Watson. Schaefer
Unbeknownst to
encouraged this
Watson.
humiliation. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, really? Schaefer encouraged this humiliation despite her complaints to him and management. Watson is suing for religious discrimination because Schaefer consistently made disrespectful comments about her being an atheist, which encouraged
not a
the
religion.
audience to attack religious. Yeah, you can't be. You don't
That's
have
not a
religion if you're
religion
atheist.
discrimination if you're an atheist. No.
Yeah, like you don't believe in religion.
No.
Can't discriminate if you don't against religion if you don't believe in religion.
No.
That seems weird.
And it's not discrimination if
So wait a minute. She's saying that when she read out the Jack Murphy comment, that was her
discrimination.
encouraged humiliation. That's what she's saying. What?
Like I said, I know which side you're on, and I know which side is right.
You don't know what side I'm on, bro. You just assumed. So
Well,
wait, where's the incident?
That, are you?
Where's the incident?
How do I do this?
She'll be like, how is it then that if like
Are we gonna do the ovens and the cookies?
Yeah,
thing
no,
now?
no. She'll read she'll read
we'll
something
get
so innocently. She'll be like,
We'll get there.
But they're so good and get her. They'll be like, I love carpentry and building things. And I built a wood door for my shower, but the steam still got out while I was showering. How could wood keep steam in the shower and keep the gases in? And she'll read it. And she'll be like, I don't know. I maybe like get a. She'll like respond. Maybe get like a different type of a glass door. And she just like moves on. And I'm just like,
yeah, she doesn't know she's done it until she hears me and Elijah laughing.
I'm like, she just like
I mean,
she
looks
does
like
this.
she's
And I'm
smiling.
like,
I am now officially concerned for my career.
she reads this stuff.
Boy,
and she
was
doesn't know
that a
what she's reading,
prophetic
and she's
statement
trying
or
to
what?
You could have warned me.
Well, where would the fun in that be?
Moments later.
Moments
Anamorphosis says
later.
Elijah, and I apologize for this in advance, Jack. Asked
boy.
Murphy about the article he wrote about literally cuckolding his wife. I wish I was joking. True alpha.
Wow. Wow, you went there with that. I have absolutely no comment on that other than to say that whatever people's perception is about that, it's 180 degrees wrong. And it has nothing to do with people think what they're thinking it to be today.
Are we talking about sex right now?
Do you know what cuckolding is?
I totally thought
It's
you were
where
reading...
you get a chicken and you hold it and
no,
you love it.
I just blanked
and
out
then
for a
you-
second.
You make more chickens.
I just blanked out for a second.
I support you having chickens.
We
I
don't
have
kink
chickens.
shame.
I like chickens.
If you have a hen house, that's great. That's you should have your own eggs. Great.
We don't
supply-
kink shame.
Great for protein.
More moments later.
Mr. Dick and Balls says, "Hey Jack."
See, that's what she does. She does this. Like she reads it like that's normal. Like it's not even. She's not
But
even
this
saying
is
her
sexual
name. She just
harassment
goes,
you're
"Mr.
playing
Dick and
right now."
Balls said."
Could you?
Yeah, this is
please
sexual
clear up
harassment.
The cuck article you wrote.
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for
Me.
bringing this up right here and right now.
Me.
Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what
The
it
moment
was.
that
Well,
he started
just use a little bit of
sinking.
fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Elizabeth.
Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison says,
Heartfelt.
gonna miss the show, but have a good break. IHTAC, what's that?
Oh my god, that's sexual harassment in its glory right there. Look at their studio, dude. Fucking A.
Look at that fucking shit. Look
I
at
want
these
that
cameras.
studio.
Look at these these mic stands.
They've got the teleprompters, they got the whole thing. The whole deal.
They even had a picture of Sydney up there.
There's not even green screen in that fucking room. Look at that. They got pro lights. Those lights are like $4,000 a piece.
Just keep going, dude. One foot in front of the other. Before you know it, this will all be in the rear view mirror. Don't stop.
1 foot in front of the other.
Uh-huh.
Wow, that was wild.
That was incredible sexual harassment.
Do you want to
that I
get married?
witnessed.
Yeah, I want to get married, but more out of necessity of like producing a male heir is really the whole point.
No, I'm just listening. I'm just observing. You can keep going. Continue.
She's like, we can keep going. No,
No,
it is-
because I mean, I would prefer to get a handle on what you think from your mouth.
That's very
before I
Chinese of
say
him, though.
anything.
You know, just only men, so he doesn't want any female children. It's very Chinese.
Yeah, no, I think they're definitely they're awake on this question. You know, I mean, as far as like
Well,
marriage
it's more
goes,
about population control there rather than, getting
well,
rid
and
of
it's
women.
it's like old world stuff about like a dowry and like gendered stuff.
Yeah. I wonder how deep we could go with this if we just type in Reed's comments.
Sydney Watson, former host of The Blazes You Are Right Here, filed a federal
hear that.
lawsuit in Texas alleging that co-host
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that. That's
Oh, good.
crazy.
Okay, I got the AI working now. Cool.
So we have AI, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, look at this. Artemisia.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, isn't that the guy that's the guy that sent the that was the name of the Jack Murphy cuck comment.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll play it. Let's get them on here. I mean, we need all these guys coming.
Hey
into
guys, how's it
our-
going?
our
I
troll
actually
room here.
really hate to show a Timcast article here, but all in all,
Yeah, no
I can't
shit.
find any other articles covering this, so this is what we got to get. Sydney Watson sues Blaze TV over alleged abuse by Elijah Schaefer. I actually didn't expect to cover this today.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I have? Wait a minute.
I'm waiting.
Oh right. Yeah, I don't have that same image that he has from this article at the top. What the fuck?
You have an ad blocker or something.
I turned it off and it's still not there.
Oh, you did? Okay.
The fuck?
Oh.
We don't need to watch this fucking guy's videos. We got
No.
our own.
No, we got
I
our
was
own
just trying to
fucking
see if we
videos.
could find creepy requests. Oh, that's community notes with the one dude.
Oh, I got a
Addressing
great.
rumors.
I got the perfect fucking AI voice loaded in now.
Really? Play it.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Sydney Watson, former host of The Blazes, You Are Right Here, filed a federal lawsuit in Texas
does it
alleging
sound
that
like it's out of
co-host
breath?
Elijah Schaefer created a hostile work environment with his fixed sexism and hostile, unprofessional conduct towards her, which caused her to experience debilitating vertigo and emotional distress. Watson also claims that Blaze Media Management ignored her warnings
have a
about
couple-
Schaefer's sexual harassment. The lawsuit portrays Watson as a woman struggling to make her way in a conservative media company where concerns about harassment were ignored.
There you go.
Sodomize says Timcast got served a cease and desist and they pulled the images off their website.
I'm telling you, Eliza didn't like the photos up anymore.
Yeah, I guess.
This is
So
how
wait.
she runs.
Si-
As Tim
Chrissy
said,
Mayer.
oh, she's totally grifting. That's it. She's going to hit him right back.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Tate is pathetic.
But you
yeah,
know
there's
what?
nothing about her reading
If-
the comments.
If her dad actually sent the cease and desist on those images, that means this genius fucking reporter that they sent up there, number one moron himself, didn't have her sign a release when he took the photos. What a dumbass.
We don't know if that's true, but I guess it could be.
It's likely.
Yeah, it's likely. Very likely. Damn. So that's why Sydney is suing. So basically over the stuff that she was having to read on the thing. But like,
Oh, yeah.
how is that Eliza Schaefer's fault? She's the fucking one that read the comments and decided that she was going to read them out loud and humiliate herself.
But
she did
didn't
not
like
have to read
people
them.
laughing at her, which means they were sexually harassing her. How do you not understand that?
I guess I don't understand sexual harassment. I guess.
Sexual
guess.
harassment is when a woman doesn't like something.
Exactly.
That's
And then
sexual
you're
harassment right
Sexually
there.
harassing them. Much of the alleged conduct that contributed to the hostile work environment was explicitly sexual in nature. Schaefer would emphatically reference sex, often specifically gay sex, discuss penises among other sexual manner, often graphically in front of the guest and Miss Watson. Schaefer's sexual comments were so pervasive that at one point, Blaze CEO Tyler Cardone asked Watson to get Mr. Schaefer to stop talking about dicks so much.
Uh-huh. So, looks like Red State's got their article up.
Holy fuck. What? Red State?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, they do have one up.
Mm-hmm.
To pull that up.
I'm being sexually harassed by those legs right now.
Those are some great legs.
Yeah. I guess Sydney's aren't too bad either.
I was talking about Sydney's legs.
Uh-huh.
Although
There you
Elijah,
were.
I guess he's getting pretty fit, you know, like I'm sure he's
in
looking pretty fit
tight-
for a man.
He would be a good
He's
model
looking tight.
for those men's tights that you're selling there.
Yeah,
He'd
seriously,
be a good
like
model for those.
he's probably got a good package shit going on or whatever. I mean, I'll
Well, if
I'll
not, he
compliment
can
a
buy one.
dude.
We can buy
Yeah,
one.
dude. He probably got the money to be able to buy one.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's this?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. We got somebody new in the zone.
Ah.
Hello, Fair and Balance. How's it going?
Oh, hi. I just realized my shirt kind of matches my background. So fuck me, right?
Yeah, you just
Sorry.
kind of meld into there a little bit, but that's all right.
I
How
know.
are you doing?
I am good. I've been listening to the Sydney Watson stuff, and I'm not going to lie. I kind of disagree with what you guys are saying, especially
What, really?
you.
Why?
Yeah.
What did I say?
Exactly.
Well, okay. So here's how I see it. And mind you, I look at this as somebody who has been in television, that has worked with a number of anchors, including like anchors that were, for lack of a better word, like from that old generation, that are completely of the idea like, hey, if I tell you have a great ass, like that's not sexual harassment, okay?
Right.
That's
Which
definitely
many of
sex
them,
harassment.
used to, or they'd be like, hey,
Mhm.
you look good in that dress. And I'd be like, most girls would look at that and be like, ew, oh my God, you're sexualizing me. Whereas I was like, hey, it's a compliment. I'll take it, whatever. Like if they called me fat, I mean, I'd be like, oh shit, I'm running to the gym right now and I'm going to just run my
Well, yeah,
ass
you
off.
don't want people insulting you. That's for sure.
Exactly. However, I will say, like, never would they do this thing like, well, and again, also, it was more of a news show. So I didn't get the if we would ever, for example, would have talked about like dicks or anything, like that just would have never happened. That's something that would have never come up on the show. But
Mhm.
I will say this. There, and mind you, really quick, let me fix my lighting here really quick, because I just see that it's a little bit off. So I had no idea about that's a little bit brighter, right? So I had no idea about the Sydney Watson. I had no idea it was her
Mhm.
that did the whole Jack Murphy thing. I had no
Oh,
idea
really?
that was, I had
Oh.
no idea. So I'm going into this completely blind, folks, completely blind. I had no idea that was her, that's how it got
Oh, we just
uncovered.
got a $5 donation. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Hey, Greg.
And they say howdy.
Oh, hey,
friend.
Greg.
So I had no idea that it was her that uncovered it all, or
Mhm.
uncovered it all. I had no idea that I've never watched the show once. Never even watched Jack Murphy. Like,
Yep.
So I am completely blind to all of this.
Well, I think you're in good company. I think most people never watch their show, which is why the
Yeah,
place
that's
shut
why
it
they
down.
got canceled. It.
Well, and well, and that's what a lot of people have been telling me. But then I guess, some of the circles that I've run in lately, like they're like, you never watched it, and I was like, no, sorry.
Mhm.
But so my point being is that, what is that?
There's a delayed reaction.
That's
to donations.
the notification
okay.
thing
Yeah,
for
it
the
comes in like a
donations.
minute
Got it,
Because
later.
okay.
whenever we get a super chat, we stop immediately.
Yeah, we
say
break for
thank
super
you
chats.
to that person
Oh.
until that little noise comes up.
It's all
So
about
we
the grift.
appreciate you there, Mr. Greg. And if you would
Mhm.
like to join us, you got to DM me first into Fango,
Nice.
because I don't have a phone number attached to my account, so it won't let me DM
Your
people.
DMs are closed though, because my friend Megan wants to speak to you, and she's like, I can't.
Who's Megan? Is she
My-
hot?
She's married with 2 kids, but
That's not what I asked.
yeah, she's hot. I think she's
Oh.
hot.
Yes.
She's
Okay,
a
I'll
good
talk
friend of
to her
mine.
then.
Does she want to come on the show and talk about sexual harassment? Because Fango's ready for that.
I'm
If
ready
she
to
wants
talk
to,
about
for
sexual
sure.
harassment.
I'm down with that. Sorry, I'm still like fixing my studio here. Okay,
Ah.
but back to my point though. So
Okay, I opened them.
I have zero, investment in any of this. But when I read through the complaint last night, and it was actually a channel that I tweeted out last night. I want to make sure that I want to get it's third. I want to make sure third Railify, brand new channel, but they read through the entire thing, did a great job doing it.
Mhm.
And when I read it, I was like, oh God. Like I've dealt with stuff from, okay, bitch, seriously? No. Hi, kitty. I've dealt
your
with shit
cat's
from
name?
men. That one's Holly. I have 2. I have Holly and Freddie, and then I have a dog. I have my own zoo. So I've dealt
Like a
with
petting zoo.
I
Mhm.
know, right? Well, maybe. So I've dealt with my shit from men, obviously. But when I read like what she had to go through, I was like, there's no way. Like, and the fact that like management did nothing,
Mhm.
I was like, there's absolutely no way that that's cool. When you go through the complaint, and first of all, first things first, if I was ever on a show and somebody said, fuck you. No, seriously. What did he say? Like from the heart, fuck you.
Heartfelt.
Heartfelt. Fuck you.
Fuck you. That's what it was.
If my co-host didn't say something, I would have been like, you know what? Like, you're a dick. What the co-host should have said is, hey, we're required to read every super chat. That's what she's doing. Like, you're going to have to deal with it, buddy. There's ways that you can, dial it back.
Right.
I felt
but
like
that's not sexual harassment, though.
No, but I don't think she called it sexual harassment.
Oh,
I think
really? Because the story we're reading talked about sexual harassment. So you
when you go
went
through
to
the complaint, when you go
it
through the
doesn't talk about
complaint,
sexual harassment.
no, she talks about a toxic
Okay.
work environment.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to be very, very careful. A lot of these articles will say, "Oh, it's sexual harassment," or she talks about a toxic work environment. And I see men in the chat. That's not Eliza's job. Actually, it kind of is as her co-host. If a guest is going after your co-host, and first of all saying "fuck you," that's not cool. That you have to, as they would say, even YouTubers, you need to take control of your show. If for example, if Defango just started coming on here, or if I was co-host with Defango and you start coming at him saying, you know what, fuck you, Defango, I'd be like, you know what, let's just dial it back for a second. How about you go in your corner? He'll go in his corner. When there's two people, you're hoping that one of them is there to dispel the confrontation. And I felt like he did nothing except I have a
nothing.
Yeah.
He
That's
just
what he
kind of
did.
laughed.
Yeah.
Like the whole entire time.
And mind you, here's the other thing too.
There's a difference between being polite and being required to say something.
There's no requirement, but it's out of respect for your co-host.
Well, exactly. And I think Elijah isn't showing respect. I totally agree with you on that. I just don't know that you can sue somebody for a lack of respect.
No. But mind you, she's not suing Jack Murphy. She is suing the Blaze for allowing a toxic work environment. Another thing that I think
the biggest pocketbook.
Another thing that I think is very unprofessional, allowing them to get hammered before they go on set.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But that seems to be the norm these days. There's so many shows. I mean, one of our favorite, King Grifter himself, Jeremy, he routinely is doing drunk streams that he immediately deletes, or his wife deletes, somebody deletes, because they realize that he's saying shit that'll get him in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, what the fuck? Gross DC whore. Dave, take a step back for a second. You're not in television. I was. So this is kind of how it goes. I've seen people that were fired for allowing, guests to walk all over, each other.
Yeah.
Come on, girlfriend. Also, Megan Fox is in the chat. If you want, you should probably bring her on for some balance here. But no, and again, I'm not saying that Elijah Schaefer is an asshole. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you have a guy, and again, people are saying, oh, Sydney's a princess. She's this, she's that. I don't care what she is as a person. That's not it. But when somebody openly says, fuck you, no, seriously, heartfelt, fuck you, that's not handling your show. That's allowing a guest to walk all over another co-host and make a mockery of them.
Yeah.
And you as a co-host should say, you know what, let's just pretend. We'll come to that, let's go to the next thing. If anything, he should have moved on from that. Now, in the same sense, because I was kind of like brushing up on all of this today, because again, like I hadn't known a lot of this. There were times where I watched the video that Sydney put out there where she's like, where things I didn't realize, like where Elijah even says, about the wooden door with the gas chamber. In that sense, what she should have done, but again, hindsight's 2020, is she should have kicked that to Elijah. Because it's much easier, and I will say this, it's much easier for a man to do those kinds of super chats than it is for a female. Because if you're a female and you don't say anything, you're going to get crap. If you do say something, you're going to get crap. The man has it a little bit easier. And even as with my co-hosts that were male anchors, we would talk about it and we were like, he's going to say that,
Yeah.
I got
you pulled up the thing? Okay, good.
Yeah, I had to sign up for a damn account, but I found
Oh,
it.
you did? Yeah, I wasn't going to do that last night. And I was like, screw it.
Yeah, I did it pretty easy. I found it on Law 360 News, apparently.
Okay, cool.
It seems to be going around on the Law 360. I haven't actually seen to read it. I just knew that there was
Yeah.
something going on because
Jeremy
Jeremy had
dump it
brought
into
something up
AI
about
and
it.
have it read it if you don't want to read it. But
You're gonna dump it into
either
AI?
way, I think to me it seems like you can sue anybody for any reason in this country. It really doesn't
You
matter.
can sue a ham sandwich, yeah.
Yeah, but in the end, there has to be at least some expectation of victory in that lawsuit. Otherwise, you're just throwing money down the drain.
Mm-hmm.
And so, was this in the end a wrongful termination suit, or was this a purely? I mean, you said you read through or is this purely a hostile work environment suit?
Well, not to like break away for a second, but talking about hostile work environment, the United States just shot down a third unidentified object over North America.
Oh, the aliens are going to come and kill all of us now.
Exactly.
They got to be a lot more careful.
Exactly.
Oh wow, is
At
that
least-
the one over Alaska?
At least give us some good video of like what you're shooting at.
Dude, they're those Chinese weather balloons.
We don't
Those
know
aren't
that.
Chinese weather balloons. Those are mine.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
it's part of the.
Those are
Dot
DeFango's
Army.
old birthday balloons. Come on.
Yeah, those are my old birthday balloons for that birthday party that everybody forgot about because I lobotomized everyone or whatever. Yeah, I keep hearing about these balloons, but honestly, they've been happening since like years ago, and nobody was really worried about them until now. I mean, sure, maybe they're going to EMP us or something like that. Ooh,
From the
get your
balloons.
EMP shield now.
Yeah, let's not have CNN up for too long.
Yeah, why not? I don't like CNN, so yeah. But I
Yeah,
want to get back to this.
I don't want to
Sydney
get a
Watson
strike on the
thing.
channel.
Oh, shit. There we go. So yeah, I've been trying to read through this, but I mean, it
Mhm.
definitely seems like she's been through some stuff. But you know, like it's clear it's the stuff that we're talking about that happened with her when Jack Murphy
Well, and
is
it
part
kinda
of it.
depends on what she was hired for, right? If she was hired to be a straightforward, interviewer, I don't know. She clearly wasn't an anchor or newsreader or anything like that. She was basically doing these interview shows. But the example I always use is what was her name? The Munn chick from Game TV.
Olivia Munn.
Olivia Munn.
Olivia
Mhm.
Munn. Like, if you just watch that show without understanding what it's about or how much she'd been doing that show, you would say, what are they putting that poor girl through? This is total sexism, and they're exploiting her body, they're exploiting everything about her.
Mhm.
But that was literally the show. That was
But
the point
folks,
of the
I
show.
mean,
That's
and
what
that-
she was hired to do.
And let me tell you something. That is the one issue why I absolutely cannot stand Olivia Munn. Okay, popular,
Oh,
unpopular
you're in
belief.
the wrong show here.
Well, no, and trust me, she's a beautiful woman. But here's why I can't stand her: is when she's like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh, they sexualized me. They did this. They did that." I'm the first to say, when I was with my male anchors on set,
Mhm.
and they were like, my male anchors were like, "Well, like for perfect example, let me just even take me out of the equation, okay?" There actually wasn't even a study. It was a weatherman that decided to do an experiment, and he wore the same exact suit, same exact tie every single day for a year. Never got one email. This is a local news network, a big time, like big city local news network, like a Phoenix or something like that. I can't remember where it was. The news anchor wore the same dress in a 2-week span, and she got like 75 emails. You wore that dress a week ago. You wore that dress a week ago.
Mhm.
Which goes to show, I understand as a female, when you're on the news, I got two things that you guys don't, because yours are below the belt, but they tend to look at mine above the belt. So therefore, I'm going to be more of the show, which is why, the females are more of the eye candy, rather than the men when it comes to the visual medium called television. I totally understand that. And that's where a lot of times I will tell women, like, hello, like, if they're saying to dress up a little bit nicer, I mean, come on, you're on television, right? So I'll be the first one to say, come on, know your role here. They're not initially going to look at what you're saying out of your mouth. You got to give them a couple of chances to learn that what you're saying might actually be factual, smart, whatever.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, for example, like this, again, just disrespecting somebody on set, I just think is a little bit, too much. But again, like, how do I say this? Because again, like, I don't want to like go against like women here, but I understood my role very well. The problem is that I had to work a little bit harder to show that like I'm a little bit more than this, and that's just what women have to deal with sometimes in the television business. It's going to happen.
Oh, we just got a $10 super chat. Wild Shorts.
What does he say?
I find
this case
go ahead.
suspect because I do not want to go down the road of believe all women. The question is, does she have a case or is this a disgruntled employee? I don't know. I feel like she has a case. I feel like she's got a case just like looking at this because she is talking about she did bring up the Jack Murphy thing in the case, the thing that we were referencing. She's also bringing up some of the other stuff about what was going on with like the gay sex comments, which obviously is not something that I would want to deal with myself in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, I guess it seems like she is being pretty detailed about how everything was pretty much grossly, overtly sexual in nature. And it does even cover her saying that
did she quit?
No, it says that she got fired. That's what it says.
So she didn't quit.
And here's the thing is that she actually didn't even find out. She found out through a text message that the show was done and she was fired. And here's my thing is they could have kept her. Like, why didn't they keep her and put her on like maybe like with Sarah Gonzalez and do like a dual women's show? But the point is I think the fact that she might have been lumped with Elijah. And again, I
or maybe she had low ratings. Maybe people didn't like her.
That could be a very well another thing as well. A
lot of people don't like her.
The one thing I will say though is that if I was on a show and we were supposed to talk about like culture and all this other stuff, and then I'm having to deal with a bunch of drunk dudes that just want to talk and do funny dick jokes, I'm going to start to get annoyed because I'm basically just.
Would you quit?
And trust me, well, I'd probably go. I mean, I would probably go and say like, hey, like I thought we were going to talk a little bit more about this, and trust me, this is coming from a place where I was raised with brothers. I've been around the law tube sphere where it's a lot of men. And for those that don't know, like what happened, like, for example, with myself, like where I had a show and my sister came on and somebody called my sister a see you next Tuesday. And we all kind of were like, oh my God, kind of in shock.
I've never heard that. That's creative. I like that.
I know. But I will say on that show, when it happened, everybody was just kind of like, do I say something? What do I do? What do I say? Oh God. And many of the men were just kind of like, I'm not going to be the one to say like, hey man, you need to do better. That's not what I was saying Elijah needed to do. So I want to make that very clear. Elijah shouldn't have been like, hey man, don't talk to my guests like that. He should have just deflected the situation and been like, what's on to the next one, And again, I'm not here talking about, I'm not talking smack about LawTube. I love LawTube, but what I'm saying is that it's very more, and Megan Fox will know this too. It's more men because a lot of, just kind of, there's a lot more men in the LawTube space. And when I first kind of started talking to a lot of them, it was kind of like one of the guys. Hey-o.
Dang. Got another super chat from Viral Shorts. Was she fired because of the low ratings? Because she's claiming what she's claiming is hearsay. Maybe I don't know. That seems.
What part
weird.
is hearsay?
Well, everything in allegations is hearsay until it's actually in court.
Yeah.
Well, if it's coming,
it's coming out of her mouth.
Talking about Nick.
That's true. That's true.
Cicada right here.
Yeah.
There were more disparagement by Schaefer when he was still on the Blaze on the Nick Cicada stream in May 2022.
Yeah.
Mr. Schaefer made comments about how he helped a female friend make a lot of money, who then stabbed him in the back. People immediately understood that meant Miss Watson.
And so why is that in there? What is that supposed to prove?
I guess it's supposed to show that, like Schaefer was having a problem with her and I guess sexually harassing her for being a woman. And that's just, I guess, another ed in. I mean, I haven't read this, so I've just while everybody's talking.
I think this will be a topic for next week. I was telling DeFango here, like, I think we're going to start seeing a shift off of Eliza and onto this for the next drama topic.
Yeah.
For conservative media.
And it's one of these things where, just in media in general, it's very more male dominated. Having been in it myself, it's very more male dominated. Do I think that every male, just because he tells you that you look nice, is a sexual harasser? Absolutely not. In fact, tell me how wonderful I look. Please tell me how wonderful I look.
You look wonderful.
Thank you. I'm now going to sue you for sexual harassment.
Exactly.
No.
I can't believe you fell for that, dude.
I know. Come on,
You
dude.
should know
I'm
better.
kidding. But I will say, like, I think what happened here is that did the show, my honest take is the show probably started to get a little bit out of control, and it started to get a little bit more male dominated, which it happens on especially sometimes in conservative media, which that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it gets to the point where, like, how do I say it? And again, I'm not saying that, like, how do I say this? There are times where I think Sydney was way too naive is what I'm saying. When you get a lot of these male egos all in a room and, you're kind of sitting there, you got to be on your game as a woman. You got to be able to take the male jokes. You got to be able to run with the boys, because if you can't, you're going to get pummeled. You're going to get ran over. And
Well,
that's where I think
$5 super chat from Viral Shorts.
there you go.
Other
This
thing
guy's
she did
spending a lot of money
signed
today.
a non-disclosure agreement with the Blaze. Most likely, yes. We know Steven did.
Mm-hmm. And that's where Megan, I sent you a link if you want to come on, but Megan also is there with me, where she's another journalist. We're on this space with mostly men. And Megan and I don't really get offended. And that's where you kind of have to have that thick skin. Not that I'm saying that Sydney didn't have the thick skin, but there's also an element of, if a man crosses the line, your co-host should be able to kind of sway the conversation back to where it should be.
Yeah, that's not something you sue for, though. I mean, you're going to get nobody in the jury agreeing with that. If there's something that happened in the background that can point to her being excluded, her opinions not ever ending up on the show, the conversations that have to do with decision making, that totally I would see being something she could sue about. But if she's bringing up more issues like what we saw, where she felt like her co-host wasn't in her corner.
Mm-hmm.
How many of us have ever worked with somebody that wasn't in our corner? I think everybody raises their hand. Like, that's a normal part of life. Learn to grow up.
No, but when you're on air, though, when you're on air, I mean, every single co-anchor that I worked with, we would stop and have that conversation. Like, look, even if we hate each other, at the end of the day on air, we have to look united. Even if we hate each other, we have to look united. And even if it's just diverting the conversation, you know what I mean? Just out of respect.
Do you ever watch Mexican television?
I feel like that is have short answer, yes.
Okay.
But again, like, here, it's a double-edged sword, because again, like, I understand, like, because I love watching conservative
Americans
media.
are so fucking overly sensitive. It is sick.
And there are tons of women that are overly sensitive. I totally get that. But when it comes to saying fuck you on camera to a woman, I mean, if
wasn't
somebody,
her co-host that said it, it was a guest.
that's what I'm saying.
Unpredictable.
Okay, let's take it out of a co-host situation. Let's go to a bar, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say some guy comes up in her face and he's like, fuck you. No, seriously, heartfelt, fuck you. I guarantee drunk Elijah Schaefer would have been like, hey, man, come on, just bring it back. Like, just go over here, go in your corner.
I think you're giving drunk Elijah Schaefer too much credit. He'd be laughing his ass off as he's finishing his beer.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
I'm just saying, this is, I don't think that this has anything to do with her job. This is Elijah's personality, which she didn't like, but she liked it enough to keep getting the paycheck.
She liked the paycheck.
Had she quit and quit shortly after those incidences started and then filed a lawsuit, I would totally be on her side. I'd be right there in her corner.
Let's then, like, because I think I'm probably not doing the correct thing here and focusing too much on the Jack Murphy situation. Let's pull it back. And she does talk about toxic situations, like where it would always go into dick jokes on camera or on the show or other stuff like that. And I could understand where if she's trying to be kind of more serious, that probably
And
wouldn't
she's on the
bode
wrong
well
show.
with
She
her.
needs to be on a different show then.
100%. And she should have gone to management and said, I don't think I'm on the right show.
Yeah.
And if they forced her to be on the show or said, we'll change it. But well, here's the thing though. If the Blaze said, we're going to change it, which it sounds like they told him, no more dick jokes. And it never, and then the dick jokes kept coming.
Yeah.
You know? But trust me, I'm not saying that Elijah is wrong. I think it was a bro show, and I do think that it was little Bambi in a group of male
I'm gonna make a
bears,
prediction, having watched enough of Jeremy over the years, that her doing a show with Jeremy now will not last past a year, because there'll be some incident. Jeremy will have a few drinks. The people that he's interacting with, because Jeremy is very interactive with his stream, will say something he's going to laugh at. She's not going to like that he laughed at it. That will get brought up over and over and over in super chat comments. Jeremy will try to cover for her, but in the end, Jeremy's about the show and making money from it and selling coffee. And he will be on the side of the majority of the people that watch him. And she's going to leave in a huff and puff that she thought they were friends. Turns out he stabbed her in the back. Now watch, I'm making this prediction today. There's 1 year to see if I get it right. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it right.
Okay, so we have 2 new guests on the show.
Woo!
We got Mr. Greg and we have Megan Fox, reporter, not the actor.
Not that one.
Investigative
To all the
journalist.
people out there. Investigative journalist with PJ Media, I believe. PJ Media, is that
is
that
correct. And I just want to say it's extremely an honor to be here with the Gang Stalker.
Yeah,
Right.
I am the gang stalker, the number one.
That's right.
You better watch out. I'm stalking you.
He
Living rent
controls
free.
all the wires that are moving everybody else around.
Hang on, I think I'm having an injection into my brain for a second.
We
Hang
just
on.
got a 10 Swiss franc donation that came in. Thank you, Wiley Sow. You're awesome. We love you as always. It was always super cringe of Schaefer to make fun of Sydney when she misread some super chats, like a very awkward and unfunny running gag. Humiliating. You could feel the bad energy in every show. Well, there you go. So there's somebody that totally agrees.
I watched that show quite a bit.
Mhm.
And I felt the same thing. And they thought it was so hilarious when she would be forced to read these super chats that were anti-Semitic. And like, in fact, in that very clip you showed of Jack Murphy, right before that, she had read something about gas chambers that she didn't understand.
Right.
And, you know, that embarrassed her a lot. And here's the thing. We don't know what it was like off the air for her. And according to her lawsuit, she went to management many times about this. So when you are hired to be on a show, right, they tell you you're the co-host. And she thinks she's working for a Christian company, by the way.
Well, they're not Christian. They're actually Mormon.
Well, well, Glenn Beck.
Even worse. Even worse.
About Mormon
Right.
jokes.
Right. Okay. So Glenn Mormon, whatever. So,
Well, I'm just bringing that up because
they're
a lot of
supposed to have
Christians will
family
instantly disavow
values.
Mormons.
No,
but
I
again,
wouldn't.
but
I
here's
wouldn't.
the thing though, is that's if it's Mormon, that's even worse.
That's even worse. It's even worse because they disavow alcohol totally, right?
Yeah.
So she's coming into this thinking that she's going into this very family values oriented place. She is not going into it thinking that she is going to have to be doing dick jokes all day or listening to a bunch of guys talk about penises. Now, there is something in her lawsuit that I think is really good for her, which is that she has on the.
We got another. Oops, sorry. There we go. We got another $10 donation. Sorry, guys. Part of our policy on this show is to interrupt everything we're doing.
Makes
whenever
total sense.
donation comes in. There's a difference between sexism and misogyny. When Sydney Watson uses that word, she must prove that Elijah showed hatred on her because she is a woman and not because of any other reason. That's a good point.
Well, I think that having the types of guests she talked about and saying that she was very uncomfortable with them being very anti-woman and listening to that guy, I don't even know who that was that she was talking to, the one who was saying he only wanted a male heir. Like, what kind of a...
Oh, Nick Fuentes.
Oh,
That's the one that
Nick
came with
Fuentes.
Yay.
Okay. I mean, why does the right think it's a good idea to listen to guys like this anyway? I will never understand it. I really won't. I mean, but anyway, the thing in the lawsuit I thought was good for her is that she's got this conversation with the CEO where he asks her, "Can you please get Elijah to stop talking about dicks so much?"
Mm-hmm.
And her response is, "Well, he doesn't listen to me. He doesn't listen to women, so you're going to have to why don't you talk to him?" That's pretty good evidence that you've got management if that conversation happened and they'll depose him. You've got management knowing there's a problem
Yeah.
with him, not wanting him to continue but refusing to do anything about it because he's either the star or they just don't want to get into it. It's pretty good. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I would take the $1.2 million, but I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be in that situation she was in, period.
Yeah. Okay. Let me bring a different scenario to you, though. Let's say that you were approached by Comedy Central to do a show that's going to have gags and dick jokes, but it's going to pay really well. It'll pay 1.7 million.
If I signed up for it and I knew that
Yeah.
going in, that's a totally different story. I don't
But
think she knew that going
So
in.
you think this whole thing is pivoting on the fact that she had no idea what the show was going to be about when she signed the contract?
Yes, and in fact, it even said in her contract, and they quoted parts of the contract, that management would approve topics, that all topics would be approved before. And so she believes she was being hired to be the journalist that she is, to be a
Is she a
co-host on the
journalist?
show.
Was she ever a
Yes.
journalist?
Apparently, that's what she says she is. I don't know.
Do we have her background?
That's well, she
But
does
does-
commentary, and that's cool. But
does that really matter though? She had the
Yeah.
she had the whole signal of, or she had the whole
Well, I think it was an
statement of what.
expectation. If you've never been a
No. It was, if it was written out in the statement that the management was going to approve the topics,
right,
then
I'm
that's
pretty sure Comedy Central also approves topics.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I doubt that the Blaze would approve dick jokes. Comedy Central would.
Well, it sounds like they did, though.
I don't think they approved the
actually,
topics. I don't think they actually
they didn't.
did what they said they were going to do. So
Yeah,
there
well,
are,
that's what we're going to find out in the courtroom, I guess.
yeah. They
if,
said that they
if I may, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You get into this really dicey territory because yes, is Blaze a news medium?
And we got another $10
channel?
donation. Came in the Great British Pounds this time around. This is from Catherine. Catherine, we love you. If it was me, I would have bounced off whatever he said, but I'm Scottish. Plus, she's young. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more. Yeah, I think it's a lot more common with this being an outlet like the Blaze, conservative outlet. Even though it's conservative politics that are covered on the outlet, it's a lot more loosey-goosey, and it falls in that entertainment medium. And so the ability to prove, if you are a part of what's known as the talent, whether you're acting in a movie, TV, or even in these, widely distributed podcasts, it's going to be a lot more difficult to prove the on-air actions are an extension of like sexual harassment or something like that. That the stuff that transpired on air, that's going to be really, really tough to prove. Just because of the nature of the business, because you're going to have an amalgamation of case law precedents and what have you that showcases like, hey, not everything that happens on camera is tantamount to sexual harassment, workplace discrimination, whatever, based on the expression associated with entertainment mediums. Things that went on behind the scenes, obviously, we don't have too much insight into that outside of the allegations made. So that is where trouble could genuinely happen with the Blaze. But like stuff like the guests that were brought on, penis jokes, her reading super chats, I think that's largely going to be ignored. I think that just was used to fill pages, because a judge worth their salt, they'll look at that and be like, hey, this shit happened on camera. I didn't see any sexual assaults happen on camera. Yeah, no, that's out of it. What's probably going to be the most concrete associated with the suit, and what will get dissected and deposed the most, is going to be the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's also true. Although, again, if you're on a show and you're live, no matter what happens and you're the talent, you're going to try and appear that it doesn't bother you, right? So
Right.
looking at that on camera is not really evidence that, oh, she wasn't feeling uncomfortable
Yeah.
because she's laughing. It's just not, because I could tell. I mean, she tried to keep a cool facade with the Jack Murphy thing, but you could see it all over her face. And also, if you just put yourself in that position, Jack Murphy is this huge guy, right? And he's getting incredibly aggressive with you. He's in the same room. I was disgusted by what Elijah did not do there. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
there's
yeah.
people
Jack
in the
Murphy
chat are
was a
saying,
complete piece of
Elijah is a
shit
total
in that.
little beta bitch. I mean, we can probably all agree on that. And I
Yeah.
think if she's unhappy about Elijah, yeah, DeFango's mic is not coming through right now. Ironically, his mic's not working. But
Well, also you have to look at that in the Jack Murphy moment too.
Yeah.
Is that when he says
maybe Elijah's afraid of Jack.
Well, no, when
Hello?
he says F,
There we
well,
go.
there it is.
when he says F you to her multiple times,
Hello?
the camera is not, hi Adele, we can hear you. When Jack Murphy says F you to her, the 2 times that he does, the camera is not on her.
Yeah.
The first time it goes back and she's like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, like, the heartfelt F you. And you don't see the camera on her. And again, Megan and I have been in, like, that's where, like, when people were like, oh, you're like dogging on LawTube. No, but it's very man focused.
It's very uncomfortable when that happens. It's happened to me.
It's happened
very
to me.
uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. And you have to kind of just sit there and be like,
and I sure as shit wasn't
okay.
getting paid. I sure as shit wasn't getting paid for it. But if I was under contract, I'll tell you this: if I was under contract and my co-host didn't stop that shit, I would absolutely go to management and say, this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I'm not going to be embarrassed like this on on air like this. And I don't think anybody should be.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what should happen. And if you don't like that type of environment, you should leave. And she didn't leave. And I
no,
think
but she went to management. No, but
she went to management asking them to do something about it.
Right.
And that's what they should have done. They should
Well,
have stopped it.
We'll get
You
their
don't
side
just
of the
say,
story
you
and
don't
see
just
what
say,
comes out of it.
you don't just say, well, that's too bad. I mean, I guess you can, but was it in the contract is the question. Was there anything in her contract that said she would have to put up with behavior that you would not put up with anywhere else?
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's something you can't really
else, though.
stipulate in a contract anyway. And when we're talking about the Jack Murphy incident, we have to keep in mind, even though Jack Murphy was a complete jerk, like the guy was a jack off to Sydney. The best way to describe that scenario in terms of a employee workplace scenario is like somebody working at Starbucks, some guy coming into Starbucks and being a dick to a barista. You can complain to your manager that a guest was a dick. The worst or the best the manager can do is be like, all right, we'll trespass that person from coming into the store location. But
except that's not her complaint. Her complaint is
well,
that
no, I know.
her
I'm saying,
co-host,
but when you were referencing the Jack Murphy stuff, so I was addressing that specifically.
Yeah.
So that's probably part of her complaint. Maybe she's using it to pattern of behavior she doesn't want on. Because I did see part of the complaint was upset about certain guests brought on and stuff like that. So with that, I don't know if she has much.
Murphy. I think the Jack Murphy
don't know if
thing,
she has much
she's
of a
complaining
complaint.
about Elijah. Her complaint was about Elijah not stopping that situation. It wasn't really about Jack.
You can't.
Yeah,
you
but
can't
that's
sue
also
somebody
not
for
obligated
not
to do
stopping.
that.
Well,
something.
actually, I have read the entire complaint, so let me tell you exactly what it says.
Go ahead.
That what the complaint says is that there were multiple times when Elijah should have stepped in and made things right when he didn't. In regards to the Jack Murphy situation, in regards to the Nick Fuentes situation, in regards to there was one other guest, and that also after the Jack Murphy situation, that he only made things right basically like between him and Jack and not between her and Jack. There's also situations in the sense that the drinking is a big thing, in the sense that there was heavy drinking going on during the show, which she did not take part of, which I could understand as just whether I'm a male or a female. If your co-host is freaking sloshed, and they're just, whatever. I mean, that's going to be tough. And that is, I don't think anything that was written in the contract of, oh yeah, by the way, your co-host is going to be drunk half the time. as well as I mean, let's be honest. And then and also she did go to management about that, about curbing the drinking, and they did nothing of the sort, saying that they can't tell him because, and there's a point in the complaint where they tell her, according to her, that he's the biggest moneymaker and this is how he relaxes for a show. And that's one of the things that, you know, this goes well beyond, folks, sexual harassment. And again,
I don't think it touches sexual. There's no.
No, it
yes,
doesn't.
harassment
There's
there.
the
no sexual
article
harassment in
the
it.
article specifically talks about a toxic work environment in the sense that people are drunk, people are you know,
Inappropriate.
pouncing on each other, they're inappropriate.
Oh boy, we got
yeah.
another super chat,
Hey,
$5.
all right.
What is the purpose of putting this lawsuit in public? Because I find the timing of this suspect.
Any lawsuit is public. Yeah. We said it
any
at the same
lawsuit
time.
goes
All
public.
lawsuits are public.
Number 39, Farron. Number 39, I think, is very important, which is the Blaze
Yes.
management knew about this and agreed that this conduct was inappropriate, promising Ms. Watson that management would address the issues, but the management failed to do so despite knowing of the hostile work environment and harassment. That's really key here. Now, something that will hurt her claim is most likely that she went and made a video defending Elijah after the Jack Murphy thing.
Yes.
Now she's probably going to say that she felt like she had to because things were bad enough between, you know, the two of them, and she was trying to smooth it over. But that could hurt her claim by
And then
defending
we
him.
need to know exactly kind of when this all went down,
Yeah.
because obviously she could say she did it whenever, but I guess it would be kind
I mean,
of
what
important
we're seeing
because
is essentially a summary of her arguments for her side. We don't have the response yet.
Yeah, the
so
response will be fun.
We can speculate,
again,
but when that comes in, we'll have a better picture.
And Family IT Dude, she is not claiming sexual harassment. She is not suing for sexual harassment whatsoever. She is
So this-
suing for a toxic work environment. She is suing the Blaze for
a hostile work
allowing
environment, yeah.
for allowing a hostile work environment. You cannot sue a company for sexual harassment. This is specifically, she could sue Elijah Schaefer for sexual harassment. She is suing the Blaze for allowing a hostile work environment. And that's one of the things that a lot of these people are pouncing on. F her, she wasn't sexually harassed. She is suing a company. You cannot sue a company for sexual harassment. The Blaze didn't come and grab her boobies, okay? She is suing a company for allowing a hostile work environment because she went to management multiple times. And according to her in this complaint, they did nothing. Okay.
Well, according
So
to the
we're
summary
clear.
of the action, it says Miss Watson has suffered injuries and the derailment of her multi-million-dollar career in conservative commentary results as a result of her former employer, the defendant, the Blaze, creating and tolerating a hostile work environment and allowing sexual harassment, retaliation, and discriminating against her on the basis of her sex and religion.
Yeah,
That is
allowing
not-
it is different than suing for. So
Right.
she's saying they created this toxic environment by allowing the following things.
Right.
So it's
Now,
really
some of
more
those
about
might
the
not be
hostile work
true.
environment. Right. I think
You
the
know-
religion thing she's going to have a hard time with.
Right. Me too. Because
Mhm.
atheism is not a religion.
Well, I
Exactly.
actually think it is. I actually think it is because it's a belief system. It can be looked at as a person's belief system, as how they see the world and view the world. And I
According to
think
Texas law, atheism is not a religion, though.
not a
Yeah.
religion. Well,
That's where I was surprised with this.
Well, so that's probably going to go nowhere. But I do
Mhm.
think that the hostile work environment. I've seen a couple claims in here that I think she's got a good point.
Mhm.
And then the biggest thing that we didn't even get to is they eventually fire Elijah Schaefer for completely unrelated things. So if you get to the bottom, the page, I think it's like page 15, or it's like close to the end. They eventually fire him, and according to this lawsuit, it's about a physical contact, inappropriate physical contact with another female employee at the Blaze that is not Sydney Watson. And part of her complaint is they fired him for that, but they wouldn't do jack shit for me. You know, like
Mhm.
they wouldn't do anything when I told them this was happening and this is a problem. And like, so that's interesting because we all knew when he got fired, no one would tell us why. And it was all up in the air. It was like, what is
Mhm.
this about? So now we know it's about another employee.
Well, we don't really
who-
know. We have
Well,
her
we know it's about
allegation of
another,
that.
well,
It's an allegation.
I doubt.
I mean, the
Okay, I know
allegation
her attorney.
specifically.
I know her attorney very well, Kurt Schlichter.
Yeah.
He writes at townhall.com. He's an amazing
Mhm.
guy. He's very, very funny. If you don't know Kurt
Mhm.
Schlichter, look him up on Town Hall. Absolutely hilarious. I doubt he's a very good attorney. I doubt he would put
They're all
anything in
good
his
attorneys.
filing.
Every attorney is a good
I
attorney until
doubt
they're
he
not.
would put something in his filing that he doesn't have evidence for. I
Yeah.
doubt
Oh, are you kidding? You think
Well,
they got
you gotta
evidence for
understand
every
with
one of these? No
lawsuits,
way in
with
hell.
first drafts, they put
No.
in as much stuff as they can. Basically,
Exactly.
whatever they think might stick is
Yep.
always in the first
You
draft. So
throw
we
it
got the
against
first
the
draft.
wall, and you see what the objections come up against. Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And again,
I do
like
put that in
to
there, though.
respond to Bumpy Jokin, we're not legal experts, but I think many of us here have dealt with lawsuits before, either covering them, dealing with them,
Legal experts.
suffering from them.
Uh-huh.
So it's one of these things. Like, while we're not legal experts, however, there is a difference between. Anybody can tell you there's a difference between suing a person versus a corporation. You cannot sue a corporation for them sexually harassing you.
Anybody think it was funny that Nick Cicada was mentioned in this twice?
Really?
Nick has a big mouth. I'm not surprised at all. Nick
No,
likes to talk.
it just was that Elijah was on the show with Nick twice, and I guess
Oh,
he
boy.
said something on both of those shows that she put in the
Mm.
law. Not Nick, Elijah did.
So one
And
thing I
spoiler, like, both Megan and I are very good friends with Nick Cicada, so that's like, again, like we're both like, we both have, I guess, a dog in this fight, Nick Cicada, who we're both very good friends with,
Yeah.
who we love dearly. But
There's
go on
another
his
guy
show,
who
you
runs
know
his
you're
mouth
signing
when
up
he
for
starts having
Baldo.
some drinks.
right.
In him.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
but when you go on Nick's show, you know you're signing up for that. Like there's no it's not a secret that you're going to have to answer some questions about what is a baldo. Like that's going to come up. But I think if I were to sign a contract at the Blaze, I would not think that was part of my job at the Blaze. So
Especially if your CEO is freaking Mormon.
I know.
Well,
No, I wouldn't be getting into that at all.
We'll see. I don't know. I think she's got a tough road ahead of her. And the thing I was going to bring up, I don't know if you guys have ever listened to the Ricky Gervais's podcast, but if you have, there's a character there, a guy named Carl Plinkton. Yeah, that's
Carl
his name.
Plinkton.
Yeah, Carl Plinkton, who is the butt of all jokes, basically, that Ricky and his partner Stephen Merchant do. And the guy is just, I mean, it's really hard to tell how much is a persona and how much is actually him. Is he a really good actor, or is he just sort of an average 100 IQ kind of dude that just says innocent things? But they've used that to generate tons of money in that podcast and even out on TV shows to basically have him do things and then watch him stumble at doing those things. And they're not like easy things. Like, we put him in a race car and see how he does. Oh, look at that. He crashed.
Mm-hmm.
And then literally the whole show is them just laughing their asses off at how badly he does things.
But you have to think he must know
Well, he's getting paid for it and he hasn't quit. And that's my
Right.
point here,
So
is
he
if you
probably
haven't
knows.
quit, then you're literally on a daily basis agreeing to the contract.
But if he went to management though, and he said, "I don't like this," and then they kept doing
Super chat.
You
Super
know?
chat. Which says,
There you
how's the
go.
work environment? Does she mean locker room talk like Nick Cicada? If that's the cause, that she will lose.
If that's the case, you will lose.
Yeah, or if that's the case. There you go.
I don't know. I think it depends on what the contract was for and what the conversations were about. What are you in this show? What is your role?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and it would be with it being like this weird medium, with it being news infotainment, and I understand, like you're saying, like with it being the Blaze, you wouldn't expect it to be necessarily so over the top. But you got to remember, the Blaze hired Steven Crowder, and like he used to do live streams where he would like waterboard guests, and he did the thing where he recreated the George Floyd knee on the neck for like 9-10 minutes or whatever. So I mean, Blaze TV does have some wacky antics, and like for instance, if this is a hostile work environment, it's going to be on Sydney Watson to prove that what she claims to be is hostile is out of the norm for what transpires at the Blaze. Like for instance, like if you work at Burger King and you saw a bunch of like just naked people working there, you could probably create hostile work environment. But if you were a correctional officer and you complained about you having to see naked people all day and they asked under what context, you said, I do strip searches. That's not a hostile work environment because you're working at a prison and expected to do
That's
that.
an interesting work
So
environment.
this is where it gets.
I work in prison sometimes.
Yeah,
That's a good
but you
point.
know what I mean? So that's there's no
I would think establishing what
one-
that is very important. Establishing what is the work environment at the Blaze, and that's going to be so interesting, because I mean,
Yeah.
look, Steven Crowder just came out and told us that these contracts that Big Con is giving out are so bad, right? And they're and I think this is the natural consequence. Frankly,
Oh, we got another donation just came in. $5 super chat. What's Sydney Watson remind me of? What's she talking? What? I can't read this. What Sydney Watson remind me of what she is talking about is a TV show Mad Men. Okay. So I guess she reminds him of the TV show Mad Men,
I
where
think that
attitudes
says-
were very different at work.
Yeah, what Sydney reminds me of is that she thinks work is like Mad Men, like it's like that, that's how she feels. But I don't really get that. I don't get that vibe from what the lawsuit said, but I could be wrong.
If she was getting slapped on her butt as she's
Yeah.
walking by, that's very different than her co-host was laughing rather than coming to her aid when a guest made her feel bad. Those are not equivalent.
I think a lot of it too goes to, what was the expectation? Like when she signed this contract, was it supposed to be something in regards to a male and female dynamic? Which is honestly, again, I've never watched the show, so I've only watched the clip of her and Jack Murphy. But to me, what it seemed like was a male and female dynamic show talking about politics, culture, what have you. And if it started to turn more into a man show and something that she didn't sign up for, now granted, a lot of times I guarantee you 100% that probably wasn't in the contract. Like, hi, we're going to have a show where it's a male and female dynamic, and we're going to ask the women's views and the man's views, and then we're going to talk about how much we agree. And then, nowhere near is it ever going to be a man style show. Like, I don't think that was obviously in the contract. That's why I think she went to management saying, is this going to be more of a man show? Because it's starting to turn into this way with dick jokes and this and more men and more this and more that. And I'm more the brunt of the joke versus an actual co-host. And that's where I think you're going to see the legalities come forward. And that's where she probably actually might have a little bit of a loss when it comes to that, because they might say, hey, we never defined the show in the contract. You were just supposed to just go along with it.
Yeah, she came with a bunch of assumptions, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And this is why we like Brittany Venti, because she like does a man burp on her show at odd intervals that nobody's expecting. You're watching, her talking about whatever. Lately, the same thing, the same topic, right? And all of a sudden, it's like this massive burp coming out of her.
Right. And a lot of people too, like, this is the other thing too that really kind of irks me, is people are like, well, if you didn't like it, why didn't you just quit? Well, one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is when you're in this space, when it comes to these political shows or these political organizations or even local news. For example, in my contracts, when I worked local news, there's something called a non-compete clause, even in a right to work state, that said if I quit, like, let's say I worked at the ABC station and I quit because I didn't like the job and the way that it was going or the way that management was, I had to wait a certain amount of time in order for me to go across the street to the NBC station, let's say.
Yep.
And that puts you out of, and most of the time, folks, you have to wait a whole entire year before you can go to the competitor.
I have a feeling that Sydney believes that her chances of getting more work are gone and she's got nothing left to lose, because I don't think she would have sued the Blaze if she had
Yeah. Well, I think
other
they're definitely gone now
opportunities.
that she sued him.
This is true.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, look, here's the other thing with Conservative Inc. I've been in Conservative Inc. for a long time, my entire career. I've been a journalist for over 20 years. And I've been around these people, the Blaze, the Daily Wire. I've been around these people, been to CPAC and everything else. It is a very difficult place for women to be. I'm not saying because of sexism or whatever. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the old radio, same thing with like the bigwigs in radio who do radio. It's all run by men. It's a boys' club. And that's just the way it is. And it's been like that in Con Inc. for a very long time too. So when a woman gets a job at the Blaze or one of these and gets a big contract, that's a big thing. And it's something you want to hold on to. You do not want to let go of that. If you have a $1.2 million contract, shit, no. It is really hard to get. How many talking heads do you know in Big Con who are very famous women?
I don't know anybody in Big Con.
Well-
I don't think that's a thing, but go
Well,
ahead.
and here's one thing that I
It is-
will bring
It is
back.
a thing. What do you mean it's not a thing? It's absolutely a thing.
Yeah.
There
I
are
think
three
that
big
term
companies.
was created by Crowder to specifically point
We've been using that. We've
at a
been
past
using that
boss.
term. We've been using that term forever. That is not a new term. Big
You've been
Con.
using the term Big
A perfect
Con.
example,
It stands for big conservative media, and
It
it's
stands for Big Con. That Crowder defined it as Big Con.
he
Yes,
defined
it's a
it.
play on
But
words.
we've been using it.
It's
We've been
funny
using it for
because
a
it's a play on words.
Yes.
But to the average person, when you say it's a big con, they know exactly what it means, and it does not mean conservative media.
Well,
So
that's
when
what
you
we
use
used
that
it for.
term, you are applying both meanings. Do you intend to apply both meanings? Are you calling all conservative media a con? That's what it sounds like.
But we've used that
So
term
please
for a long
clarify.
time. We've used it for a long time just to be a shortened term for big
Have you
conservative
disliked
media.
conservative media for a long time?
No, I've
She's
worked
part of
in it
it.
my whole life. I mean,
Well, you
I've
can
worked
be a
in
part of something you dislike. A
I
lot of
don't
people
like
are.
it very much. Okay, I don't like it
Okay.
very much.
Well,
I'll
I'm
tell you why.
glad that we're getting to the truth
I
here.
don't like it very much. I think that it's I think it's very cliquish. I
Mhm.
think people do not help one another. I think that they are gatekeepers. I think that they're not the personalities you see on television, and that they're much different in person. I think they don't help younger creators. I think a lot of what Steven Crowder had to say was accurate. But even me saying that, I didn't even want to come out and talk about the whole Steven Crowder versus Daily Wire thing, because there is what's the word? There is a fear within conservative media that the chat's like, shh. There's a fear within conservative media that the second you come out and say the truth, you get blocked even further. And
Yep.
and that is the case. That is the case. And there are
Which is
few
why, for
people at the
example,
top.
why do you think it was so hard for people to come out so late in the game when it came to Eliza Blue? Like everybody was so hesitant because here she was, the darling on the right, going against child sex trafficking with Elon Musk. And it finally took, with all of the legwork of people like us, people like a number of other big creators. And I don't want to I'm sorry to interrupt, and I don't want to steer the conversation.
God bless Candace for actually saying it too, because she did.
Oh, fuck Candace Owens, but that would be another goddamn.
She did though.
I'm back to I love Candace Owens now.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
she mentioned me.
I mean, I will take the fact that she brought it out to light, and I do love the soundbite of "just get a job." I do love that. However, I do think the fact that a lot. However, though, this is also the nature of the beast, and this is hard for me as a journalist, where I've seen, where we've done the work. I've been on.
She gave YouTube credit. She did. She said it happens a lot.
She gave Blair White credit, who also kind of
Late to the
piggybacked
game.
off of everybody else's
Yes,
credit.
It was late to the game. I know.
Yes, I
But
mean,
she also said smaller YouTubers. She did say YouTube often does this, where they do all the hard work and then we get a hold of it, and then.
And I do give her credit for that. I will say it. In all of it, I do give her credit for that. I do give her for calling out Eliza Blue. However, it's just it's very hard for me. It's one of these things where I feel like a domestic violence victim with her, where I've been abused so many times because she grifts off of this, grifts off of that. And I'm like, punch here, punch there. And I'm like, well, how do I know that this isn't going to be a punch? And then it's all of a sudden, you know what I mean? And that's and you're right. Even the left does it too. So that's where, you know,
this is the thing. They all do it, and this is why I don't like them, because they all do this. I've had. Do you know how many times I've had? And I won't mention names, but I will just say big outlets will take my work and not even have the decency to give me a link, and they will literally take everything I spent my time investigating. They will take it and do their own, and not even it's happened every time. We have like our Slack channel, we're always like laughing about, hey, look who stole my shit today. And this is the thing about conservative media. Oh my god, it's the thing about conservative media. They're not friends. We're not friends. No one is friends.
Exactly. And I think that there's it's probably more apparent within conservative side, because conservatism values individuality way more than the liberal side does.
Oh, right? No. It's the same on the liberal side. It's the same. I'm telling you right now, because I'm literally, I have my toe in both. Legs are spread, toe in both.
That's a clip.
There you go. They're doing it right now to Jimmy Dore. People like Jimmy Dore, Matt Taibbi. You have all of these people, mainly led by like the Young Turks. You know, like your
but you got to kind of where my point is. Do you think the Young Turks are having these same conversations right now, where people hate each other? They're not friends. They're just pretending for the camera. I don't know. I've never been on that side, so I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't think so, Farron. I don't think so.
No. They absolutely are. I'm telling you, they absolutely are. I absolutely are, because
those people.
I watch all of them. They're all having the same.
They push each other to the top. They always
no, they don't.
One another.
No, they don't. They are pushing Jimmy Dore. No, they are pushing Jimmy Dore and Matt Taibbi to the bottom of the barrel.
Okay, but the only reason why they're doing that is because they went off the reservation. Anybody who will give the narrative they want to hear, they will push them way to the forefront. We know so many people on the left that we would never have known if the big people on the left hadn't pushed them very hard to the top.
Oh, dude, we missed a super chat.
We got a super chat.
Sugi Show, Farron, I have an emergency. Get with me as soon as you're done. Okay, there you go. You got an emergency. Get with the Sugi Show. Or who's that? Was Evie Warner?
Sugi Show your babysitter then, or?
Is she your handler or something?
I guess so.
Is there something over there that we don't know about that you need to tell us about?
By the way, if you want an example of how it's all bullshit for the cameras anyway, Steven Crowder, when he made his video about, it's big con and look what they're doing and this is so bad, but I want to work with you. If you're a smaller YouTuber, if you have a decent following, but you can't get anywhere, here's my email me, I'll work with you. I emailed him. I've got 17,500 YouTube subscribers. I've got a pretty big following. I've got shit going on. I emailed him. Did I get even a response? Nope.
No.
It's all bullshit. He's full of it too. He's full. This is all about him.
Like a lot of the people in Conservative Inc., they really suck at sending the elevator back down, because I think they're scared to death that if they send the proverbial elevator back down, that they're going to lose their viewers to whomever they help out, because of the cross-pollination of viewership when it comes to Conservative Inc. Personalities.
100%.
Honest to God, how dare you, Steven Crowder, say, I want to help smaller creators. Email me. How dare you say that? And then you don't even have someone to respond. Like, you literally just don't respond. You're just lying.
And that's where I will have to tell you, Megan, like I have to humbly disagree with you or respectfully disagree with you, because it does happen on the left. There are a number of people on the left who are literally they're not being put on the fringe. For example, like in the progressive circles, okay. I'm not a conservative, by the way. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a liberal. I hate both sides. I question everything because I frankly don't trust what anybody says, which is, I think, one of the reasons why, I love having the name Fair and Balanced. There are times when it
up high.
up high. There are times I will say this: I am fiscally conservative, socially liberal, but I also feel like every single party has abandoned me at this point. So I call myself a buffet when it comes to politics. However, I am going to push back and say that the left also does the same exact thing. When you look at men like Jimmy Dore and Matt Taibbi, okay, Matt Taibbi is probably one of the greatest journalists of our time, okay? The one that unloaded all of the Twitter files, okay? He was actually living in Russia.
How great is he? He just got this handed to him. How great is that? What did he do? What do you mean? The greatest? How is he the greatest journalist of all time? He got that shit handed to him, Farron. If you got handed to you, you could have done the Twitter files.
Let me finish though, because Matt Taibbi has actually done a lot more than just the Twitter files.
Yes, I know. He's a good journalist. I'll give him that.
He's
But
a very
I'm
good
not going to
journalist.
call him the greatest journalist of all time.
No, I didn't say of
I'm
all
talking
time.
about the Matt Taibbi that used to work with Shadowbox.
I'm not saying of
yeah, that's
all
the Matt
time.
Taibbi you're talking about, right?
Is he the gang
Yeah.
stalker? Is he the true gang stalker?
He was the one that
I
worked
didn't
in
say
the
of all
PR
time,
firm
I
with
said of
Trevor
our time.
Fitzgibbons and Thomas Schoenberger that I'm always getting pointed on. Yeah. But just, kind of wondering if you guys were aware of that or not. You probably weren't.
I was not.
Yeah.
No.
Did Matt Taibbi meet with Trevor Fitzgibbons, Thomas Schoenberger, Manuel DeFago, Chavez, Ed Batowski in the Shadowbox operation? Well, I met with Taibbi and Howard yesterday to try to close deals for Shadowbox, not myself. I met with Joe for the same thing, and if he's able to pull this effort together, Shadowbox could be potentially be consultants. In the span of 72 hours, I've been misrepresented, and the company is being overwhelmed with mistrust, overstandings, and rumors in combination without any due process, and it's all too familiar. But yeah, he was meeting with Taibbi back in the day, and that's one of Mr. Schoenberger's and Mr. what's his name, Trevor Fitzgibbons' good friends or whatever, and he was one of their media contacts that was actually assisting them in this lead
But it
team
said
online specialist.
many players minus Taibbi in that last tweet.
Which
Well,
one
wait a
right
minute.
here?
I still don't understand what is the big deal with Shadowbox. When I read the description, it sounded to me like that's a legitimate business. I mean, the internet is a brutal place. If you need somebody to run interference for you, why not? There's grift to be made right there.
Well, if I could finish my original point, I didn't say that Matt Taibbi was the greatest journalist of all time because that would be retarded. I said that he was the greatest journalist of our our time, meaning like bringing a lot of the Twitter files forward, bringing a lot of what was going on. I mean, this guy worked for the Moscow Times. Okay, he unleashed a lot of the things that were actually happening over in Moscow of the of what Western journalism was peddling to the Russian people, showing like, hey, here's the propaganda that like the West is spewing towards the East. He's been on kind of really both sides of many issues, which is why I really identify with him, because myself, I have been on both sides. I've worked for RT America. I've worked for every single mainstream media channel. I have seen what each side peddles out over and over and over again. People like, for example, oh, sorry.
No worries. Hey, we got Catherine Gillen going with another super chat for $10, Great British Pounds. We love that British funny money. You can't be left or right with the WEF. Remember, you will own nothing and be happy. Divide and conquer. Sorry for the interruption, but we got to focus on them super chats because that's what the show's all about. Thank you for the money.
But, you know, for example, another one, a good friend of mine as well, Max Blumenthal, Anya Parampil, Jimmy Dore, a lot of these people that are progressives that actually now the right is actually even listening to, because the right still does believe in free speech. But the same thing is happening on the left, where you have these left, and here's the bottom line. The parties, the two parties are fractured into four. You have the left, you have the left neoliberal, you have the right, or I'm sorry, you have the left, the far left, the left neocons, then you have the right neocons, then you have the right. The left neocons and the right neocons are in the same bed together, which you would call the corporate military industrial complex, big pharma, whatever the hell you want to call elite. And when you were like for example, like Megan, like you're seeing it on the right. I also like really reside in left circles because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people assume that I'm very right. I'm honestly sometimes very left on a lot of things. And that's where I've seen it happen to Jimmy Dore, Matt Taibbi, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate. Aaron Mate was one of the first journalists out there saying the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was blown up by the United States because of this, and this. And everyone called him a Russian agent. Mind you, he was also in Syria showing how Assad did not gas his own people, how it actually was a totally different faction. And everybody called him a Russian apologist. And then all of a sudden this data comes out and it's like, oh, wait, actually, he might have been right. And you're seeing it on the left as well. But the problem is that, you know, the right kind of like, you know, like they focus on like, it's only happening to us. No, it's happening to the left too. It really is. And that's why people like Jimmy Dore, for example, Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, this coming weekend, we have Rage Against the War Machine coming up here in DC, which I'm actually a big help for this weekend. They're the people on the right and the left, but nowhere do they lie in the middle of the neocon left and the neocon right. It's because so many people on the fringes of everything agree in the middle.
Oh yeah, $10 super chat. Last time the Western world was going through the same things at the same time was World War II, which is interesting.
No, it was the Cold War. It was the Cold War. It was the Cold War.
The Cold War? Was it cold during that war? Dude, like I found a picture of me. Look at me when I had hair. Still.
But so my whole point though is that it does happen on both sides. It's just that unless you're like attuned to it or unless you're kind of seeing it or you run in those circles. But I've seen so many people go against Jimmy Dore. Like if you just Google Jimmy Dore right now, because of this Rage Against the War Machine rally that's coming up, even with Julian Assange, there's a whole thing going on with WikiLeaks where they're trying to dox people, dox his kids' names. There's all these things coming up because there's this rally coming up on the anniversary of when Russia invaded Ukraine. It's all of these people that are, I mean, and DeFango, I mean, you can speak to this too. These PR firms, they drum this shit up of like, oh, look at Jimmy Dore. Like, for example, Jimmy Dore, he doesn't agree with a lot of the right, but he's just like, look, like, I don't want to go to war. I want everybody to have medical care. I want everybody. He doesn't believe in the, you know what, in your arm. Because, and mind you, he got the, you know what, in your arm, but he had reverse reactions. And he's like, you know what, like, but here's the thing is you see this, the right will only let him speak. The left won't let him speak. And so like, you're seeing a lot of these people where they're not far left. Jimmy Dore is actually one of the people that told AOC, force the vote. And you know who forced the vote? The far right, the Matt Gaetzes, the Lauren Boeberts. That's where like he called out and said, look at the left. You can force a vote. Like look at Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, the people that like, you know, forced, you know, Kevin McCarthy to actually make concessions in order to win the Speaker of the House. The left, they're having the same damn problem, if not even worse. And a lot of it is because, you know, if you're in these circles and you see what they're saying, you can see this. But the press on Jimmy Dore lately, because of this rally coming up, has been astronomically, insanely false. They're even saying like how he worked his workers to death, even though he's pro-worker. I mean, like the points of like, you know, that these PR firms do, you're just like, give me a fucking break. Jimmy Dore is pro-worker, but he makes his workers sign an NDA. Who the fuck doesn't? Like, give me a break. Who the fuck doesn't? The right does it. The left does it. Give me a break. ABC, NBC, Fox, all of them do that. But they're putting all of this PR out against Jimmy Dore because guess what? He's gained so much traction from the right and the left because the right and the left are going through the same thing. And that is where I always say in politics, They want us to disagree so much because they never want us to come together. But the fact that a guy like Jimmy Dore, Chicago, by the way, love you, hometown. The fact that he can bring people from the right and the left together.
What part of town?
They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want us to agree on anything. Do you guys want another World War III? Oh, none of you in chat do? Well, fuck you. How dare you? And we all agree that we don't want a war. How dare you? And that's what they do. And then when they find that there's a common ground with people, yeah, Max Blumenthal, the Gray Zone. I mean, worked with him at RT America. I mean, the dude's an American. His father worked for the Clinton administration. And he knows from his father the freaking corruption that happened in the Clinton administration. And his own kid is calling his own father out. And he's like, fuck me. Like, it's like there's you do see it on the left. You really do. It's just that when you're so inundated, or not inundated, but like when you only see kind of the right, whereas, and trust me, Megan, I used to only see it on the right too, until I was actually thrown into like these circles in RT America. That's when I realized, oh shit, it really is happening on the left too. It really is. But that's all I have to say.
I don't really care what's going on.
Guys,
I just care about what's going on with me.
You gotta dip out. I'm sorry you didn't even get to talk, man.
No, I did. What are you talking about? No, I'm here. I'm kind of doing like a short little staycation, with some family out here. That's why I'm like in different surroundings. My poor dogs are going nuts. I guess they want to go out. They want to go outside.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. No. Talk to y'all later. All right. I'll take care.
Greg,
See you
I
later, Farron.
appreciated your comments on the lawsuit, Greg. I thought they were very good. It was
Have
good
a
to
good
meet
one,
you.
Greg.
Well, that's very sweet. And by the way, Megan, if you're on Twitter, I don't know if you are or aren't. I think you are, because I
am.
swear
I am.
I think I've conversed with you or talked with you in spaces
Probably
before.
at Megan Fox Writer. Anybody is welcome to DM me there. My DMs are open all the time.
Yeah. No, we'll get in cahoots because you seem like a very smart gal. So
Yeah, I'd love to talk to
She's
you.
the smartest of the smart, you little shit.
Medium smart. Medium smart.
No. You seem very nice. So we'll chop it up later. But I gotta go tend to these pups. So y'all take care.
All right.
Bye, Greg.
You got it.
Hey, Greg.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, I wanted to ask Megan and Farron, have you guys watched Lauren Southern's, I don't know what to call it, her sort of confessional video about her
No,
time?
and I wanted to.
You should. You totally should. It was awesome. There's nothing held back. I mean, she talked about all the, she talked a lot about just in general her progress, but also mentioning the way that she was treated, how little she was paid, the sort of boys club environment. So when you guys mentioned boys club, I was like, I wonder if you've seen Lauren Southern's
Yeah, I heard
video.
about it, and
It's
I
a
didn't watch it
two-parter,
yet.
and they're like an hour and a half each part.
And look, every time I mention that, when I say that to my male colleagues, they get really upset with me. And I always say to them, well, of course you're upset with me, because what I'm saying you don't want to hear, because you're friends with these people. These are your
Yeah.
boys. They are your guys. But they have consistently gatekept so many women out of the club. Like we're not even invited for cocktails at the club. Okay. Like it's not even, forget about membership. Like you're not even getting in the door. And the fact that the men don't even see it, and like you're just called a whiner or whatever, or like don't be like the left. Don't be you're a feminist now. Like they'll get on your case about that. And it's like, well, God.
Or you're gonna cry sexual harassment.
Yeah,
That's what
and
I
it's
love.
like, wait a minute. You guys have 20 years of my writing to know that I'm definitely not a feminist. So maybe what I'm saying has some merit. Maybe it's actually true. I don't know. Like maybe we should talk about it, because it's really kind of shitty. And when I see this stuff happening to Sydney, and I hear other stuff happening, like I did hear about Lauren's thing, but I didn't watch the video. It's absolutely bubbling and boiling underneath the surface. And one of these days it's going to explode. And here it comes. That's all I'm saying. Here it comes. And there will be more. I guarantee it.
Well, I think what we need is just more platforms like YouTube, so we're not so damn centralized the way we are right now. I mean, Rumble's probably the closest right now in making headway. But
yeah, actually, crazy headway, dude. We got like 40 people watching over there
yeah,
right now.
which is awesome. I mean, and we had donations coming through Rumble as well now, or from Rumble, people watching on Rumble, which is great. But the more you don't need the backing of a major studio or Glenn Beck or anybody else, the less there is to prevent people from being able to go on, present their stories, present their cases, and ultimately then it's a pure democracy, right? The only thing that's going to determine whether you make money, whether you can survive doing this, is the viewers. It's the people that are either
Well,
watching or not watching you.
Until you get shadow banned from YouTube.
Right.
And they just
Well,
turn
that's
you
why I
down.
said we need a lot more.
That's happened
we
to
need
me.
more than YouTube, right?
But
the
one
competition
person that
has to
actually
exist.
one person that actually kind of proved that, who actually worked for Elijah Schaefer,
Mhm.
and also then like went on to do her own thing, who actually had multiple things to say against Elijah and the fact that he was very inappropriate, was a very, conservative favorite, Savannah Hernandez. And she went on to do her own and figured, you know what, I can do this on my own. I'll do it.
Mhm.
I'll make my own money. Came out and said that Elijah was very inappropriate on multiple occasions with multiple women. And I believe it was actually Brittany Venti that kind of broke that story.
Mhm.
But it's one of these things like where that is the only good thing that I do see a lot coming from this, is the fact that people can, set up their own camera and just talk to their own audience and tell people how they feel and all
We
that
should
other
put a
stuff.
shout out. We should put a shout out there right now for Locals, by the way, because locals.com is a great place. I'm on
Yeah.
Locals. You can find me at meganfox.locals.com. That's the only place where my listeners are actually getting notifications for when I'm going to be live on YouTube, because YouTube, they're a bunch of cucks and they don't give my notifications out. I'm on Rumble too. I'm on Rumble and YouTube, and my Rumble channel obviously has a lot less followers than YouTube because that's just how it is. But Locals has been a lot of fun. So I'm really into Locals right now, and I think it's a good platform, and we should definitely be supporting those alternative places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Griftcast.locals.com.
yeah, and then
Come and join, guys.
fairandbalance.locals.com. And that's the thing is like Megan and I
Let's
can
make Dave Rubin
completely
rich.
I know.
Well, so far Dave Rubin hasn't done anything to piss me off.
I
So
know.
we'll see.
Yeah, but like Megan and I can perfectly attest to, like when I said earlier, like I've been in the law tube sphere as well as Megan. We've been on with Nick Ricada. Her and I, we both can say we've had the chat rip our assholes wide open.
It's true. It's
No
not
lube.
fun.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
fun.
not fun. And you
I found
also
a way
kind of-
around it, Farron. I found a way around it. It's called chat-friendly tops. So if you can wear a
Yes.
chat-friendly
Mhm.
top and they can be distracted by your cleavage, they won't rip you apart. Because they
This
won't
is
be able
true.
to. They will just continue to make milk jokes for 3 hours, and you can get to your topics without being assaulted by the chat. It works. Chat-friendly
That
tops.
seems pretty normal.
Girlfriend, I recognize that episode too. Or time on episode, yeah, too. No, but the other thing though too is that like also at the same time, like Nick has a very good mantra where it's kind of the chat's always right. And that's where, like, when I looked at this Shane, to kind of bring it back to everything that we were talking about, that's where I looked at this Shane Cashman article. And here he's talking about, the gang stalker. I did this whole thing, can you imagine the movie, The Gang Stalker? Like, here he
Say
is.
gang stalker 3 times in the mirror, and someone shows up in an SUV and injects you with something that makes you kill yourself.
Bitch, no, I have the entire trailer down. Okay. It was at night, he works in a casino. By day, he drives. Bitch, stop interrupting my trailer. Either way. But so it's one of these things like where you see these articles and you're just kind of like, oh my God, are you serious? Like, really? And again, like like back to the point, like Megan and I have seen actual, like trolling or, like, oh, like we're being funny and haha, you have big boobs, or oh my God, like you're so beautiful, like that kind of trolling. Like I love that kind of trolling.
Bring that on all day. Like, I don't know.
But no,
all you want to.
Exactly. But no, and the documentary part 1 and 2 dropping this Friday. Part 1 and 2 dropping this Friday.
Finally.
And
I'm
then
so
part 3
excited.
and 4 dropping the following Friday.
I'm
Yes.
excited.
But
I'm excited.
so we have seen our hellish chats, but when I saw the gain stalking from Shane Cashman, I was like, have you ever been in a Nick Ricada chat?
You want to feel gang stalked? You want to feel gang stalked?
Exactly.
Just go say something dumb on Ricada Law and see how
Yeah.
that goes for you. Yeah.
Have you ever been in a Nick Ricada chat?
Just tell
no.
men that they're dating wrong on Nick Ricada's stream, and your whole world will get turned upside down. It'll be
Tell
fun.
the Nick Ricada chat that
area well.
Tell the Nick Ricada chat that women deserve everything in a divorce, and watch what happens. Watch what happens.
We don't believe that. We don't believe that, chat. That's not
Exactly. We don't. But I'm just saying,
she's
just
being
say
funny.
that. Just say that and watch what happens. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I don't, just to be like frank, I've like watched the Ricada grift before, and I mean, to me, I've always just been like looking around and just being all like, what the fuck is going on over here? What this isn't anything
That's the
different than
point.
what
You
I
never
fucking
know.
do. I
You
was like,
never
this isn't
know.
anything different than I do,
Nick
except
Ricada
for
is
my
he's the
production's
Midas.
better.
He has the Midas touch. Everything he touches turns to gold. I can't figure. We can't figure it out.
Also he's a lawyer and you're not. I mean, like that's the one thing.
He's
like
a lawyer. That makes him better than me.
Well, yeah.
To a lot of people,
Oh,
yes.
Of course.
To dumbasses, apparently. That's all right.
The court streams are a good grift. If I had 8 hours a
It
day to
is.
sit,
Yeah.
I'd do it.
Mhm.
I'd do it.
Also, yes, fiery patriot. It is the nose as well, and it's not prosthetic. And Megan and I are very, very, very close with Nick. But one of the things, though, too, is he's been at this at a long time, and he's
I've been at it longer.
Oh, will you stop? Just sit the fuck down for a
You're
second.
the gang stalker, so
Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, guest, don't be treating my co-host that way.
You're up to a lot of things. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. See, now that's the appropriate way to handle it.
I don't want to get sued,
Sir Gene, I apologize. And that's what Jack Murphy should have done. No, but the point is though, is that like, like there's just different subsects within the YouTube sphere, and he kind of paved the way for the lawyers. But as Megan and I will tell you, I mean, that there's a very mass lawyers, doctors, engineers. It's a lot of men, and we've dealt with a lot of them, especially in chat, and that's where it's one of these things where I understand what Sydney is saying 100%, but at the same time, like Megan and I have also been in there where it's
never
like
going to be able to control the chat. Never.
Exactly.
But I don't really think that's part of. I don't think that's really part of the suit. I think it's more like it was also hostile for her being at work, which is different. Hey, Defango, I wanted to say I do want to interview you. I think, frankly, you should let me write this article about the gang stalker, because Shane is just going to screw you, man. I hope you recorded that conversation that you had with him. Did you record that?
No comment.
All right, great. Terrific. Glad you've got that under control. But I mean, I just wouldn't trust that guy as far as I could throw him. I think his three-part.
I like putting myself into these issues sometimes because it's fun for me.
I thought that his articles were so bad, but the third one was the worst I ever heard. And I was laughing out loud when I got to the part about the gang stalker putting black SUVs outside your house and injecting people with something where they woke up weeks later missing a part of their brain. Did I read that correctly? Because I feel like, what? Am I tripping on acid? When I read that, I was like, I must have taken a mushroom and didn't know it, and this can't possibly say this. Can you shed any light? Can you shed any light on the SUV injecting with poison?
I really don't know specifically where that came from, but it's right here. It says that runs in a circle accused of controlling hundreds, if not thousands, of bogus Twitter bots, which is I don't know what they're talking about there. Closest person I ever saw that had any Twitter bots is that microchip character, and the only thing I ever told him was basically a small subsection of stuff. Buying black SUVs and parking them outside of people's home to intimidate, and even ejecting someone who woke up weeks later with a piece of their minds missing. Like, both of these things are things that I've never even heard about myself. The closest thing to black SUVs that I've ever had is I was a brand ambassador for Uber when the app first came out, and I gave out like many free rides to people. And I took many, like 5 years worth of free Uber rides, literally as long as you could ever imagine, never paid for a single one. And like, so people used to always joke about me, like, they're like, dude, do you like fucking own Uber? Because you literally take black cars everywhere you go. And like, I drove a shitty 1988 Daihatsu Charade, but like, I would just take, the Uber because I just had that like thousands of dollars of credit. And then I had to use it, so I would use it, right? So I don't know what they're talking about.
Where is he getting this information? Who's feeding him this information about injecting people with stuff? This is crazy.
I don't know. I think it's this BX Bullet person that he said that he spoke with, like, apparently, who deleted their Twitter account, went dark or whatever after this article came out. But he says private investigator BX Bullet, who's experienced a similar smear campaign, looked into the domain, and apparently he was talking to her, who was also investigating Thomas Schoenberger and claiming that
BX Bullet.
I'm some thought that like has had beef with.
She calls
tons
herself
of people
a
on the
private
internet.
investigator, though.
That's a legally defined title. You can't call yourself that without being registered with the state that you're practicing.
Right.
out in.
So she just calls herself a private investigator. That's
Yes.
weird. And he just let her get away with that. He didn't ask for any evidence that she's a private investigator.
Shocker.
Yeah, big shocker. Also, I had another question about what he alleged.
She even went on to see Mayor Sherrill. Look at that.
That's the private investigator?
What was this about?
That's her. That's the private
cleavage?
investigator.
Yeah.
With an arm
Democrats
sling.
get talking on this issue.
They were
I
talking
just
about
feel like there's so much
guns.
misinformation out there, and I feel like
So she's like a gun girl who also had beef with every single drama channel, and like she had beef with this guy named Hunter Avalon about vaccines. I mean, it's crazy. She was on Twitch, but apparently she's had many like manic
Tips already about all this?
episodes.
Because
Yeah,
she
the
cannot
OnlyFans?
answer the question, how did I enable a child predator if he was never on my channel? She can't answer that question because it would destroy her claim.
It's just kind of weird, like looking at
I
all
think I've
this.
seen her
Female
before.
child streamer interrupts her hustle. BX Bullet TV.
There was a tweet that went viral relating to a Twitch girl that I had actually gone to fight with a day prior.
Hello, hoser. Welcome to the stream.
What?
She's on
Feel
Twitch.
free to
This is the private investigator
give me
right
the
here.
tip.
This is who
Oh
is
my
investigating
Lord.
I'll
me.
give you
God, baby.
That's
You
that's
can
what I call
investigate
it.
me any day of the week.
That's what I call a
So
chat
she's a
friendly
booby
top.
streamer, right? First and foremost. But also, like,
That's a chat
what the
friendly
fuck is she
top,
doing
though.
right now? She's dressing up as like the slutty nurse. She's doing the whole, oh, you want the vaccine? Oh yeah, that's her little bit there, right? She's
my
a
God.
Wait,
conservative,
can we pause it for a second?
thought streamer type. That's her vibe right there.
Can we pause it for a second? Okay, like Megan and I, more so Megan though, is an actual investigative journalist. Megan, what the fuck are you not doing?
Do you get up
Well,
dressed
I am
up
not
like this? I
dressing up.
watch you every day.
I'm not dressing
I mean,
like
Farron's
this.
got the right colored
although it was
background.
close.
That's a
It's
start.
close. I do call
Yeah,
this a
you're
chat
pretty
friendly
close,
top.
Farron. You just
mean-
need some guns.
Gotta have the purple backdrop there. Yeah.
Definitely,
What?
this is a chat friendly top. I don't know. Listen, you guys, I've just come to accept the fact that I'm going to live in obscurity forever, which is fine because you know what? Frankly, I think I would hate my life if everyone knew who I was. Like a Candace
Girl, I am
Owens.
5 steps behind you, by the way.
Oh,
5 steps, yeah.
I think for real, I think it's a blessing. I think it's a blessing that I can just live my life and go about what I do. It is frustrating because I don't have the financial backing that I need to do what I want to do to get my investigations done. Like for instance, I could use a hell of a lot better equipment, or I could use a hell of a lot better, uh, subscriptions to LexisNexis and stuff like that. That would be
You
really
could probably
helpful.
find a better cat tree too.
Or
But
get a webcam.
But for God's sake, I just feel like, all right, these people. There is a woman who is more famous than anybody, and she sells her bath water. For God's sake, so people
Isn't
do
that
not
Bella Delphine?
appreciate. Yeah, Belle
How much,
Delphine.
how much does she make?
I think she sold each
She
one
made a lot.
little tubs of it for like $1,200 each. So, look, the point is,
Mhm.
people will pay for what they appreciate. I guess I'm just gonna keep doing what I do, and if people pay for it, they pay for it. And if they don't, they
I might
don't.
start selling bath water.
Bath water.
I
You might make some
start
money.
selling bath
It's
water.
worth a
yeah.
Sell
try.
bath
True.
water, those feet pics.
Oh my
there's
God,
a
the
whole
feet.
there's a
Stop
whole
it.
cottage market on all of that stuff. I mean,
Is
I've
is
even
this is this on
seen
OnlyFans or
underwears
just on a website or like
on OnlyFans. Like
I
I've
think
seen
it's
there's
switched.
OnlyFans girls that will buy just like tons of underwear and then they will wear them and send them to like their
I have seen
Patreon
that.
subscribers.
I know
and
that.
fans
I
and
know
shit.
that. Yes.
So
And then they do
crazy.
bath
I had a
water,
friend that did that. Mm-hmm.
clothes, like
I don't think I could live with
anything.
myself. I really don't.
Oh,
and
I would be totally fine with it.
I investigated that
I'd be
stuff and I was like,
totally
oh
fine
my
with
God.
it. Mhm.
Oh, that's hilarious. I don't
Mhm.
understand you feet people. I really don't. All you people who are like, show feet. I'm like, that's gross. My feet are gross. Like, I don't know why anyone would want to see my feet. That's just bizarre. But
Do you let
whatever.
people massage your feet?
People, when you say people, you mean the person where
Oh,
I
we just
go to
got a
get a
major
pedicure?
donation here.
Yeah, like
Woo!
do you let professionals massage your feet?
Yeah, at the pedicure place. Yes, definitely.
Mhm.
Okay. But if some dude tried to come up to you to be like, girl,
Guys,
let me
hello.
massage your
Yeah,
feet.
that would be a no. That would be a no.
I'd be like, give me
Donation.
$1,500 and I'll think about it.
Oh, that's smart. Well, thank you, Briar Steele, for the $50 super chat. Let's get this hype train wanted. My boy needs rent money. That's right. Please send money now. We like money. This show's all about money. Only about 20% about the actual news and about 80% me being a dumbass. And then this guy being real cool.
And then
How long-
this chick taking
And then
care
these
of
are
our health.
people.
And then this chick taking care of our health while we're doing it. Ooh.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I could have worse people stalking me. That's cool.
How long have you been doing the streaming thing, DeFango? How
Since
long?
2007. So I started on Stickam in 2007, and then I took a break from like YouTube and streaming probably from 2010 to 2013. And then I started streaming back then, had a very small audience, and then I basically grew my channel to 25,000 subscribers and then I got suspended from YouTube in 2018. And then they allowed me to come back on this channel like after that. Then they but they said that they're not giving me my original channel back. So like I lost pretty much 10 years worth of work on the
Jeez,
original
what did you
channel.
get suspended for?
Originally they said I got suspended for like some kind of disinformation or something like that. And then they gave me my channel back. And then I had it up until I believe like 2021 or something like that. And then during the pandemic, I was working on a contract with
Thank you for
ARPA.
that super chat.
And thank you to Shuggy Show for that super chat. Let me just read that shit right there real quick. What did she say? $5. I understood this to be a joke for Halloween. I used to follow her, but she lost me a while ago. She is apparently a well-known competitive sharpshooter. Oh, yeah, she likes guns. I like people that like guns. And then we got Catherine Gillen with $10 GBP. I will rent my uniform for $50. Anyone?
She's a nurse, guys.
For like, oh, okay.
Does it look like that though? Because
Yes,
that'd
are you
be-
nursing like that? Because I'm gonna go fucking get
What
hurt in
hospital is
Scotland.
that?
Damn. Which hospital? Where do I got to get hurt? Let me
Uh-huh.
triangulate
Uh-huh.
everything, figure out exactly where to get messed up so that the ambulance takes me to the right spot. Yeah, I could do that, but that seems like a lot.
I cannot believe that Timcast let this guy who calls himself a gonzo journalist. Please stop me from throwing up inside my mouth.
Again,
calls himself
Hunter
a-
S. Thompson is like,
I know.
His
Rolling
ashes
over
are
in his
like
grave.
Well, no, his ashes are like.
But
his ashes were sprayed out. By
Calls
the way,
himself a gonzo journalist, and he's just making shit up, like
Yeah.
just making
It's
it up.
fan fiction, guys. I call it fan fiction all night long last night because the more I read, the more it just reminded me of, 50 Shades of Blue.
If this gang stalker thing though was real, if it was real, that would be a very big story, okay? A very big story that should be blown wide open because that guy sounds like a douchebag, okay? Whoever that gang stalker guy is sounds like a total douchebag.
That's
He's
me.
injecting people. He's putting SUVs in front of your house. He's like he's spending years to destroy people and causing people to unalive themselves. Now, that's the other thing. Do you have any knowledge of the two people that he is saying were the victims of this driven to unalive themselves campaign by the gang stalker?
Yeah, he's talking about Isaac Cappy and another kid that
Isaac
got murdered by
Cappy?
the Cap. Yeah, Isaac Cap. Yeah, that's the guy that people have accused me of being the murderer of, even though I was live streaming the entire day and I was living in Carson City, which was many, many hours away from where that area was. But that
That's
still
a really
hasn't stopped people
bizarre.
to
I
this
thought that
day.
I had never heard that Isaac Cappy had been driven to that by anything other than his own mental illness.
Well, that's the thing is most people discount and aren't aware of the fact that he was orbiting Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas Schoenberger was feeding him information and like basically the guy that was in contact to him. And during the same time, Thomas Schoenberger was sending me death threats and shit like that. The same death threats that I sent over to Cassandra Fairbanks to show, hey, like I'm not making this kind of shit up. It's actually a real thing. That stuff actually kind of like made her take a step back and go, oh wow, maybe this is actually some real shit, and maybe I should start like actually listening to this dude, because I definitely went through a lot of stalking and stuff. And then even after that, when I was working with IARPA, when my channel got suspended again, I was working on IARPA's project Create, and part of what we were doing was going over the COVID data, but it was the government's COVID data daily. And they banned me for misinformation when I was literally looking at the actual data that the government was giving me to investigate. And I was using their government programs to evaluate whether the data that I'm looking at was actually going to go out to the fucking journalists who were actually going to talk about it. So I was showing like maybe stuff that I probably should have been showing away of the way the government actually calculates and defines some of this stuff before it actually goes out. But, I wanted to give people a very transparent view of what I was actually doing. And I think a lot of people kind of missed that whole entire
Can I just do that?
situation. And I lost my channel over that shit.
Well, that's insane. And also, he suggested, Shane did, that you take credit for or tell people that you are Q. Is that true?
No, I never said that specifically. I said I came up with the operation and assigned roles to people that actually perform the operation that was Q. And I named the people Microchip and a few other folks that were actually running the operation in 2018. I was one of the sources for Jack Posobiec when he came out and, did his big expose on it. And even after that, I was one of the main people fighting against it to stop any of the new folks that were coming forward and through with their supposed super information from secret whistleblowers and things. And sorry about that.
I was like, what?
One of the main things for you to look at here would probably actually be this right here, is like, during the time for Isaac Cappy, when he died, or this is just before he died, but I was getting these kind of messages from Thomas Schoenberger, and he was calling me Judas and all kinds of nasty things. And Isaac was talking to me about how he was thinking of getting away from these guys. And I almost can guarantee you that these types of messages were getting sent to Isaac Cappy before, he eventually decided to kill himself. And even to this day, they still try to blame me for it, even though there's literally no possibility of me like ever possibly being there to have done any of that stuff. So
Okay, but you
It
are
shows.
saying that you did start the Q conspiracy. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I did start the Q conspiracy. I came up with the plan for it,
What was
assigned
the
some people
purpose?
there. The purpose was to basically smoke out bad journalists in the alternative media space that were a part of disinformation campaigns that started on places like 4chan and 8chan. And I wanted to draw people's attention to this machine that existed that I had uncovered that was also interconnected and woven within the Cicada 3301 puzzle that I had solved. Like the puzzle was the entry point to this group that basically sows chaos online, and that's where the Shadowbox conspiracy comes from in the first place, is because that was their public face of the company that they were working for. And the reason that they were trying to acquire all these smart people and things is because they wanted to use them in all these different types of places. So they wanted to have media people embedded in different places. Like they have journalists that are a part of the organization that work for like Rolling Stone and various other organizations that have helped them increase their visibility over time. So they target people like this girl right here, and they feed them information because they see an easy target, they see a mark, they see somebody that they can use, abuse, whatever for their specific purpose. And they very specifically follow these people to make sure that they understand how to target them individually and directly with specified information, right? Like they figure out what you're into, they make a whole entire psychological profile on you, and then they attack you on the things that you like, and then they feed you information that already fits your preconceived narratives so that they can just love bomb you into trusting them. So like it's a very, very nefarious tactic, but ultimately they're just trying to utilize these channels, and there's a number of them all across YouTube, Twitter accounts. Like you wouldn't even believe how big the network literally is. Like, and if I told you about it in the first place, you might be like, this is crazy, what are you doing?
I have no idea.
I'm trying to take the image of the boobage out of here when we're not talking about it.
Oh, all you have to do is just flip the thing.
So this must be why people I've been seeing stuff on Twitter since your name came up saying Defango's a glowy. Stay away from Defango. He's a glowy.
I am a glowy. I do federal work for the federal government. That's true. I had a contract with CISA during the pandemic where I was repairing stuff of critical infrastructure for various government organizations, including but not limited to USPS and insert blank name here. So like, and I was doing it all in the area of Nevada. I have a contract with the Nevada Department of Corrections where I passed all of their requirements, FBI background checks, and security clearances in order to gain access to the facility and repair broken materials at the prisons in the entire state. You know, like I've been around, you know, like I volunteered for IARPA to do research projects, and I've been invited to basically various different government I guess, what do they call them, think tanks, to talk about like different crises and basically give my expertise on what I would think I'm what you considered a high risk asset. So, you know, I can't work directly for the federal government, but I can accept contracts for specific things. But you know, like my whole entire interaction with the government was through first going to think tanks and then being invited into the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture as an ambassador, and then after that basically just continuing work. And then
all right, so what you're saying is that it's possible for you to have the capability of pulling off a massive psyop like Q, like
yes.
Okay, so it's not entirely out of the question then that Shane would believe that you could also orchestrate some kind of online campaign against Eliza Blue.
True. like, to be perfectly frank, like the Q thing is like, I just was in the right situation in the right time. I was at DEF CON. I had a whistleblower meeting, and I already had like the Cicada stees, I guess you could say, like the recognition for that to get people to listen to me. And I postulated that, hey guys, all this viral stuff and crazy disinformation comes from 4chan, 8chan, and I think it would be advantageous for us to start a disinformation campaign that we, as in us in this room right here, know that's disinformation, and we use government tools and operations like tools that we had within the Create project to basically track this, so that we can diversify how we're utilizing the tools to understand these types of online events, right? Because tracking disinformation and how it flows to different channels and seeing what made these people get into it. Because if you looked at the QAnon conspiracy, there was a lot of people that just kind of came up overnight out of nowhere as like big channels, getting lots of subscribers and getting tons of recognition for talking about this. And it was really to show people that, like the government itself, is that they're spending too much time doing the wrong thing, when it's just a simplistic idea. Like, it was very basic, just Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton going to jail is something that a lot of people wanted to see, that was always trending. So, it
When did you
pushes on that
stop?
narrative.
When did you
We
stop
stopped
that?
with our original group was when the 4chan Q basically posted the password, and that was sometime, like, I think in November, the middle of November. So like, we set a time that we were only going to post on 4chan. We were going to leak the password, but we were going to leak it to certain specific people and then the boards at large. And then we were basically going to watch to see out of which groups who decided to take up the force and move it somewhere else. And it basically took those people about 10 days to figure out that the same trip code that was now blocked on 4chan was capable of being used on 8chan. And then a very small group of individuals with including but not limited to a lady named Tracy Beans, this other individual, what the fuck was his name? He ran the Patriot Soapbox stream, and they basically did this operation where they
He
took
ran
over
it?
Q.
Wait, I think I know him. What?
Yeah, that guy. So he was one of the people that was running it. He got caught posting as Q on his live stream.
On the Patriot Soapbox.
Yes.
Okay. Did you stop before or after the cannibalism stuff got going?
Before. That was
All right.
before.
And what do
I
you
was
know?
November. So only 4chan stuff. All the 8chan
Right, only 4chan.
stuff,
So the 8chan stuff was
nothing
after.
to do with that shit.
What do you know about, because afterwards, I mean, it became a nightmare. There were so many grifters and so much stuff going on. Did you know about the so-called Pentagon Pedophile Task Force that was
Yes.
responsible, and how did you find out about them?
Just like through the grapevine, because I was following the actual boards on 4chan and people were posting about this stuff. And then that Pentagon Pedophile Task Force type bullshit seemed to have actually grown out of an earlier Pizzagate narrative that had kind of died down. Like, there was a group of individuals on YouTube who back then I did not know were associated with Thomas Schoenberger and his little crew, but later on found out that they were all interconnected because they all started attacking me for him at the same time and claiming Cicada in their bios and shit. But ultimately, these people were actually embedded in the Pizzagate narrative. So guys like Titus Frost, who is pretty huge in that, were actually working together to increase the viability of the narrative and continuously make content. And when that narrative broke down, those same people saw QAnon and didn't really know what it was, but saw that it was an opportunity that they could take over. They just never had any idea that I was actually behind it. I didn't release this information to them. I just kind of like let it flow out. And they, on their own, started trying to claim ownership of it. And there's emails and stuff that I've put out that show Thomas like trying to say that he was like in contact with Q, and it was some professor named Monty McGovern from like the University of Washington or something like that. And he was, but he had no idea that, you know, it was my op in the first place.
Because
And
I ended up working on several stories that led back to this pedophile Pentagon task force or the Children's Crusade, where these grifter maniacs had actually encouraged women who were, because I investigate CPS and the corruption that happens with state CPS organizations where they take children illegally, basically. And several of the stories I was working on, like one of them, I watched 3 mothers go to jail because of these people, because of the Children's
Mhm.
Crusade. They were actually encouraging them to cross state lines, leave the state with their children to in essence, kidnap them, against the state's orders, and claiming that they would help them with this sovereign citizen bullshit, and they never did. And,
Timothy
I
Homeseth?
always yes,
Yep,
Homeseth,
I got wrapped
Field
up with him too.
McConnell Field
And Field
McConnell,
McConnell. Yeah,
uh
Field McConnell was wrapped up with the Cicada crew. One of the guys that claims Cicada all the time that got entered in 2018. His name is Arturo Tafoyeski. When Field McConnell went to jail and was not finally coming out, like his old YouTube channel was actually given to one of the Cicada guys, and it basically like became a bastion called the Conspiracy Distillery, and that's where they were basically utilizing that to redistribute whatever they had lost from the Field McConnell like nonsense, and then increase their infamy like in a great degree. Same thing with Timothy Homeseth, like when he was stalking that Kim Pacasio lady. I
Yep.
had no idea about any of it, and Timothy Homeseth sent me an entire archive of all of these like calls and videos and shit. I had no idea what it was, and come to find out, it was like just recorded phone calls from over the years of him harassing this Kim Pacasio lady
Yes.
over this everything that you're talking about right now.
Uh-huh.
And literally, like, she had no idea that it was even that bad. So I basically almost pretty much helped them like actually lock down. That guy is still a fugitive.
I know.
Dudes like Greg Sawyer still talking about him to this
Craig
day.
Sawyer,
You know?
Craig Sawyer just got awarded $500,000 in a defamation suit against Randy Erickson, who is one of Tim Homeseth's biggest supporters. She calls herself a
Mhm.
judge. She's not a judge. These people are, I can't figure it out though. This is the thing. I can't figure out, are they criminals or are they informants because they never get arrested? There's
They're
warrants
criminals.
out. Well, why doesn't the FBI care? Because let me tell you a short story. When my friend, who I was covering her story of CPS corruption in her case, when she disappeared with them, she went off my radar. I knew she had left with them. They took her out of state. They trafficked her to like all these different so-called safe houses. And I knew that she was in trouble, but I couldn't get a hold of her because they kept her off the radar or whatever. And I called the FBI because I had a lot of information on them. I had been looking into them for a while, and I had all the things that they gave her. Like they gave her business cards that said they worked for the Pentagon. I mean, it's impersonating a federal officer, is what it is. I gave them all this information. I sat them down at my table, and I was like, okay, look, this is who these people are. They're sovereign citizens, which your FBI says that these are domestic terrorists, right? Sovereign citizens. They're on your list. These people are enticing women to leave the state with their children. Then they get brought up on kidnapping charges. Then they lose their kids forever and they go to jail. And I said to the FBI right there that day, if you don't stop them, at some point, someone's going to die. Like someone will get killed here. I feel it. I know it. They're like, okay, thank you for the information. We'll take it, whatever. I never hear from them again. I kid you not, 6 months later, one of the guys in this group, whose name is Christopher Hallett, gets shot dead by Neely Blanchard, one of the moms that they enticed over state lines. She got arrested for kidnapping. She's going to lose her kids forever. She shoots him dead. I said that would happen. I emailed these guys, these FBI guys who were supposed to be looking into this. Hey, you know that thing I told you was going to happen? Well, it happened. Here it is. Like he got shot dead. So are you going to do anything about it now? No response. I have sent FOIA requests asking for what kind of anything was done. They don't even respond to me. I can't even get a hold of the person whose business card was at my table. I don't think they care, or they know all about it.
They probably know all about it. I mean, with the Schoenberger thing, he's definitely got friends in high places. He's connected almost directly to like guys like Michael Flynn. He definitely claims that he had some kind of spookiness to him in the past, although all of his like current stuff from basically 2000 and on shows him to be a super criminal, I guess is the best you could put it, where this guy was literally capable of, or he would target women with high net worths and get their money out of them. I mean, he got one chick to give him like $400,000 and no bullshit, blew all of it at the Chubash Casino in California. And I've been
There's
to that
so many of
casino,
these
and
guys.
it's so
So many
shitty.
of these guys are grifting off of these, and I mean that in a bad sense, not a good sense, the way we do it. I mean, they're conning people out of their money, and this sovereign citizen bullshit has got to stop. I mean, I don't understand why the government cannot stop these people from operating the way they are. They are taking money from people who are desperate in these situations with CPS, and they are offering them legal advice, which they can't do because they're not lawyers. And they are giving them affidavits that are bullshit that just piss off the judge. These stupid affidavits that they give to the judge, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna get your kids back because you're not subject to the laws of this land. You're a sovereign citizen. Put your thumbprint in blood on this contract." I mean, it's so crazy. It's beyond. I can't tell you how many people I've had to shake and say, "Listen to me. You are subject to the laws of this land. No matter what anyone tells you, please get a real lawyer. Please do not do this." But they're taking thousands of dollars from people to fill out these bullshit affidavits, and then they get the people in trouble. This cannot continue, and yet they just keep letting it go and go and go. I don't know. I just don't think the government's serious about stopping them. And so sometimes I wonder, like, is it part of something, chaos or whatever?
Well, that's something to think about is that when I spoke with Cassandra from Timcast about this, like I tweeted out like, "Hey, fucking one of you motherfuckers needs to come talk to me about this and right, fucking now." And I know I've talked about Cassandra, she's connected to the Shadowbox shit. She's mentioned in depositions by someone I'm supposed to not name apparently, but I call him Thomas because I want people to know who this evil fucking guy is. And thanks to Slanders People Bear for $5 to super chat saying, "Okay, this is better than flat Earth." Yeah, way better than that flat Earth bullshit.
Way
I
better.
know. Way better. So thank you very much, dude. We
We'll still do
appreciate your
that
money.
episode, guys. We'll have a flat Earth episode.
Yeah, we'll have a flat Earth episode, and I'm not going to say shit.
Sovereign citizenship rabbit hole is unreal, you guys. It really is.
It's also
That's
amazing.
one thing that it's one of those biggest. It's one of the bigger grips that I've actually investigated myself. But to bring it, I guess, back to like seeing how this happens with people. I mean, we've seen it in a bunch of different places. Okay, I've seen this kind of thing happening in the SRA fields, the Pizzagate fields. It's something that always comes up over and over again. And I mean, once you start to realize that it's just an ideology, right? It's people with low to no morality that are trying to push something forward. And honestly, I don't support those people. And I think it's crazy, but a lot of those people are joiners. And if you think about it, like right now, the QAnon conspiracy theory now encompasses every conspiracy theory. Somebody kills their kids, it was because of QAnon. Somebody believes the queen was a fucking lizard, it was QAnon. No, that was David Icke. That was David Icke, right? So like there's all these conspiracies that have now just been associated with this one thing, and now I think that it's like it's hurting a lot of people. And to talk about Cassandra, she says that she's got a person who is associated with WikiLeaks, a bright individual, somebody that I've actually met before, that's like currently all wrapped up with this the friend, the errant friend, and it's just an offshoot of Cicada 3301. And it's the saving grace, see, because like if her friend wouldn't have been going through all of this shit and she didn't put two and two together that I had been through the same shit, then this probably wouldn't have gotten solved, and I wouldn't have gotten a phone call this morning. But after I spent, a good part
let's
of
see what that phone call
evening,
results in, though.
Yeah, but after I spent a good phone call, bunch of text message over the evening talking about this, and then taking screenshots just in case of shit. I made sure to talk to other homeboy, and really, it definitely seems like there's going to be something that's coming out of this, but they're obviously going to let it stay up there for the rest of the weekend, it seems, and I'm not very pleased about that. But at the end of the day, this is something that I've already beaten, right? This is not something that's going to destroy me in any way. the only thing it's really going to do, and it's something that I've already seen, is that, people are not going to want to talk to me. And I've seen various different channels that have been very clearly, avoiding the subject or broaching the subject with me, instead of just coming to me and asking me about this, because I understand how bad it looks. But you know what? I frankly don't have the money to fucking fix it. I didn't have the money back then to fucking sue people, and I don't have the money now. So, it's kind of like it puts me in a weird situation where, I want to defend myself legally, but I also am completely aware of how much it's going to cost. And thanks to Sam Adams 73 for the $4.99 through Super Chat. Who's Neon Revolt pushing the Pence BS before January 6th? Oh, God. That was like one dude that was really, really horrible. But I don't remember what that guy's fucking name was. They did dox him at one point, though, because they figured out through his clothing store how to get some information on him, and he seemed to have just been some kind of LARPer of some kind. I don't know.
I gotta run. I thank you so much for having me here, and I appreciate you doing that. And I'm gonna try and get an article out about the gang stalker as soon as I can over on PJ Media. I think I can get most of what I needed from the questions I asked you on this stream, actually. So I'll just go back and rewatch. And if I have anything else to follow up on, I'll send you a DM.
All right, sounds
gang
good.
stalker,
Well, great talking to you.
gang stalker, gang stalker, gang stalker.
I'm the gang stalker. Yeah, I am a gang stalker now. That is who I am.
I would be rebranding my channel as the Gang Stalker if I were you right now. I'd be doing it. The Gang Stalker.
Well,
Yeah.
gangstalker.net, folks. Gangstalker.net.
Yeah, we got
Don't
that.
go
For
there.
real.
Don't go
No,
there.
No,
I did
actually,
that.
like, okay. So then you know.
I've been there. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Don't listen to her. Don't go on
Gang
there.
stalker,
now.
It just says GRIFTCAST IRL on it.
No, what?
I
Did you buy
updated it
it?
because I
okay.
bought it.
Oh,
I own
okay.
it. I own this.
There was something else there a day.
Yeah,
or
I
so
had a
ago.
picture of Shane on it earlier.
Oh, that's funny. All right, I gotta go.
Bye, Megan. Love you.
Bye.
Yep. We'll
Thanks
see.
for having me.
Oh
Bye-bye now.
boy.
Oh, now we
Why
got
is it
Farron
on
up on
me?
the big thing. I don't know.
It's
It keeps
me.
on. It keeps on doing that for some reason. I don't know. It just knows. I guess it's all like
The
woman
bigger
or
the
man.
boobs, the bigger
Woman.
the screen.
I got some pretty big boobs though, so.
Whoop, whoop.
So yeah, this has been a pretty interesting day, I guess. I'm just kind of like wondering
I
how this is going to
guess.
shake out. How it's going to shake out, I don't know. It's Saturday. Somebody told me it was Saturday.
It is.
Jesus.
Is it?
I thought I
Time's
had
moving.
I feel like I was supposed to do some work today or something.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
supposed
wait.
to edit today,
Never
but
mind. 17th. Never mind. I have to go to Nike.
Oh, for work?
Yeah. Nike, Converse, and Adidas.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently they're all owned by the same company, and I did not know that.
Yeah.
Are you getting any free shoes out of it?
Technically, yes. And it's stupid. I actually have to wear the branded shoes. Like, I can wear whatever the fuck I want, like, with no logos and stuff on it on my shirt and pants. But just for that specific contract, they gave us money for shoes. So, like, when I go into Nike, I have to wear the Nike shoes. But the thing is I go from one to the next one to the next one. So I have to go wear with the shoes on, go back to the car, switch the shoes, go to the next one.
Oh, boy.
And, I mean, it's stupid, but I got free shoes.
Wow.
Some nice pair of Nikes, nice pair of some Adidas, and then some good old fashioned Converse chucks or whatever. It's just kind of a pain in the ass having to go through all that sometimes. Yeah, I still dig it though.
I was saying,
mean,
I
I'm
have
kind
no
of
idea what
happy.
that's like, but I mean, hey.
What did you don't have any idea what that's like? Why not?
Get free shoes.
The free shoes? I have no idea.
I figured any lady would be happy with free shoes, right?
Well, of course. Yeah, but I have no idea what that's like. Getting free shoes. Excuse
I didn't
me.
know what it was like either, but they give me free stuff all the time. Like half the stuff I don't even buy. Somebody's asking me, do you know Cassandra through Ed Batowski? Yeah, I guess that would be one thing to say, but no, technically me and Cassandra met before that through some other stuff, but she did know Ed Butowski and interview him for the Gateway Pundit, or maybe it was Big League Politics. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, she was like one of the people that was interviewing him over the Seth Rich thing. And then that's why she shows up in any documentation for Shadowbox, I believe. I mean, yeah, if you go to the nose on Twitter, you can actually see that. He seems to be the one that's like posting the most shit about that at the current particular juncture, which I really don't like Rocco. He's kind of a dick, but you know what? At least he's finally doing something with all that shit that I gave him. I mean, I can hate him, but I can also, at least be happy that he's finally, fucking fixing some shit. And he did put out some pretty cool stuff. Like nobody's ever seen this letter, or nobody had ever seen this letter with from Aaron Rich to Edward Butowski about the whole entire thing. And this is before the lawsuit even came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is like stuff from a long, long time ago. And then, like here we got a project scope of a statement of work that we were trying to put together for a guy named Johnny Goodman. Pretty simple stuff. And all it really talks about is WordPress websites and building out a blog and shit. So, like very nefarious shit that we were working on out there. Oh no, he was going to build him a website. They're fucking stalking people. Yeah. It's just kind of like a pain in the ass when you think about it, if you've been in my shoes. But here's a lot of indications where this is testimony from Thomas Schoenberger, where he's actually discussing the Butowski situation, and he name drops Cassandra McDonald, aka Cassandra Fairbanks, multiple times. And it's always referencing the Seth Rich conspiracy and saying that Matt Couch and her were basically like the main people investigating the entire thing and pushing the narrative in the very beginning, which I guess
See you later, Catherine.
Be true. Later, Catherine. What's that?
Oh, sorry. It's a video from a hater that just recently uploaded of me. It's a hate grift clip channel. Sorry.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. This one.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Farron exposed herself at a seething rate.
This is what happens when you get a little bit drunk, and then you want
She
to
like slowed
really
it down or
piss
what?
me off.
That's I guess
You
what
wanna
she did. Yeah.
Really like turn the tides with me. Do shit like this. Here we go. Where is it? This shit. I love Jesus.
She just
Christ.
fucking hate watches your
And
channel,
he
man.
loves me.
Really, she does. Yeah. And I love how
used to
she
be afraid to say that in public.
she slows it down so
But
that I
I'm not
sound like
afraid
drunk or something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely super slowed down.
Yeah.
This is very bizarre.
Let's keep watching though.
You used to go on and on and on about on Twitter about how you were an atheist and how you didn't believe in God and how you didn't believe in judging people.
That's what Eliza said. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That
Now all of a sudden you've just found Christ.
That's true too.
Okay. One.
You can, but, can we pause it for a second?
as
You can
a
you can
Catholic,
see
I have
you can see that she literally slows it down because you can see like the like like come on, girlfriend. Like really?
I have
Like,
to say,
really?
You do sound like church lady here.
Yeah, you definitely sound like church lady.
have a very, very, very hard
Did you just
time
cross your eyes right there?
dealing with people
I cross my eyes all the time. Yeah.
that I can see
I guess I just need to catch
excessively
it.
use Christ as a fucking crutch.
To be fair, you look.
I'm sure evangelicals see this. I'm sure, Methodists, every other religion sees this. But as a Catholic, when I had to fucking stand up, sit down, right, left, peace be with you, all that, I have so many fucking rules, and I see some bitch coming in like, you love it now. No.
It's
Go for a fucking hour and
wonder-
a half Easter Mass and tell me how much you
see
fucking
if I
love
put
it, bitch. Please. You wouldn't last 20 minutes. You couldn't even make it to the fucking homily. That's you.
I just put it at
I am the
1.5
one asking.
speed. Oh,
God,
shit.
this is pathetic.
Douglas
Are you
Barnes,
not
thanks for becoming a subscriber. Welcome to the
Hey,
channel.
all
Wait,
Good
so
job.
hold on. Let's go back here where it
Hey,
sounds like
can,
you're
can,
super
can,
drunk.
we stop for a second? Can we stop
Sure.
for a second? I have tried to make peace with this woman multiple times. I have said, hey, like we've had our disagreements. You know, this girl like tried to put out a fake nude video of me and even went to like lawyers and was like, can I get sued if I make a fake nude video of her? And they were like, yeah, you actually can. But it's one of these things like where it's like I literally have not responded to her. But like, for example, like my mom text messages me and she's like, are you drunk? And I was like, no. In this video, I am not drunk whatsoever. But when you slow it down, I'm sure I probably sound wasted as all hell. But like this one channel continues to just like bash me because I had one time told her, instead of making videos about me, spend more time with your kids. And ever since then, now that is like the fire stream of like, here we go. This video is, mind you, from probably a week and a half ago. And you're now putting this out there and saying that like, and by over Farron's false copyright strike to divinity said channel. I told her and I said, what happened is that I had a video behind a paywall. And I said, if anybody wants to put this out there behind the paywall, I will copyright strike you. What happened is she put it out there and I said, hey, it's behind the paywall. I warned you, copyright strike. And she knew I was going to do it. And she honestly kind of did it for like clout. And I got rid of the copyright strike. But mind you, everybody who has a behind the paywall video says I will copyright strike you. But for me, she did it to like kind of egg me on. And it's one of these things like where, I mean, at this point, I'm so done with this channel. It's so pathetic. She literally all of the videos that she tries to do of me are just like to try to discredit me. She did a video about how I was fired. You know, I mean, it's one of these things like, can you just get a fucking life? Literally at this point, get a fucking life. And again, go spend more time with your kids. You know,
Spend
like,
time with your kids.
For real. Like, spend time with your kids. You know, like, and if you're, and mind you, the funniest part of all of this is she started her YouTube channel to be this big Christian, right? To be a big Christian. I love these big Christians. And mind you, she loves to do these videos where she just rips me to shreds. And mind you, fine. Have there been moments, don't even put this on me. Have there been moments where I've made mistakes in the YouTube world? Of course there have. But like, I mean, come on. If you're this big Christian, what are you teaching your kids? You're putting out videos of a woman that you don't like because she might have called you out. So you're slowing down videos to make me appear drunk and say that I'm unhinged. What the fuck is wrong with you?
She's
like,
a crazy person.
Yeah. And
It's content. It's content. You know,
of course it's content, but get your own fucking content. Go live stream. Go do your own thing. Like, come on.
Let's see if he can play it at regular speed.
Me off. You want to really fucking like turn the tides with me?
Oh look, I just had to put it at 1.5 and it was at regular speed.
Exactly. I love Jesus Christ, and
Like
He loves
1.5 is
me.
a little fast. Probably 1.25.
I used to be.
And I'm literally reading Eliza's tweets right here. And I'm reading about how Eliza used to be an atheist and how she went to now like this big Christian. And when you slow it down, I probably sound wasted. But if you look at all of the different things that she does, she literally does videos of me. This is what got me in the quartering. Mind you, she tried to start shit with me in the quartering. Hi, Divinity. The quartering and I are fine. I let him know all about you. And he looked at your channel and was like, okay, I get it. Like, you're not doing anything. You know, and people have her number, and she's now getting ratioed in many of the clips that she's done of me. And it's like, just move on. Like, move.
Yeah,
she even tried. Yeah, exactly. She even tried to call out Brittany Venti. Excuse me. She tried to call out Brittany Venti for being a mean girl and calling out Eliza, and being angry that, you know, Eliza's prettier or whatever. It's just like, girl, come on. Like. But this is what happens when you have channels that have no substance, when they have to like try to, you know, like make, you know, a name for themselves or whatever. And, you know, Fair needs to admit the truth. What truth? Like, give me a break, you know? And like, there just comes a point where it's like, just stop, you know? And even she tried to throw out there, like, where there was a cease and desist. Like, yeah, I sent her one because I was like, you need to just stop. Like, you're putting out all these false videos of me, slowing stuff down, trying to make me look bad. Just stop. Just stop. And she clearly doesn't want to stop. So here we go, you know? And yeah, it's just a bunch of amateur grifters that have, you know, that have no content themselves. I mean, none of her content is her. None of it, you know? And then she has to put out these
somebody else.
Yeah. And then she has to put out these thumbnails of, you know, of me, and, you know, and then she was angry. So here was the big thing that a lot of people don't realize, is that some guy made a fake nude of me. This is how it all started. Some guy made a fake nude of me. And I found out through another woman who is a lawyer that was like, hey, Divinity or Beth Smith just reached out to me and said, if I make a video about this fake nude, could Farron sue me? And she was like, yeah, she actually could. And when you see the fake nude, at first you might not think of anything of it, but then if you looked, you're like, yeah, that's fake. But the fact that she actually reached out, but actually, you know, it was not a good one. It wasn't. But no, but so, and yeah.
Should we look it up? Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I was just saying, should we look it up?
Locals.com. That's where our content that's not YouTube safe goes, guys.
And mind you, so like one of the things is that like the lawyer was like, yeah, actually she could. And so the funny part is then she tried to play it off like she was the one that told me, but I was the one that messaged her first and was like, hey, tell me about this like fake nude. And then she was like, oh yeah, like, you know, I just can't believe that this happened and blah, 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 blah. And she tried to like kind of play it off like she told me about this. And I was like, all right, whatever, let it go. And then I can't even remember how like the whole falling. Oh, it was the when I was on a drunk Ricada stream, and she likes to make a lot of videos that like embarrass women. If you look at her channel, she never embarrasses men. She only embarrasses women.
Okay, Farron, you do realize you've been doing an ad for her channel for like 10 minutes now, right?
No. But what I'm saying though is that like
at least 10 minutes. Well, thanks for that super chat there, Patrick Browser. $10. Here's a few bucks. What does it say? Here's a few bucks.
Hi,
to have fun, the ethical grifter. Nice. Thanks a lot, Patrick Browser. We appreciate that.
Heyo. But no, but while it is an ad to the channel, at the same time, I think if a lot of people start to take notice of what this woman does and how she continually tries to basically attack women. And now her next one is Brittany Venti. And she's actually on the side of Eliza.
Good. She can't do that.
She's on the side of Eliza Blue. And that's where you can see she's on the wrong side of everything. But what she does is she likes to take people's clips, morph them to make them look terrible, and then, you know,
You
like
mean
try to
kind of like
profit off of it.
CNN, Donald Trump?
Exactly. But she's a Trump supporter, though. That's the crazy part. And she's also a Christian too, which is also the crazy thing too. So, to that I say, I'm praying for you, girl. I really am praying for you. So, I'm sorry that you have to take a video from 3 weeks ago and try to make content, but you do you, boo.
No, that's definitely true. That chick seems pretty crazy.
It's actually pretty disturbing. Like, make your own content, you know?
Yeah, somebody says, okay, let's get back to begging for money.
Exactly.
I think we need to have an over-under bets on who's going to be next to have a fight with Jeremy, because it's definitely good for his channel.
Yeah, it's definitely good for us, our channel too,
Yeah.
because we can take
I think
sides.
that one's going to be Elijah. I think that's going to be Elijah.
Elijah? Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
No, it's a good call. I like that.
Yeah.
Do you really think that a lot? Really? You think he's going to go after Elijah because of Sydney?
Well, did you see his last video where he talked a little bit about it?
No, I've been
No, he
live.
didn't have the video. He posted a very, very long tweet talking about his friend and how she's suing. And I thought he said he was going to put out a video, but I guess it didn't come out as of this morning anyway. It might have while we've been talking on here. He might have posted a video because he does post like 6 a day. So
Oh yeah, he did right. Look
Jeremy,
at that. Oh,
Jeremy
holy
knows
shit.
the grift. There you go.
Well,
Yeah,
I actually responded this
No.
too. I'll be open. I responded to it as well, but
There
go
you
ahead. Mm-hmm.
He's only addressing this once in this particular message, and then in every other message and all the videos after.
For like the next 10 weeks.
Mm-hmm. At least 3. You want me to read it? Or do we want to just let people read it themselves and just,
In regards to the Sydney Watson lawsuit, I 100% support her. She's my friend. Having a behind-the-scenes look at what that woman went through over the past few years makes me really sad to see some of the response to her simply demanding a normal work environment. Much of what went on there actively broke this woman, and it's heartbreaking to see. The issues were far bigger than just a shitty coworker, but some people don't care about that. To people on the right quietly supporting her, too afraid to say anything publicly, this is how we got here. To the people commenting ignorant stuff like this is why you don't hire women, etc., you are part of the problem too. I have worked with women my whole life, and for some odd reason, it's never been an issue. Imagine that.
Man, I wish you wouldn't have said that. I really wish you wouldn't have said that. It is the kind of shit that always you end up regretting saying later. Someone's going to come out of his past from 15 years ago and talk about what Jeremy did to them.
Yeah, for sure. That's what
When he was
exactly
in
what
marketing.
I see. Let's see. There's some deeply rooted passive at the time and mask off at other hate for women, I guess, in all spaces, but I see it in ours too. I really didn't want to comment on it because it will only lead to another wave of people trying to make my friend feel worse. The same holds true for making a video on it, but I also didn't feel right accepting super chats asking me to talk about it. And well, in addition to supporting my friend, I also owe my viewers transparency. Sydney Watson is my friend, and you are there for your friends when they need you the most. This isn't some cringe feminist arc. This is just me being the same guy I think you know I've been all along. I ride or die with the people closest to me. I hope that you understand. I hope you understand, for me, of all the people, some things are bigger than a sweet clickbait title. I appreciate you all. To Sydney L. Watson, I sincerely hope you are made whole again, Sue. If you made it this far and you want to be an amazing person, please send her some kind words of support. She could really use it right now. Wow. She got broken by that stuff. She was broken.
Well, you know.
I mean, she don't look broken.
Okay, so hang on. So like there is a point, like at least like when I was researching this, and again, I am very new to the situation, but they did say during COVID she wasn't able to see her family and that she was very alone, and it was, it took a toll on her, which, hey, I understand. I couldn't see my family at all during COVID, living in DC with all of them living in Chicago. So if I understand is what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm. No, I get you.
But-
I mean, for me,
wait,
it's just crazy situation.
Yeah, what did that have anything to do with though? Because isn't that Australia's fault and not her employer's?
I don't know.
I mean, she couldn't see her family because she couldn't fly to Australia because they were locked down. I don't think.
Yeah,
I remember her
like,
talking
that's why
about
she
it. I mean,
couldn't
that's
see
the only
them, yeah.
reason is because I remember she was bitching about the Australian authorities, and she
Right,
wasn't
and
the only one. Plenty of people couldn't fly back to Australia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tons of people couldn't fly back to
Yeah.
Australia. Dang, another super chat. And that's from my boy sewer guy, Rob, dude. Thanks, Mr. Sewer Guy. We appreciate that.
Hey, he's been coming
Yeah,
multiple times today.
I keep clicking the message and somebody's clicking it off. All right, let's
I'm
see.
not.
I finally caught up to the live. Great show, great guests, much love. Thanks a lot, sewer guy Rob. We appreciate that.
Glad you like it.
Glad you are enjoying the content, my friend, because that's what we do
Yeah.
here. We grift hard. Oh wow, I guess the quartering deleted one of his tweets. It looks like
He's been doing that a lot lately.
yeah, he's been really cleaning it up. I love it when we get that super chat alert. That's my favorite. That is my favorite. But I guess he stood by Brittany Venti. He's gonna stand by Sydney. They have a show together and stuff. And I mean, I wonder what Elijah Schaefer is actually saying. I wonder if he's even mentioned anything.
I don't sub to him, so I don't know.
I would imagine that he probably would not, because the fact that he might be someone involved in this, I bet he probably,
Okay, he did say something.
Yeah, he
well,
said
yeah,
something.
well, that
Uh-huh.
definitely, yeah. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. Like, I totally get that. Like, he clearly is a master at let's throw gasoline on, confrontation and all that other stuff. Was it something that Sydney signed up for? Probably not. Was it written in the contract? I assure you, most likely not.
Well, let me ask you a
However-
question because of your experience.
Mhm.
I've watched the morning show like everybody else,
Mhm.
and when you get a new co-host, I would assume only a few hosts get in their contract a sign-off on their co-hosts. Like most people don't get that approval level, right?
Wait,
Most
I'm
people
sorry,
would get that.
Wait, repeat the question one more
Okay,
time. I'm sorry.
so when you got like in the morning show, you have a host, co-host, you have two people in there.
Oh, you're
When
talking
your
about
partner
the morning
leaves,
show, like the show,
TV
like
show, the morning show
TV
TV show,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yes. Okay. Now you're speaking my
Yeah.
language.
So
okay.
your co-host leaves. There's a new search for a co-host. I would assume that only the top, well, not necessarily anchors, but the top hosts have it in their contract that they get final approval on co-hosts.
Absolutely not. No.
Everybody
no.
gets that, or nobody gets that.
No, it's that is you as a co-host do not
Yeah.
have the final say. No. That
Right,
is
but-
strictly management.
But if you were like, I don't know, Barbara Walters or something in her heyday, she might have that in her contract.
No.
No, not at all.
Nope.
Okay, so nobody gets a.
That is strictly a network management
Mm-hmm.
decision. And lunchy boo-boos. No, but like, and she can't even hear me. But so while they can probably, if I were to, how do I say it? There are some contractual things in the contract where it's like, management and the co-host will agree.
Mm-hmm.
Management or like the network immediately always
Yeah.
trumps like, little old Jennifer Aniston,
Mhm.
in regards to the morning show, for example. you know? So
Okay.
like you as a person, as a co-host, you have no say, you know,
So
and that's for example. Oh, I'm sorry.
what do you do in a situation where there's like zero chemistry, you don't mesh, you have different sensibilities, you realize that working together with this person is just not going to work? I mean, other than
You
quitting, you
gotta
don't
make
really
it
have an
work.
option, right?
You gotta make it work.
Yeah.
And what a lot of people do is they use that as a negotiation piece for their next contract.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people don't know, like when it comes to contract negotiations, okay, like we usually sign like normally an anchor signs like a 3 to 5 year deal, and then sometimes like if you're in a network, then they'll finally do like a 5 to 7 year deal. They're never
Mhm.
going to sign like a 10-year deal
Sure.
unless you're like a Matt Lauer, right?
Yeah.
But what they'll do is they'll put in the contract like, oh, like I have to have a say of who's, and what that means, for example, is like I could be like, hey, I want Mario Lopez to come in and screen test with me, and they're like, okay, that's fine, that's a say.
Mhm.
But when it comes to who they pick, that's not a say. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
network ultimately picks who they want to co-anchor with you, which is where you see that in the morning show, which is why and I actually I'm not gonna lie, the morning show is like one of my favorite shows because you really see how TV works, and
Mhm.
you really see how Jennifer Aniston is like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, I thought she was great
Because
in that. Yeah.
and that's I will say that is her role. Like
Mhm.
that is her role. But
Yeah.
you do see though, and I think a lot of it might be a little bit of residual of the cast of Friends, of different shows that she's done,
Mhm.
movies, whatever, because a lot of people don't understand that you really don't have a say of who your co-host is.
Yeah.
And you just have to learn to live with them. You know, for example, and I will say this, at the end of it, it was an amazing experience because he taught me everything that I needed to learn as far as co-hosting. But my very first co-host that I had for a morning show, I hated him. I
Mhm.
hated him. He hated me. He would consistently embarrass me on TV. It was just one of these things where I hated going into work. But then finally, I was able to kind of learn his lingo, and that's where I will say I do understand with the Sydney Watson thing, where maybe there wasn't just a lot of personalities come into this space and they think I am me and this is how it's going to be, and you're going to have to just deal with me.
Yep.
When you have a co-host, you really have to learn their body language. You have to learn, when are they done speaking, when are they letting the guest go, when are they letting me go. And that's why, like, in TV we always call it my work wife or my work husband,
Yep. Yep.
you know. And that's where I think that there might have been maybe a disconnect with Sydney, where maybe she didn't know this, and that's to be, you know, fair. But also, had I been on there with Elijah Schaefer, I think like even Sarah Gonzalez said, if there would have been the start of dick jokes, that would not have flied with me. You know, it's just kind of learning your co-host. But if the co-host is not going to also learn you, then that's also
Mhm.
a problem as well. You know, so but TLDR, you do not have a choice. I mean,
Right.
you
So
might
do
think
you then
they
kind
give you
of
the thought
hope?
that you have a choice, but you really don't.
So you kind of hope that you're coming into a situation where there is already somebody there, so you know what the expectation is, rather than being the first one hired in the show and then waiting to find out who's going to be your co-host.
So I will tell you this, in all of the cases for myself, I was hired as somebody who was replacing a co-host of 25 plus years,
Mhm.
which is very, very hard to do because a lot of people look at it and they're like, oh my God, you know, she's not going to be the same. So I literally not only had to learn my co-host next to
So
me,
you're the Reese Witherspoon.
sort of, but I had to learn my co-host next to me and learn what the audience liked as well, to
Mhm.
try to find a mold to be like, see, I'm not exactly like her, but like I'm kind of like her, and
Mhm.
I also get along with this person as well. Which, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. It's a very hard thing to do. And I think a lot of that had to do with being one of 6 kids, and you're able to kind of just like, okay, everybody's all over the place, and I'm
Oh,
able to
that
like kind of
explains the
blend in.
loudness.
Exactly, right? So, yeah, she's casting spells with her hands, exactly, or I'm Italian, one of the two. So, and that's what a lot of people don't realize either, is that when you're replacing anchors, you know, especially in television too these days, a lot of the anchors that have been there for so long, they're getting pushed out because their contracts,
Yeah.
and then they're getting in the young ones, and then they're being replaced every 2 to 3 years, which is why people are getting so angry with local news. And I understand that. You know, I saw that happening down the pipeline, you know, but it's because they want you to, you know, that they want young, cheap labor. You know, that's the way that it goes. So, but
Yep.
no, but yeah, but the moral of the story though is that yeah, you have to just you have to be able to learn your co-host. I was always in the seat of I had to learn my co-host. That was always a man, and I came from a family where the women were, we had no problem telling what we felt, even though I had brothers too. But I came from a very strong Italian mother, but I had to learn to shut my mouth. And it was actually a very, very good learning experience as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to learn men. I had to learn when to shut up, let men talk more, because the less you talk, the less how do I say it? The more you're noticed. And that's in a morning show. You know, in this aspect, it's different. Obviously. Defango's like, yeah, shut the fuck up. But like, yeah, it's
I'm
different.
just
in a
having
morning
lunchy time
show.
over here.
I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, lunchy time. But yeah,
Well,
so
I'm definitely looking forward to our interview.
yeah,
Once we
I
get
mean,
it
like,
set up.
there's the dichotomy now is just it's so crazy of how TV is changing. And you know, the one thing I will say that's really great about it is I do feel that people are really craving that independent journalism, which is, you know, I would leave local news and I would go home and I would watch podcasts. I watched Louder with
Mhm.
Crowder, and this is back in 2016. I would watch Louder with Crowder, Dave Rubin, all these TYT, all these people where I was like, oh my God, these people are like on like the beginning of everything. And now that's like kind of the norm, you know? Nobody really, they're like, oh yeah, I saw Tucker last night. I mean, Tucker really is the only one. Oh yeah, I saw Tucker last night, you know?
Yeah, I think
But
it's age dependent because I don't think most people under 40 see Tucker on TV. They see him on their phone.
or on YouTube, because YouTube is
But
also
that's what I mean.
flooded. The mainstream media has also flooded YouTube,
Yeah.
which I really feel like is what destroyed YouTube. You know?
Yes, I mean I think there's some valid arguments there, but that's also what's making room for Rumble. Is
Right.
the
Mhm.
problems of YouTube are an opportunity for the next player.
Right. Exactly. And um you know, it's one of these things also that there will always be a need for local news just because people want to know what's going on in their community. But even that, it's starting to feel the effects.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you how. The Citizen app, Ring.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
get
Ring. I
all
was going to say that. The
I
Ring
get
app
all
sort
these
of replaces local
notifications.
news. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, and you look at it and you're just kind of like, "Oh my God, like really?" Um and folks, I got into local news. I graduated college in 2009, and in less than a decade, it's changed. Or no, I'm sorry, a little bit more than a decade. I'm trying to like make myself feel younger. A little bit more than a decade, it's completely changed.
Oh yeah.
And mind you, when I got into news, they told me I was going to have a camera guy, I was going to have a live shot guy, I was going to have all this stuff. And then I
Mhm.
get into Rockford, Illinois, 9th most dangerous city at the time, and I'm having to go out to homicides and all this other stuff with a camera by myself, filming homicides and police coming out carrying dead bodies. I mean, my mother, I think, got every gray hair during that time because I was out there by myself.
Mm.
When I was supposed to be out with other men. That was the thing is young women reporters were always with men. When
Yeah.
I got into it, that changed. It was, you can go out there yourself. And it was like, wait, what? You know? So it's just changed a lot, and it's rapidly changing too, which is
Yeah.
crazy. Mm-hmm.
No, it makes sense. I mean, it was kind of inevitable. The writing was on the wall, even when you were just starting.
What is this? A super chat? Oh, it's a super
chat.
sticker.
Oh, it's
Super
a sticker, not a
sticker.
chat.
It's
There's
a
a sticker that says behind the scenes. Really?
Wait, what did it say? A rainboard clapboard? Clapper.
I said a rainboard clapperboard
Clapperboard,
with the
yeah.
words behind the
Mhm.
scenes.
Behind the scenes.
I didn't realize that was a sticker that was available. Jesus.
Yeah, that's just, I had no idea.
No, there's all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of this gal that has a YouTube channel that used to be a reporter out in Seattle.
Allison Morrow. Yes, my girl.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I watched her from her first video, and it was very interesting to see her story about sort of how news changed in the, I think she was 16 years she was there. And
Her and I were in it at about literally the exact amount of time.
yeah, it's
Mhm.
like it was getting harder to compete with online, and the cost cutting was fully on, and local was the first to really get the brunt of that. So definitely interesting, and I think that her going and developing her channel really kind of freed her to do what clearly she and her husband really wanted to do, which is kind of start up this little, I don't want to call it a farm necessarily, but a place out in the woods with some land
they
to
went
grow
off
your own
grid.
stuff. Yeah.
Allison is a very, very dear friend of mine.
Mhm.
And Allison and I, we've shared many war stories because
Mhm.
she's I want to say maybe 2 years older than I am, but I mean, literally it's the same trajectory of what
Mhm.
happened in the news, whether you were a year and a half or 2 years off from each other. But it's one of these things like where her and I we'll always text each other like, do you see like what's happening, like how like how these YouTubers are starting to influence the mainstream media, like for example, like how you have like Alex Stein going on Tucker
Right.
Carlson, or like how the Blaze, like the stories that they put out and then Fox picks them up, if you're looking at specifically the right, and we laugh about it because we're just like, can you imagine like when we first got out of journalism school and here we were told, don't believe them, they're on the fringe, they don't know what they're
Mhm.
talking about, and like now that's the norm, and like we always just kind of laugh together because we're just like, this is not what we were told in school,
Yeah.
and it's I think like like once the internet and once YouTube and stuff like that really came to place, uh a lot of the older teachers really didn't want to believe that it was going to be a thing, but you got to embrace, for example, a perfect example, you go back to like the 1950s, right? The television is never going to be a thing, it's always going to be the radio, folks.
Yeah.
And then everybody got a television, and then the radio became like that's why Queen did All You Hear Is Radio Gaga. I mean, it was all about the radio,
Mhm.
right? And how the radio,
was.
was this whole thing, this beacon of like this old form of journalism, right? And that's what the internet is. And there were a lot
Ooh.
of young journalists
We got
saying,
20 New Zealand dollarettes.
"Woo,
Is it Dollarettes?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm late. Could you give me a quick brief on your talk with Shane Cashman, please, and thank you." Oh, well, appreciate that, buddy, right there.
Mhm.
The brief talk with Shane Cashman is that now he knows that he was wrong in all of his stuff on his article, and he says that there will be an article out early next week to address everything, but he never made it clear that he was going to be removing the current article. So if that thing doesn't come down and I don't see another article coming up in the next couple of days, then we're going to definitely start moving towards taking legal action.
as you should."
Yep.
And I'll say this here, folks. I had a very candid talk with DeFango, and I said, this is not journalism.
No.
This
Not at all.
is sources should have been vetted. B, calls should have been made. C, I want everyone to remember something. Johnny Depp won his defamation lawsuit without them even mentioning his name. In this article, there's no name mentioned, but everyone knew exactly who Shane was talking about. And that is a very scary thing to a guy like Shane who didn't do his vetting. And B, it's just a very scary thing for a journalist. And a lot of times journalists will think like, oh, I'm safe because I didn't name the person. We all knew who it was. And we all knew who it was because of all of the banter that's been going on online about Defango. And I'll say this. In the past month and a half, I know there's a lot of bad press out there about Defango. And him and I had this conversation earlier today. My job as a journalist is to always look at things very on the surface. I came into this whole Eliza Blue thing under the guise of I do not like anti-censorship. I had many people message me, don't like Defango, don't like this person, don't like that person. I heard you. I read your messages. I understand you. I understand that people have a bias in the same way that everybody has a bias when it comes to the left, right, center, libertarian, whatever the hell it is. But knowing Defango as a person as the past month, the part that really irked me the most in the article, and I'll say this on the record, the part that really irked me was where he was like, he's going to infiltrate your mind and pretend that he's your friend. He's going to do this and pretend he's your friend and then turn around and do this and then do that. And then he's going to turn around and backstab you and shame you. Folks, I have never gotten that impression from Defango ever.
That's exactly the way I like it. Sorry.
Yeah, just give it some time.
Injecting my brain.
Just give me some time. Just give us some time.
And there are times, especially in dating men, that I probably haven't been the best judge of character. But as far as my friends, I will say that was one thing that really kind of irked me a little bit, because I looked at that and I was like, you know what? I don't see that with Defango at all. In fact, I see quite the opposite. And this is not being a simp. This is not being, oh my God, like, I'm anti-Shane either. But in the conversations that we've had, he's been so open with me, so honest in things that he's been accused of, things that he's been a part of. It really actually upset me reading that. It really actually did, because for the first time as a journalist, I've seen people sue for defamation in my lifetime.
Wow, we got another super chat. Thank you for being my friend. Yeah, dude, we'll be your friend for money any day of the week, Doc. Come on, keep sending it.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I'm not pretending.
Oh, I am.
But you're pretending?
No. I said thank you for being a friend. The Golden Girls theme song. I will say this.
Demonetized. Thank you.
I will say this, and this is
Europe. Sorry.
Hell and a confidant.
There you go.
Oh, and then $2 more.
Those are Swiss francs.
Invited everyone you knew. You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, "Thank you for being a friend."
That's pretty good. You got a great voice. You got a great voice.
Yeah, and Gary Newman's gonna get all the money from this video now.
Copyright strike.
Thank you.
Is he?
Well, yeah, totally. That's how it works. Oh, and they kicked off Defango already. Look at that.
Really?
That's how it works. They put him in jail. He's in jail already.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's what happens when you're on live.
Wait, are you
They
serious?
just come into the house and take you away.
Wait, are you serious?
So let's not sing anymore.
Wait, no, serious? No. Oh, okay. I was like, come on, no.
Oh, I was just switching browsers trying to see if I could fix this issue.
literally what I
Motherfucker,
just
you're
did.
scaring all of us. You're scaring the kids, man.
Oh, I got kidnapped, but I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was a short kidnapping.
I didn't mean to leave for that long. Or
Baron's
whatever.
like, this is my chance. This is a story I'm gonna run with.
No, it was like, did I really get rid of him from the Golden Girls? Shit, it's a happy song. No.
I was happy about it.
Back to my final point, though, is that I've had plenty of conversations with you to understand that from what I saw in that article, I've seen a lot of things in my journalistic career where, you know, people have sued for defamation and you're kind of like, okay, like, eh. Oh my
Dude,
God!
people are making it rain right now.
baby.
$2 Australian.
Australian
Let it rain.
dollarettes.
Yeah, just keep bringing it in. Just keep throwing it at us.
Just keep interrupting me, motherfuckers. I get it.
Yeah, that's what it is. But that's the thing, is it stops people from just like going on into the
ranting. Yeah.
When you have a moment that's like, and you're just like, no, but like, again, my point is that I've seen a lot in journalism where it could be alleged defamation. This is the first time in my career where I've actually seen defamation. Big time. And this is not due diligence by a journalist. This is not actually investigating by a investigative journalist. Yeah.
There's no journalism there. This is literally fan fiction.
Yeah.
And I said yesterday, I mean, I ranted a lot on that article. So this guy killed whatever little hope he had of a journalistic career, because not only did he make this story about himself, he ignores literally journalism 101, and he decided right at the onset that the only people he needed to interview were the subjects of the story and nobody else.
Is that another freaking super chat from the cheese vault?
Wow. Look at that.
Wow. Wow. $2. Whatever it takes to keep this lady quiet. What are you guys doing right now? You guys are mean.
Yeah. Well, they're mean, but we love getting
No,
mean. So keep it up.
We love it.
Hey, we got another.
If it keeps me quiet, mute right now.
Now enjoy.
Yeah,
$2.
no,
What the fuck?
Are she still
I
singing
mean, I'm not
Golden Girls, I
complaining.
think.
I'm not complaining. Maybe they're like back far away, but we have this thing set right now on like, you know, pretty low latency.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna complain about the money coming in. Are you kidding?
I'm not complaining over here.
Canadian, Australian, whatever fake dollars you all have, send them our ways.
We'll take them all.
It's good stuff. Good stuff. Now, Farron, is your degree in journalism? You could turn your mic back on.
Yeah, we can't hear you now.
No,
She says she wants more money. So she's trying to.
Oh, more money to turn her on? Yeah, shit. We're done, I guess. That ain't happening.
If I am more quiet, you get more money.
Well, only if they're the ones in control, not you.
$2. I didn't want to say anything.
Bye, guys.
You guys are mean, man.
Oh, they are mean. They are
money
mean.
anyway. I like it though.
Damn
It's good.
straight.
It's
So
good
no,
meat.
I was saying.
Hey, if getting me, if I have to just keep like talking, and then people have to super chat to keep me quiet, do it. You know.
Do it.
No, I was saying. So, is your degree in journalism?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So, in journalism, like if somebody just casually says, "So, journalism, like, what do they teach you in your first year of J school?"
So the first thing that I absolutely love,
And we got another donation coming in. Look at that, $2 more.
What's up, Virginia Olsen? The grift must go on.
Oh,
And then
that's
we had another person. Wait, I'm hitting it, but
Green Stash.
Can she do
sign language?
Do you know sign language? That didn't seem like sign
Did you
language.
see that sign language chick that did the Biden thing?
Yeah, she was like
Yeah, she can sign for me anytime.
Stop
And her
it. Have you
facial
guys-
expressions.
No, stop it. Hang on. Have you guys ever seen? Oh God, stop it. Hang on.
Yeah, you got something to share?
Oh yes, I do. This is one of the funniest news stories I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, and I wish I had been the news anchor on this story.
Hmm.
And I'm putting it in the private chat.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Boop.
I love this so much.
I forgot to sign in.
No.
Oh, you
Jesus.
stupid fuck.
Well, at least you didn't share
Kidding.
before signing in.
Mhm. Oh, here we go. Nope, we can't hear it. We can't hear it.
Gotta have audio.
What?
No audio.
That's weird.
Here, I can share it with.
What's
I can
going
share it
on?
my-
What the fuck
I
just
don't know.
happened? Yeah, you
Something
can share it on your
got
side of the
turned off.
screen.
Yeah, go ahead and share
Okay,
it.
hang on.
What the fuck?
Here we go.
That's
You ready?
weird.
Yep.
This happened again. Another sign language interpreter accused of signing total gibberish. This time it was at the police news conference announcing an arrest in the Tampa serial killings.
We will be charging 4 counts of first-degree murder.
Standing off to the side, apparently translating every word, this woman.
We received over 5,000 tips in this case.
But it turns out much of what she was signing was nonsense. She waved her arms around like she was singing Jingle Bells, says one outraged sign language expert.
Oh my
The
God.
woman, identified as Derlin Roberts, has a string of arrests for fraud.
By the way, this ain't this bitch's first time.
At a
It's
police
not her
conference.
first time.
Oh my
and she's at a
God.
police conference.
She is a habitual fake sign languager.
Oh,
a
that's awesome.
habitual. But
Jesus.
just wait. Oh.
So how did she come to be translating at last week's high-profile police news conference?
I just didn't ask enough questions.
Tampa Police Public
You think?
Information Officer Steve Hegarty
didn't ask
told
enough
me
questions.
the woman simply showed up out of the blue and offered her services.
My immediate reaction was, I didn't call for a sign language interpreter, but that's great that we have one here. I let her in.
Did this woman appear to know what she was doing?
To the untrained eye,
Oh,
and that would include
Jesus.
mine, I didn't see any problems.
This latest
didn't
embarrassment
see any
comes 3
problem.
months after it was revealed that the sign language interpreter at our Hurricane Irma news conference, also
That's
in Florida,
hilarious.
made no sense.
The time to act is now.
Hegarty is summing up the latest goof.
We won't be using.
Oh
that
yeah, I
woman
know sign
again.
language.
Cops say this was not a crime, but it was an ethical violation.
Bitch!
That's
Somebody
very
said,
ethical.
is that Cashman's dad?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
It could be, dude. I don't know. YouTube Trailer Park and Truck and News Events just gave us a super sticker for 99 cents saying it's a blue thumbs down with the nope written on it.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I guess she was
Oh my
saying it to
God.
the
Donate
sign
more money
language
and tell us what it
interpreter.
means.
Yeah, so that we can actually understand you, because like that didn't make any sense.
No.
It didn't make no sense. It didn't make no sense.
Anyway, so I asked you about J
I love
school.
like the whole.
What distinguishes, according to what you learned in J school, a journalist versus just a person walking down the street and asking, "Hey, why is that building on fire?"
So one of the first things that you learn in journalism school is one, the story is not about you. So any true journalist is going to have a really hard time on YouTube. A la me. In my first 5 months on YouTube, it was very, very difficult. I'll tell you that. Even up to like 3 weeks ago, because you're learned to, credit your sources. You're learned to credit video, credit, like a number of different things, research. When I say research, I'm talking about like, confirmation, getting stuff like that. And you see on YouTube very quickly, and this is where I will say in Eliza Blue's defense, that you do see a number of things that have come out where it's like, well, where did that come from? There's no source. There's no credit. Who did it come from? Now, granted, people were like, oh, World Star Hip Hop, right? Which would be the source, but it's one of these things like where, before people would have to go out and like, put out the video, they would have to get credit from World Star Hip Hop to say that it's okay, and that's why like a lot of this stuff was able to happen the way that it did. Because, for example, if I were to do a story on Eliza Blue and how she was in a hip hop video before, I would have to reach out to World Star Hip Hop, since they were the copyright owners, ask them, is it okay if I use this music video in my story? And they would have to give me the okay. If they did not, well, then boom. So the fair use when it comes to YouTube is a blessing and a curse, because a lot of people can just kind of take things and use them either A, as their own, or B, just put them out there and see what happens. But also, when it comes to journalism, there is also you're supposed to remain unbiased in cases like this, or in cases, just any cases. And you're starting to see that is clearly by the wayside, unfortunately, because of the political landscape. I will tell you, when it comes to the Eliza Blue stuff, folks, you might not believe me when I say this. I am completely unbiased in all of this. No idea who she was. Didn't follow her. Really didn't follow so much. I covered the Twitter spaces, I want to say, until like part 5. And then I kind of got bored with it. At least on my YouTube channel. But didn't really know who she was. I remembered seeing her in Twitter spaces. It wasn't until I started looking into her and videos started popping up. And, for example, like, Kiwi Farms was like, hey, look at this, look at this, look at this. And then I saw the DeFango tweet. Like maybe midway through, and people were like, you should probably look into this girl. And I was like, okay, well, this is kind of weird. And then I saw all these music videos and I was like, whoa, this is kind of weird. And a lot of times, I'll say this.
Pardon me. So she's sign language.
good
Baby
timing.
got back.
Is she's turning
least
around
that's
on each
real.
one? Yeah.
At least that's real,
Jesus Christ.
I'll say this. One of my all-time top 3 favorite movies is the movie Spotlight. A, because I investigated the whole priest investigation myself, but 2, oh God.
You know what? She's signing Baby Got Back, and I gotta say, the baby also got back.
She got back. I don't know how much signing she's going. She's mostly just juggling things.
Damn.
I guess that's how you sign Baby Got Back.
Are you sure about that?
I'm going with it.
I don't
Amazing.
think that's signing, but okay.
I don't think it's signing either, but I still like it.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well, and the few things you mentioned there are blatantly missing from Shane's story. Like when he says, I believe her, and I felt I didn't need to reach out to any of these people.
No.
It's
no,
like,
that's no.
That's not reporting. That's not journalism. That's fan fiction.
Well, and again, like what I was saying before, the Baby Got Back video, to kind of keep the reverence to it. There's the movie Spotlight, where it investigates a number of different priests in the Catholic Church who molest children. I was in El Paso, Texas, as a news anchor. I had watched that movie. I saw that El Paso was listed as a city. Started investigating, started seeing that there were a number of priests who were brought from Boston to El Paso, started asking questions in the sense of why El Paso. And it's pretty easy. The top 3, I guess, national heritages that you could look at as far as being Catholic are, Irish, Italian, and then Hispanic. And El Paso is very on the border And what Hispanic do you know is going to question their priest? So a lot of these priests were brought to El Paso. They were put in these halfway houses, and I was able to uncover a lot more children that were actually molested because of them moving down south and these parents not asking questions.
Whoa, what's that? A subscriber named John Renner? Thanks, John Renner, for subscribing. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thank you. Now back to Farron. She needed to take a drink anyway. She was getting thirsty.
I know. And yes, all cities were involved. That's totally true. Don't get me on the big screen, please.
Why do you not like that? You're speaking.
Well, I don't. Thank you.
Here,
I'd rather
there
have
we go.
that. I'd rather have us all equal, like communism.
Aha! I knew we'd get to that.
So
Tell us
how
about
long
your
have
work in
you-
Russia?
Yeah, tell us how long you've loved Russia since you used to work for RT America. How long have you been working with Vladimir Putin?
Hang on, let me just finish this. My point, though, is that when it comes to journalism, I'm a Catholic, and there was an amazing religion teacher that I had that said you should never feel afraid to ask questions of your religion and of your government, because the minute that you do, you're living in something wrong, either a cult or a dictatorship. And there was a lot of me as a Catholic when I was going through that whole investigation, looking into priests in El Paso. I mean, I even found...
Got another super chat. I lovely. Why the Fango? Why do you think Shane wrote this way? Because he was told some things that are strange, and if I've just been filled in by what's her face, Cassandra, that Shane is now MIA, has not answered any phone calls from anyone since he's talked to me. He hasn't picked up any phone calls from Tim,
Make sure you
Cassandra.
get your alibi down, buddy.
Hey, bro, I've been fucking live the entire time, so.
Or is this Memorex?
Exactly.
Is it Memorex?
So to make it really quick here, I've asked questions of my faith in regards to what happened with all of the allegations that came forward. Working for RT America, America is different from RT International, by the way. I was able to ask questions of both the right and the left that I'm actually so thankful for, because I learned, for example, that there are a number of things that our government has done that I wonder if Fairness Catholic. I'm very Catholic, very Catholic. I went to Catholic school my entire life until I went to Purdue University. Very Catholic. All my siblings went to Catholic school. I'm a Chicago fucking Catholic. Okay. And it was very, very hard for me to really investigate priests doing all that kind of stuff.
Dang, there's another one from
What up,
Grifty,
y'all?
$5. What
Take
up, y'all?
some
Take some
money,
money. Take some money.
Thank you, Grifty.
Thanks, Grifty, for the money. Although we all know that the thing takes like 8 seconds to alert or whatever, so we just wait for
Exactly.
it to go.
Yeah, it sucks. It's horrible.
But
Yeah,
again,
but
like I
it
said,
was
like,
that
you
long on
should-
the other one too, so
I
there's
know,
not
I'm
really much you
blaming
can do
I'm
about
just
it.
saying, as a technology, it's not great.
Well, it's
But again,
pretty
though-
instant still, though.
Like I said, though, you should never be afraid to question your religion, as I did, being in El Paso and seeing Spotlight, and then going to Washington, D.C. and working for somebody else, not our government, and being able to question our government.
Damn, Lisa Stalin, thanks for becoming a subscriber. Welcome to the channel. Sorry we have to keep interrupting you, Farron, but you'll
you're
get
fine.
used to
You're
it.
fine.
You'll get used to this.
Yes.
I'm already used to it. And so having already questioned my religion and kind of like what was going on with there, I was very easily able to go to Washington, D.C. and question my government and what was going on. You know, you have a number of cases like Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, like the assassination of JFK, things that we used to call conspiracies. And you look at it and you're kind of like, well, all of a sudden, like they're kind of like not. And that is one of the reasons where I will say that, again, just because you question your government doesn't mean you're not patriotic. You know, like, I'm sorry. The fact that, like, I questioned the blowing up of Nord Stream 2. I was like, well, who actually blew it up?
Mhm.
Who would actually benefit from blowing up Nord Stream 2?
Right.
Do you really think that Putin would blow up his own gas pipeline?
Mhm.
The only person that would actually benefit from it would either be NATO, the UK, or the US. And that was my question. And I was called a Putin propagandist, a
Of course.
Putin propagandist. A number of other people were. And now, almost like what, 7 months later, it's coming out that, oops, there you go. All of a sudden. And that's where I say, like, you always have to question things. And that's one of the things that I do see with journalists today is they're given their talking points in the morning.
Mhm.
They're told what to say, and then they go out and say it. They make videos, and then they're done.
Half the time, all they do is read tweets. I swear to God.
Yeah,
Like, on
nowadays it's
mainstream,
just reading tweets.
it is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Who can watch
Yeah.
that shit? Just go log in and read them yourself. You don't need somebody doing it for you.
And it's really kind of sad, but like the only person that's actually still really asking questions about everything. And I know that he has this really bad shit stain on his name because of Sandy Hook, but the only person that really asks questions about everything still from the time he started in 1998 on like local radio is Alex Jones. Doesn't mean that I believe him, doesn't mean that I agree with him, doesn't mean that I actually like applaud like everything that he's doing, but you should always ask questions as a group of people. Why did the Nord Stream 2 pipeline all of a sudden blow up? But people look at like, oh, the pipeline blew up. Okay, here we go. No, why did it blow up? Why would it all of a sudden blow up?
Right.
And nobody asked those questions. And that's the job of an actual journalist. And that's where you say, to come back full circle, where has journalism gone wrong? Nobody asks the questions anymore of why.
Yep.
And it's because behind the question of why is a dollar sign.
Well, I think mostly they're starting with the answer.
Real
And
quick, I have a
what's that?
question.
What do you got?
Who is what are all these fucking spam accounts coming into this channel asking answers for Hannah? Where's Hannah Franz?
Oh, that's my sister. Yeah. No, my sister, she was on YouTube and then she finally was like, I'm kind of done. I don't want to do it anymore. And she deleted her channel. That's it. There's no conspiracy.
What
There's
kind
nothing
of
else.
channel did she have? Gaming?
No, she covered like maybe like pop culture and makeup,
Oh,
but then
okay.
she was kind of like, I don't want to do it anymore. So she like just stopped. And then she was like, all right, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I figured there was some creepy question about it. So now maybe they'll stop
Yeah,
now.
guys, don't
Fucking
repeat
weirdos.
stuff in chat. If we didn't get to your question, then pay for it. If we don't get to it, if you pay for it, which is highly unlikely, just don't keep repeating stuff. Because if you start repeating stuff, you're guaranteed we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah, and then we're gonna ban you.
Yeah. And I ban the whole domains. I don't ban people.
Whole domains.
Yeah.
Look at my bus! Oh my god, I love it! Oh wow!
Did you get a short bus? Oh.
Look at my bus!
Did you see your bus, Barry?
Look at the bus! Look at my bus! Oh my god, I love it! Oh wow!
You love a wiener?
That's the Oscar Mayer wiener truck.
It's a wiener dog truck.
Oh,
yeah.
I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Okay.
Really?
Yep, that's the
What?
one. I mean, it's obviously a
That's your
meme.
bus?
It's crazy.
It's a meme. But still, I just thought it was funny, so I figured I would show you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. All right, back to the other thing right there. Damn, son. We got a pretty good day going so far over here. We've kept a lot of people on. I guess people really did care about this whole Shane Cashman thing. And then I guess he's rioting right now because they can't get a
Is that
hold
what
of
he's
him.
doing? Yeah.
Yeah, rioting. That's what
Well,
he's
we're
doing.
gonna have to stay on for the whole 24 hours just to give you an alibi, man.
I guess, but I'm gonna be like,
Yeah, that's still better than like not being on air and having somebody say, "So, what were you doing this time of night?"
and then I'll be all like sitting in my house, touching
You
my
got
balls.
cameras in your house to prove that?
Yes, and we have cameras outside too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This whole place is rigged up, so
you are on
I can't
OnlyFans.
even
You
leave. I
liar,
can't
you
even
are on
leave.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, I've been on OnlyFans for a while. Put lots of stuff in my butt. You didn't hear about it?
Aha! The truth comes out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, onlyfans.com/Demango.
Demango.
Mm-hmm.
That's very creative.
Mango.
And I got the name Demango because what I used to do with Demangos.
Oh, I can imagine what you did with the mangoes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many people actually just looked that up.
Probably more than one.
At least I'm thinking like probably 10.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Could
11. Possibly 12.
The mango.
All I know is that you guys that looked it up, y'all got problems. Okay? Y'all got problems. Okay?
99 of them.
Well, I don't have 99 problems. My only problem right now is a Shane Cashman article that still hasn't gotten taken down. So, but I guess I can't really be mad about it. We've grifted pretty hard this stream. We've gotten
good. That's true.
We got some pretty good grift going on. There was that video that we posted earlier today of Brittany Venti going Defagu or whatever the hell she calls me now.
She calls you something.
Yeah, that
I
guy,
don't know, dude.
the gang stalker.
I'm hoping she's gonna start learning your name soon because I keep giving her more and more money.
I know you keep paying her money, and I mean, we'll see how that goes. If I don't have that kind of money, dog. I saw you dropping 20 gifted subs in her chat the other day.
Yesterday, yeah.
You were dropping big money. You were dropping hundreds?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Where do you like notice me, senpai?
I pretended I was at a strip club for a little bit, so you know.
That's what you do at strip clubs?
What do you do at strip clubs? Ones?
I don't even go into strip clubs because I don't even have ones. I used to
okay.
go into strip clubs, but that was when I was hanging out with the rich dude, and he
Yeah.
would just pay for everything. So that was cool. He would just be all like, "Yo, bro, just like grab a stack off the table and have fun."
I can't talk about strip clubs. Not there's legal issues there. I can't talk about.
Why? Do you used to work in them?
No, never.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm not even going to ask Farron because I already know the answer is no. But you?
No, Farron has totally been to strip clubs.
She's been there. I said work.
No, I have never actually
Never been to a strip club?
in my life.
Well, you're going to have to
never
come
did
to a strip
investigative
club.
journalism in the strip club.
Woo! Well, it sounds like something that, shit.
I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of investigative journalism that could be done in a strip club, but I mean, you could investigate some things. You know, probably
I mean, I could
STDs.
definitely Hunter S. Thompson that stuff, but I mean, shit.
You could use some Gonzo journalism. Hey, $5.
Dude, $5?
It was this or the quarter pounding cocoa.
The quarter poundering.
I love that. The quarter
That's a great
poundering.
name. That's what we call them now. The quarter
Yeah, well,
poundering.
I'll tell you,
King
I
Daddy
do
Grift.
have their cocoa right here, the quarter powdering cocoa. It's fairly
Mine hasn't
strong.
come in yet.
Oh,
it hasn't come in yet?
I think Jeremy got overwhelmed with orders. Did you get cocoa or
shit.
coffee, or would you order?
I got coffee. Yeah.
Coffee, yeah.
Mhm.
He's been.
Yeah, he's got
Didn't get
a guy sitting in his garage
Aw.
packaging all this stuff.
Working like slave labor.
And
That's
now
dope.
look at with Tim now doing a deal with Jeremy, he's going to be very busy getting all of Tim's coffee.
He's not even gonna. He's gonna be so busy. He's not gonna have any time to do shit.
Super busy.
He ain't gonna have no time to do shit. But I guess we should use this time to shill some coffee brand coffee, shouldn't we?
I just stuck it up on the screen. Let's do it.
Yeah, there we go. Right there. Coffee brand coffee, bro. If you guys want to get some coffees, cocos, teas, grinders, K-cups, all your coffee needs, go check out King Daddy Grifter, Jeremy Hamby himself, and use promo code GRIFTCAST to save yourself a little bit of money. And if you click that link that's in the chat, you'll get yourself an extra 5% off, which is very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And
If you
also,
get
we
5
appreciate
pounds,
everyone.
It's another 10% on top of that.
Really? Oh, another 10% on top of that for an extra 5 pounds?
Yeah, if you get 5 pounds.
Dude, I don't think I could drink 5 pounds of coffee.
Probably.
I feel like that would take a long time. I feel like if that would take like more than a month.
Somebody is interrupting our grifting with some money.
Montana has the best strip clubs? I feel like
No,
that's
it's
not
actually
true.
Alaska. It's actually Alaska.
Says the woman who's never been to one. Okay.
I mean, I've been to the Alaskan Bush Company in Phoenix. That's a strip club. That was pretty nice.
No, this is gonna sound so crazy, and if my family listened to me, they were like, "Oh, of course," because Farron watched a documentary. But no, there was a documentary about how all of the best strip clubs in the world are in Alaska because it's so male dominated from male jobs, as far as
And they're well-paying
oil
jobs.
rigging, as far as the mining and all that other stuff. That that Montana is actually the best. Not Montana. I'm
Alaska.
sorry. Alaska
Yeah.
is the #1 place for male strip clubs. Don't quote me on it though, but that's what this documentary said. That's what it said.
Interesting.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that worked at a strip club one time. She used to say that the Montana strip clubs were pretty
Really?
pricey and like high dollar, actually.
Really?
I wouldn't be surprised at Montana though too. Yeah.
Yeah, Montana. She said that Vegas really sucked, but she liked Phoenix too, or specifically Scottsdale, because they had like a lot of ritzy clubs over there. Those are the ones that I went to, not by choice from me. My buddy would just be like, "Hey, drive me in the car somewhere because I'm wasted," and I'd be like,
"Okay."
Got any blow, bro? Where are we going? We're going to the strip club. All right.
So were
I gotta
you
work tomorrow.
driving that black SUV then?
No, actually, it was a red SUV.
Oh, he did
Red
say black
SUV.
or red.
No, he didn't say black
I'm
red.
pretty
He,
sure
he
he
said black.
or red.
He said
I
black.
call him red. Okay.
He said black. It was a red, and it was a Jeep. And then it became a green Jeep.
A green Jeep.
Yes, green Jeep. And then I also drove around in a Pontiac Fiero for a little bit there.
A red one.
A red one.
Yeah.
That car was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Probably, it was a bigger piece of shit than my 1988 Daihatsu Charade, which is still the greatest car that I've ever had owned.
Really?
3 cylinders,
You
5
like that
speed.
more than the Prius?
Slightly better more than the Prius, because I felt with the Prius I want to keep it nice. With that car, I gave no shits. I could leave the windows rolled down with like my wallet on the fucking dash. Nobody would fuck with it because they would just look at it and they'd be like, "I'm not going to rob that guy because he has nothing."
Well, they would expect your wallet to be empty anyway.
Yeah,
in that
exactly.
car.
Like they would probably open it up and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, the wallet's
Yeah,
empty."
yeah.
Just fucking leave it there.
Exactly.
Just leave that shit there.
Those
We
were
don't
the
need nothing.
days.
Those were the days. But I mean, it just kind of seems like we've done so much good stuff lately. I'm happy. I'm happy about this. And you know what? I'm not even going to let this whole Cashman thing get me down whatsoever.
No, you're...
Because people are sending super chats and that just makes me feel good. I don't even give a shit.
Exactly.
But
Like,
you know what I will
"Oh."
say though, it is really crappy though for somebody to put out crappy stuff about you out there. Like, I mean, I know firsthand, as I'm seeing, like somebody will slow down a video to make me appear drunk. However, that's a stupid video on a dumb fucking little P channel. This is a actual article on Timcast that's relatively thousands of times, if not millions of times bigger, to make somebody appear like they are this like diabolical black web person.
Damn, dude. Scroats McGoats, the one and only.
Hey,
I was
how's it
the
going,
voice
Scroats
of the
McGoats?
people today. Gave you guys a shout out. Well, thanks a
Awesome.
lot, Scroat
Thanks,
McGoats
Scroats.
over there.
Nice.
We appreciate that. We got to get
Oh,
you
yeah.
on this show, Mr. McGoats. We got to get you on this show.
Yeah, he's been converting his non-donations to Timcast to us quite a bit.
Definitely has, and we totally appreciate it.
That's right. Unlike Tim.
Unlike Tim, who doesn't appreciate everybody's money, but takes it anyway willingly. Doesn't even read the super chats. Isn't that in the TOS of YouTube?
No, it really isn't. But
I'm gonna make sure.
You're not required to read them.
I'm gonna make sure that it gets required. Yeah, I'm actually reading the page right now. It doesn't say anything that's required.
No.
That would be better though if it was.
I don't think people would be doing nearly as many of them then.
Yeah, because then they would just be like, "Oh my God, they're gonna read every single one of these things. Well, I just want to hear about the news story."
Yeah, I mean, geez, when would you ever talk about anything if it was just nonstop super chats? Hint, hint, people.
Yeah, we would definitely go that. It's funny, dude. I had another guy that was beefing with me yesterday that invited me into his space to talk to me about this situation, and then basically didn't let me talk. This Nuance Bro or whatever. So I just said, this dude, Nuance Bro, was a straight wiener in that space. I figured it was extremely unwrinkled brain syndrome.
So you got pulled into space where he didn't actually have you talk?
Yeah, and then like I started talking and trying to explain shit, and then he would just fucking cut me off like immediately. So it's just like, yeah, fuck this dude.
That's lame.
But it's just funny. He's just like, what did I do exactly? You cut me off when I was in the middle of telling my story and called me a, how do you even spell schizo?
Yeah, no.
Oops.
So I'm saving all the RT questions for you for when you and I sit down for the podcast.
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm all for it. I literally have nothing to hide, and any question is all on
the record.
On the record, and not even that. I mean, like, I know a lot of people always have questions about that, and I have no problem answering them, you know, because I mean, again, like I really have nothing to hide, you know. I had my own primetime show. I wrote every single monologue that I wrote every single night. Now I didn't have Tucker Carlson numbers when it came to the United States, but when it came to like Europe and like Russia, of course. I mean, I was like little Mrs. Tucker Carlson, and I loved it. But and that's where like people are like, I don't know who you are here. And I'm like, well, people in Russia know me. You know, like when I would go to the Russian bars here in DC, it was so funny. You know, because there's
we got
a lot
another
of
super chat. There's $2 interrupting Farron. Sorry, Farron, this is my last interruption for today.
Yay! Thanks, Miley Saldo, for the $2.
Francs. 2 Swiss francs.
You got one more. I'm still talking. You got one more. Give him more money. Give him more money. I will keep talking literally to give them more money.
That's right. Please pay to shut up, Farron. That's
exactly.
That's the cast this evening.
Yeah, that's our grift, and the grift is good.
The grift is good, man.
But really quick though, like I have to ask you guys though, like how do you guys feel about the article? They were like, here's an excerpt of the article of a conversation that they had. And they were like, oh, guess what? We'll get famous. Oh no, I'll bet we'll get even more famous than so-and-so. Oh, but wait, so-and-so is famous and we'll get more famous. It was just,
you know,
like,
what's funny about that?
What?
What's funny about that is that's not actually talking about me and him. It's talking about me and Nathan. Like
I was
talking on the channel.
It didn't include me at all.
Yeah, he was pretty pissed. He's been literally here since the stuff started happening, and he's just been trying to get into the story, and he can't.
I can't. No. Look, I think Shane sees the tracksuit, and he knows what's up.
Yeah, he's all like, tracksuit mafia ain't fucking with them, dude. No, sir.
Tracksuit mafia. That's
we're not saying that he's actually in the tracksuit mafia or anything. We're just saying he wears a lot of tracksuits. Stop it.
You know what I mean. You understand, don't you?
Stop it. I don't need Louise Mensch up my ass again, calling me a poo night, okay? I already have one person that used to be on RT America, and then this guy. Fuck.
Yes,
give me one moment. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Putin, I want more money.
Yeah, you want more money? He's not going to give you more money. He's going to give you a bomb.
Could happen.
Or something like that. I don't know.
Exactly.
Wait. What's this right here? Let me just pop this up right here
Yeah, what do you
because
got?
I mean we're
Kryptonite?
going on 5 hours, so I mean we're about ready to go. What's this? Sunlight, kryptonite, leftist, facts.
Nice.
Stop!
You know, they do want to ban memes. They're looking at legislation to ban memes now. Because memes, memes cause harm.
Memes
You know
do
that?
cause harm.
Yeah.
They're harmful shit.
Harmful
Oh
memes.
shit.
Harmful
Damn
memes.
it. Now I have to change my fucking
What'd you do?
gotta change my default browser to Brave. Or away from Brave because I switched over to Edge and it seems to be working a lot better.
That's what I was
Something's
doing,
just
yeah.
fucking wrong with Brave. is what's happening.
I use Brave for everything else, but when it came to this video stuff and even audio, like Edge, I think it's just got less shit running it.
Yeah, I guess.
Something. Whatever the reason is. I don't know.
Yeah, they're doing something that's making all the other browsers suck balls.
Are you gonna take like an hour break and be right back, or what's your plan?
No, I figured we should probably just dip out.
I'm not coming back on. I gotta record the podcast in the morning, so I'm gonna be.
I'm probably just
one
gonna
spot today.
I'm probably just gonna keep it on the spot. If I come back on, it'll probably be around like 8 or 9. But I mean, I don't really see too much that needs to go out there right now. I mean, only stuff is just everybody's talking about this supposed UFO. Which is obviously another one of these fucking weather balloons.
They shut down a couple of them now, I think is what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
So
better
Brittany,
or
who's
worse.
banned, still look at this fucking clown. I'm gonna be like, shut up.
Are you looking at your whatchamacallits?
Yeah, it's like, shut up, you goober.
Let's see. Chrissy's live right now. She's doing her fundraiser. So I don't know.
I
if
gotta
she's
go
doing
jump
live.
onto that. Actually, I gotta go jump onto that because.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like, yeah, I gotta get out of here because I told him that I would
Exactly.
jump on that for a little bit. So
Yeah. Same
we're
here.
gonna shut this
All right,
down,
guys.
dude.
Yep. We're gonna shut her down.
All right, so everybody, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Fair and balanced. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you, Gene. We also appreciate you coming and joining us. And oh shit, look, Grifty's coming in, and we're about to dip out.
Oh, I just got back to my computer.
Yeah, well, we've almost been going for like 5 hours, and we got to go jump.
Here, you guys go.
I was surprised. you even
Grifty and I'll
started
hang
late.
out for a little bit, and then we'll wrap it up.
Actually, yeah, that's perfect. You
that's
guys
fine.
can do that.
All right,
let's do that.
I'll update Grifty on what's happening. We'll see if we
Yeah,
get
I
some more
want to
money
hear some
coming
of
in.
these details. I've been out.
Grifty's another co-host anyways. I mean, he's got carte blanche on the
Mhm.
channel. Eventually, he's going to get access to it if he plays his cards right, but, whatever.
Amazing.
All right, well, we'll see you guys later.
Bye, guys.
Hi,
Hi,
guys.
Farron. Bye, guys.
Have a good
Bye,
one. Ah,
What's up,
we have
Gene?
control, man. We have control.
We have the power.
That's right. What have you been up to?
Nothing much, man.
No, you've been watching anything? See, the problem with sitting here in front of the camera all day long is I don't catch up on all the vids that I would have normally watched.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch a ton of videos today. I've been out. Actually, had to go pick up a new smoker. One of my customers, theirs broke, and the company sent them a new one. But it's just the auger in there. It's like one of those nice.
Oh, that pushes the chips out into the burner.
Like the Traeger type things. And the auger is only like $200. Well, it's a $3,000 grill. He was like, if you want it, you can have it.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, I'm going to get that.
Nice.
So what all was DeFango saying about the article? Like I seen his short earlier.
So
saying
he talked to Shane this morning. And finally got a call, I guess, connected up with him anyway. And, told him the actual story and the fact that he's literally blaming the guy that put the story out as a leaker that kind of outed the whole story. And he's blaming him as the mastermind in the story, which is not only goes against good journalism, but it just is lazy as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you do zero research and you justify it by saying, I don't want to talk to all the weasels and trolls out there. So he only talks to the people that the story is basically portraying, and he doesn't talk to anybody that's outside of that. It's crazy. I think Shane's committed any kind of career suicide at this point.
Yeah, from what I can tell, and the fact that they're pulling parts of the article down and editing stuff, and they're adding a part to it, because it said clearly at the top of part 3 that this is the final installment.
Yeah. Well,
so,
and that's what Fango was saying, is that it sounds like there's going to be a part 4 now.
Yeah.
And DeFango's asking for a retraction for all the crap that's clearly wrong.
I'm sure.
Hasn't happened yet, so we'll see if it happens tomorrow or not.
Well, I was switching between you guys and Tug, that umbrella guy. He was talking about it. And I sent DeFango at DM. I was like, dude, he is taking up for you big time.
Yeah.
Because Shane made... All right, there's a lot of leeway with journalism. You can get away with a lot. It requires one magic word.
Yep.
And that's allegedly.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, CV. Doing great job just wrangling the cats.
Yeah, thank you guys. Nice to see everybody. I saw all the love when I hopped on. But yeah, he made one big issue, and he didn't even put allegedly in there. Like, you put that one word in an article, and it basically gives you carte blanche to say whatever the hell you want, or you source.
I'm not even worried about any actual defamation, even though I think there was some. But I'm just talking about Shane. I defended Shane before this article. Like when Tim said, "Oh, I'm putting Shane on this," I'm like, "Okay, guys, just hold up. Don't start assuming." Okay, he's got somebody who's purportedly a real journalist on this. Let's give him a chance.
Yep, I did the same thing.
What he comes back with is a big old smoking pile of crap.
Yep. Unlike Eliza, I haven't gone back and deleted the tweets though, so they're still on my page, and I've had people call me out on them, and there's responses right there on my page where I'm like, look, I got it wrong. It's real easy to say it, and I think that's the moral of the story. This whole story from start to finish, is people just need to start taking responsibility for their decisions, their actions. Don't make up stories to make yourself look better. Don't try to put the blame on someone else. Take responsibility for your own actions. Be your own person, and a lot of people have a lot of respect for that. At the end of the day, you go a lot farther that way. And it's so funny. I feel psychic almost, because the day before part 3 dropped, I said right on here, I don't remember if you were still on or not. I said,
probably
they're
not.
trying to discredit. They're trying to discredit this story by going after the source. They're using that typical leftist.
Except
they pulled it.
He's not the source.
Right. He exactly. And Tug said that too. He isn't the source.
Nope.
His thread was a compilation of stuff other people had said.
Yeah.
He just happened to pull it together.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
and again, it's just lazy journalism. It's not real journalism. It's just bullshit. He just threw some stuff against the wall. He talked to the people that were the easiest to talk to, that he didn't have to do any work for. He came in with a predetermined end in mind, which is Eliza's innocent. And then he tried to just put together a story that makes her innocent.
Yeah.
And not even pretending to do it very well, because, I mean, yes, he should have absolutely interviewed DeFango right off the get-go, but at the very least, start with the big guys.
Right.
Jeremy was a obvious person to interview, given how many people he has in his reach. Just from a purely, don't want to look stupid standpoint. You don't want to not interview somebody who's in the story and has that much reach.
Right. And if we want to take Tim at his word, I mean, I'd be surprised if Shane stays with Timcast after this, honestly. I think he's probably done, because
I don't think he can get a job anywhere else right now. I think it's either Timcast or nothing for him, man.
Yeah, but Tim kind of threw him under the bus too. If we take Tim, if we take Tim at his word, he said that he told him he didn't even want him to do the story.
Yeah.
But if he was going to do the story, he had to talk to all the sides.
Yeah.
And Shane says in this last part that he reached out or that he got the contact information for, I'm assuming, Jeremy and Brittany. And then he goes, but by the next day, I realized there was no point in contacting them because minds had been made up. Like,
oh yeah,
yes,
who cares?
that's the whole point.
His mind was made up, so therefore there's no point. That's insane. That's insane.
And our mind's been made up because of the action. Like you guys were talking a little while ago. This started with people asking questions. This started with Brittany posing a question to Eliza. If Eliza would have asked her to take it, out of the public into the DMs, gave her some story, it probably would have never even become a thing. And Defengo's thread would have just been his thread of, the guy that knew her back in the day when she hung out with My Chemical Romance and Jeffree Star. And, some people would have known she was a grifter, but it wouldn't have turned into this. It only turned into this because she started having people's channels yanked and all that.
Exactly.
And I actually been
she blew this up to where it's at right now. Nobody else did.
She did. I put a post out a little while ago, kind of new bit of information. It seems that what is it, NCMEC? I'm not sure who that is. I think that's the organization that Eliza just got that. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I think that's the group that just gave Eliza the award. And they apparently just in December launched a website called Take It Down. And it says this service is one step you can take to remove online nude, partially nude, or sexually explicit photos or videos. So, and that website was just created in December of 2022.
Okay.
So I'm digging into that a little bit more.
I mean, these services exist. I've certainly known about them and seen them advertise. I get this shit in my junk mail. These companies advertising for, hey, we can take all the negative reviews of your products. We can scrape the internet for anything you don't want on there. That's literally what they do. And the way they do it is, see, there's very little downside to putting in requests because most of the time they're not worth investigating. So they just kind of automatically do it. I don't know if you watched PewDiePie at all back in the day, but he had a whole series of episodes on people that were sending him either takedowns or what's even better is copyright strikes to where they were taking the money from his videos. And this is a guy that has 35 million subscribers at the time, way more now. and they're like, oh, you had a clip of me for 5 seconds in one of your memes. I'm taking the money for that video now. Because most people don't really know how to fight against it.
Yep.
And they're not set up for it. Now, PewDiePie certainly is. He was able to fight back plenty. And it's not just about doing it through YouTube, because one of the instant things you can do once you have your videos go down, if you're using your videos in legitimate business to make money, is to file a lawsuit against that person directly. Not their service that they're doing it, but the person that originated the takedown. And you could say, well, that's a frivolous lawsuit. Well, so's their takedown. And guess what? They both cost money. But they're going to think twice doing it again when they have to deal with a lawsuit filed against them. When you get served papers, I don't know if this ever happened to you, but when a guy shows up and you think it's the mailman or somebody else, pizza delivery guy, whatever, says, hey, Sir Gene? It's like, yeah. As soon as you say yeah, meaning, yeah, what would you want? They say, you've been served.
Yep.
They give you the packet of info and leave. And now they can testify to the fact in court that you were served those papers.
Right.
If you deny ever getting them, that is, of course. And that's it. Now you have to reply to that lawsuit. And I don't know many YouTubers. I mean, they're crying about dealing with the actual YouTube emails coming in saying, we found something we don't like.
Right.
Imagine the reaction on a typical YouTuber when they get served.
Yeah.
There's going to be so much tears flowing. Oh my God. What do I do? Oh, they're going after, oh, help, help, help.
Well, because a lot of them, and like, take me for example. This isn't a media organization. I don't have lawyers on retainer. I'm a guy with a family and a small business, and I get on the internet and I talk shit. Like, if someone were to drop a lawsuit on me that I didn't know what it was or anything like that, like, that's scary. That's terrifying. You start thinking in your head, what have I said? What have I done? You know, and you don't have the resources really to fight it. So I can get it. I get it. It's tough. And I don't know. There's got to be something done about people abusing the system to either for personal gain, like Eliza, to get stuff taken down that shines her in a not so good light.
But that's exactly what it is. It is abuse of the system for purposes it wasn't really intended for, in order to achieve a different goal that they're trying to actually have happen. And you know, I mean, it's like anything else. There's always pros and cons. So you could have a total free-for-all, say 100% free speech, we ban nothing, and it turns into child porn and Nazi memes.
Yep.
And now what? Like, even if that was something you're okay with just being the majority of that content, who's going to want to watch that? Maybe like 3% of the overall population?
If that. So, yeah, I don't know,
man. I think it's more than 1%. I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
But that's the thing. So there has to be some kind of from a pure business standpoint, it's like, even if you believe 100% in free speech, you have to balance your interests as a business and what people are interested in with what you choose to put on the platform that you have. Now, where it gets dicey is when they're not making those choices based on business interests, and instead they're making them based on personal political interests.
Yep.
So if the person in a position to make that decision on what gets shadow banned, what gets promoted, what gets forwarded, when the alarm bell goes off, if that decision is not made based on how does a platform generate the most revenue, if instead it's based on, I don't like Orange Man, and therefore anything that has that topic will not get promoted, that's a problem, because that is censorship.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at. Like, you got, like, the Eliza thing is a symptom of a bigger problem that's being used to harm our country, our public discourse. You know, she did it for personal gain, but look at what happened to the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Absolutely.
You know, same type of thing. It was, and what the Twitter files revealed, it was, you know, behind the scenes. Oh, this is hack material, or this is that, or, well, first of all, it doesn't matter. Journalists are allowed to get material that was gotten through illegal gains, so long as they didn't solicit it, so long as they didn't help it. It doesn't matter if it was stolen. It doesn't matter if it was hacked. Why are you taking the story down? Well, there's only one reason to take the story down, and that's because it hurts the political candidate that you like, that you support, and that's the problem. And that's where shows like this, shows like, you know, people like Farron, people like DeFango and Tug and all that, that's why these things are so important, and that's why we can't give up on these fights. You know, the little stuff matters. We have to keep pushing, and that's where we're at.
Exactly. Yeah, it's and guys, self-police on the chat there, because if I start seeing stuff that shouldn't be in chat, I'll just move it off the display. So just kind of keep in mind what you're putting up there is being recorded. And in fact, can we do it this way? There we go. That's better. So I think as far as what did you miss, I think we talked a little bit about that. You know, Farron came on, and then I'm horrible with names. What was the other person that was on? What was her name? Do you guys remember in chat? She had a name that another reporter.
Was it Brutal Brittany?
No. Christina forgot as well. Yeah, God damn it. What was her name? But she's a friend of Farron's, although they were disagreeing quite a bit. That was actually kind of fun to watch because they're taking opposite positions on a few of these things. And I kind of...
Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox.
Okay.
That's right. And then I kind of got into Megan a little bit for, like, she kept using this big con. And I'm like, dude, you can't just use big con and pretend that all it is an abbreviation for conservative media.
Right.
If you use that term, you're implying both things at the same time.
Exactly.
It's the con within conservative media. And then I said, is that what you actually mean? And then she said, well, yeah, actually I do. I hate big con. And then she kind of went on a little bit of a rant about how horrible it is, which is all I was trying to get to. I'm like, look, if you're going to use the terminology that is very charged, make sure that you're using it because you want to, not because other people are using it.
Right.
So, and it sounds like she very much intended to call big con big con. That's fine.
Well, hey, so long as you're use the words with the intended meaning,
Exactly. That's all.
Don't call someone big con if you don't think they're doing something underhanded.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Call yourself a trafficking victim if you're a hooker.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yes. You can't use words that you think are close enough that have different meaning.
Words matter.
And that the words matter thing, I don't want to call it a meme, but that like stance has been something that I've been really pressing hard on as I'm getting older, because so often new phrases get invented in order to make a distinction and then get adopted as the new form of the normal word for that. Like I've started seeing more people referring to themselves as, cis male.
Yeah.
Like, dude, are you a male or are you a cis male?
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing. Well,
I'm
if it's
a male.
the same thing,
I'm a
then
man.
say male.
Like this.
There's
only a man. And you're born that
and
way.
Incidentally, the meaning of cis in cis male is normal.
Yeah.
So the little fun game I've been playing with the the lefties there is I'd say, okay, so if you want to feel the urge to say cis in front of things, just use the word normal instead.
Right.
Because that's the traditional term for it. So if you want to say normal male versus abnormal male, that's fine. But gee, they don't think that sounds quite as cool as, cis male versus whatever they're trying to put up
they
on a
just
pedestal.
want it's not the word isn't meant. They know what they're doing. The word isn't meant to mean normal for them, though.
Yeah.
The word is a flag to everyone else.
Totally.
To say, I subscribe to this theory that, to gender theory, to, critical gender theory, to just assume that gender's a spectrum and you get to pick where you're at on it. All of this is lumped into those three letters.
Yeah. No, it's totally it's a changing of terminology that's coming from their school, from college, and they just don't know any better. I mean, I interviewed a guy, I think 3 episodes ago on one of my podcasts that is just turned 20. So it's total Zoomer. And it was a long interview. We did about a little over 3 hour, in fact, I think, interview. And we covered a whole slew of topics. Right. And one of the things that was evident very easily is that he's using all this new terminology and assuming that this is the normal standard terminology and not the specifically created terminology in order to create this differentiation. So it's very interesting on how that programming works in college, because it's totally there. And I wouldn't say he's even a total lefty. He was just like a fairly affluent family middle of the road kind of kid, but I think the affluence played quite a bit into the political persuasions there.
But the funny part about those people is the words don't match their actions.
Yeah.
These same rich Northeastern, Harvard types that are saying, oh, down with the modern family and you can pick your gender and, organized religion's horrible and this and that. They're all old school Catholics who are from families that aren't divorced for generation after generation. They go to school, they go to church every Sunday. So their words don't match their actions, which tells me that they have different goals. Their actions are so that they're successful. Their words are so that you're not.
Well, the way that you instill a sort of a us versus them mentality is by separating people into groups.
Yep.
You can't achieve that goal of creating a division without first changing the language. And that's exactly what's been happening in our college systems for about 20 years. I mean, honestly, some of these things started earlier in the 90s and even earlier, but the vast majority of this has really been in the last 20 years. And that differentiation in language allows the division that we're seeing right now across the country overall. It's not a hyperbole to say this country is very divided right now. It is absolutely
not at all.
divided. And that divide is only growing. It's not shrinking.
Yep.
And so it is to be expected given what the teaching of each subsequent generation has been in the university system.
Yeah.
And like academia has always been very liberal. That's nothing really new. But I think what is fairly new is the end goals. Like academia tended to be more theoretical.
Right.
And it really seems like over the last 20 years, it's become a lot more, I don't know, I hate to use the word pragmatic, but it seems like the goals have become more tangible goals. Like they genuinely want to change the structure of the country by enacting new laws based on the divisions that they're creating, which were not things 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, so before in the universities, they produced intellectuals, they produced scientists, people who are doing research, people who are doing that. Now the number one product coming out of universities is activists.
Yeah,
it's they're on the ground, and I'll push back a little. I think about 20 years is when these radicals got into the power to control the narrative of the higher education. But I think it really does go back to the 60s and the 70s and the Cold War with what Yuri Bezmenov used to say, that these when they were in college, they were the weather underground, they were this and that, and then they grew up, and instead of bombing buildings and killing police officers and that stuff, they toned down the outward tactics, and they focused on the slow march through the institutions, and they took the power in the universities, they took the power in the media, they took the power on the school boards and in the unions, and then they controlled the money. So now they control the politicians. Like if you ask me, do I think Joe Biden really believes half of this stuff? No, but I think he's held hostage by his. Well, yeah, but even that, like Nancy Pelosi or something like that, they don't want to side with AOC and all them. They're not communists. No. Nancy Pelosi is the biggest capitalist on Capitol Hill with their her miraculous stock trading and
the insider game is very strong in that one.
Yeah, they don't want communism. They don't want that, but they're at the whim of the donator class of the money class. And I don't know. Yeah, I saw that the third.
Yeah, so we haven't really looked. How do I get this bigger? There we go. didn't really look at it earlier in the stream at all, but what have you heard of anything? Do
Nothing.
they have any details?
No, they're not releasing anything.
No
All
details.
they're saying is that's the third one since the Chinese spy balloon that's been shot down.
This is saying that's the size of a small car.
Correct.
It seemed like the Chinese one was the size of a bus, I heard.
3 buses.
Three buses? Jesus.
Yeah, that's the reasoning they're giving for why they didn't shoot down the Chinese spy balloon until it went all the way across the country. Because the debris field from shooting it down would have been
from shooting a balloon filled with air. Okay, sure.
Yeah, well, it did seem to be carrying what looked like some sort of satellite array, almost like a low altitude satellite array. It had big solar panels, fins on it, and stuff like that. But even then, I'm not buying it. Like, I don't know. I think they missed that one, and now they're on the lookout and they're catching these other ones. But this is now the third smaller object. This one was over Canada, but for some reason we shot it down. There were like mixed reports on it when it first happened. I got a news update, and originally it was reported Canada shot it down, but the horses can't get up to 30,000 feet, and the Mounties can't do that. So I don't think Canada has anything but like crop dusters and biplanes because they rely on us for everything.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I was hoping there'd be some video, but it sounds like there isn't any.
No, this was up. I know there's some pretty cool video of the Chinooks over Alaska looking for either the first or the second one they shot down. That looked pretty cool. It was all snowy and like -20 Celsius up there, and I don't know, it was cool footage. But yeah, they haven't recovered any of them, I don't think. So who knows what they are? But it's definitely scary. I mean, I'm 38. This is the first time in my lifetime that we're acknowledging anything that's not allowed to be there coming into our airspace.
I'm gonna just look for video specifically, see if anyone's posted anything. Briefing. What we know, briefing. Still don't know. Yeah, there's nothing here. I don't see any videos. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. Either we don't know anything, which is terrifying, or they're not telling us anything, which is fucked up.
Right.
So,
somebody was saying that BBC had some video. This is all old stuff. Yeah, this is all old. I mean, people see UFOs all the time, so it's like generally they're not shot down. Let me see if there's anything that's listed as being brand new.
Christina says it's Elon testing his new flying cars.
Past date. Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. Nope. Don't have anything. Oh, well. Figured it was worth a check. See if there's anything coming out.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but... So these smaller ones, I did hear they're coming in from a different trajectory. So the big one we knew was China, the way it came in. And it hit Alaska first. But these are apparently coming down over the North Pole. So they're thinking maybe these smaller ones might be Russia. Which, I don't know. It's kind of terrifying to think that Russia and China are in tandem testing our airspace. But I don't think it's
surprising though.
I don't think it's a coincidence that I don't think it's a coincidence that they're. It seems to me like they're probing our air defense over the interior of our nation. They're not coming at the coast. They're not coming
with
straight
the
in from
response that
California.
came from the China balloon. I'm surprised. Like every country isn't sending something this way right now to test.
Right.
Because that was the most dismal response ever.
Yeah. But what do you expect from a potato in the White House?
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
For sure.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, I think we're fast headed that way, and possibly we're past the point of no return.
Yeah. Yeah, unlike Tim Pool, though, I think our issues are probably still more international than civil at the time. A lot of this bullshit inside the country.
But I think the
will,
civil stuff will pop off if there's an actual international thing.
I don't think so. I still remember what September.
You
12th,
don't think?
I still remember what September 12th, 2001 felt like.
Yeah, but I think what's more likely is that U.S. uses weapons. So, like, what do you think the response from people would be if Biden says that we've noticed that Russian troops have crossed over the border out of Ukraine into Poland, and that triggers NATO, and the United States is now officially at war? You don't think that right now a good chunk of the country is going to say, fuck you, we're not going to tie for your fake war?
I don't know that I think you'll have protests like you did in Vietnam. I think you'll have people, if they try to reinstitute the draft, I think you'll have draft dodgers and draft fleers. So I think you might have some sort of civil strife like that. But I don't, when I said not to be like Tim, I meant he's always shouting about the Civil War, 2.0 and this and that. And I mean, sure, it could happen, but I think the international stuff's going to pop off first, and I think that's going to galvanize the center of the nation. And I think depending on who's in the White House, the extreme that coincides with them will also be on their side. So you're still just going to have, the out of power extreme wing of the party that's really, really against it, and the libertarians, because they just hate war. They just don't want war at all. So I think we'll have some issues if international stuff pops off. I think if they try to redo the draft, then you're really going to have issues. Because remember, even back then, the anti-war protests didn't really gain steam until the draft kicked in. And that's when more normal people were like, whoa. I don't really care what you're doing over in the jungle, but you're going to tell my son he has to go?
Yeah.
So as a father of 2 teenage sons, that'd be my cutoff on that thing.
Yeah, and I think you're right about that, but I'm not sure it's going to need to go to that level. Like, I think that given the level of corruption and exposure about Ukraine that's out there right now, I think there's getting to a point where, I don't see anybody with their Twitter icons on the Ukrainian flag anymore. I don't see them at all.
They're few and far between now.
Yeah, it was literally 90% of the people had that shit on there.
Yeah, but see, is that authentic, or were those the bots that Elon purged with all his bot test polls at the beginning of this?
Just bots. There's plenty of people.
There was a lot of them
watching videos.
Yeah, but that's what those polls were at the beginning when Elon was putting out these polls all the time. Should I bring Trump? Should I bring Trump back? Should I step down as CEO? Those were bot traps, left and right. And I think he nuked a bunch of them, you know, which is the funny part about the whole, smear on DeFango over the Eliza Blue stuff. Like, oh, he controls this bot army and this and that.
Yeah.
I think there's bots on Twitter. Everybody knows there's bots on Twitter. There's, but it's pretty easy to tell where the bots are, who the bots are. And most bot accounts that exist on Twitter don't interact with anything.
Yeah.
They're just meant to get people subscribers. You go, you pay $50 and it gives you, 1,000 subscribers or something like that. But they don't do anything. They don't interact with your posts. They don't.
Right.
They're just there. They're just a dead number. So I don't know. There's a lot going on. We don't know
but
shit.
those bots don't really matter. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, they do exist where they're literally, I'll give you an example of something I did this would have been maybe at least 10 years ago, maybe more.
Right.
It was when Dropbox first started. Okay. So whenever that was, I don't remember when it was, but when they first started, they were giving a free Dropbox of maybe 100 megs, and everything's gotten like 100x, in our expectations since
Right.
then. Maybe it was less than 100, but whatever that number was, they were giving that to everybody that signed up. And then if you referred a friend, you would get another 20 megs. And then,
Got it.
and so
So to pump
the
your
more people
storage
you
space-
referred, the more storage space you got. And they put it in their terms for that stuff is, and you got to keep it forever. So it was like, you help out right now when we're starting the business, and you're always going to be like, your account's going to have that many more because of this free stuff that you did. Well, I'm sure I wasn't the only one. In fact, I know I wasn't the only one, but enterprising people at the time, like me, said, oh, so what do I need to be a friend to myself?
Right.
I just need an email address, but that email address can't just, like, I can't just give them an email and get the stuff. That person has to then log in, or register rather. That email address has to register. And then they need to log in after registering just at least once. And then I get my 20 gigs or 20 megs or whatever it was at that point. So I wrote a little script that did that through HTML. And what I ran into is like, these fuckers were too smart. Like, they knew people would try this. So they tracked your IP address.
Right.
They're like, oh, I'm sorry, we can't create another account because this IP address has already been used.
And this was when VPN wasn't a private, common.
Nah, I mean,
common
VPNs have
thing.
existed for a long time, but they weren't like sold on every other YouTube channel.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Schmo didn't know about VPNs and stuff back then.
Exactly. And so I said, okay, so that's not going to work. How do I get a bunch of IP addresses? So, I know, I can spool up an Amazon instance. So then I could spool up an Amazon instance, run my script until I run out of IPs on that, shut it down, and spool up another one.
No.
So I wrote scripts to do that. And then I had the whole thing automated to where I was basically doing referrals for, I don't remember how many it turned out to be. I mean, it wasn't like a super fast rate, but it was probably like maybe 15 friends an hour that were all signing on.
You just had unlimited
And I'm
Dropbox
like,
storage.
yeah, and I'm like, this is great. This is like fully automated. And then I had one of my buddies that was also doing this. He's like, well, how many did you get? I'm like, I think I got like 145 friends signed up so far. And, it's not costing me much. It's maybe just a few, I don't know, maybe $1 at Amazon every few systems that I spool up. So there's a cost, but it's not huge. She's like, oh, you got to do what I'm doing. Like, what'd you do? I said, well, I put ads on Google in countries where the ad costs are super cheap, which at the time would have been like the Middle East.
Right.
Right. And I said, sign up for Dropbox. And it was whatever you get normally, like anybody can get. But I made it sound like it was a special, rare, get invited to offer kind of deal. And put that ad, and then gave him a budget of $20, and I got like 280 people signed up. I'm like, son of a bitch, that's way less work than I did. So there's different ways to do it, right? You could think technologically the way I was doing it, and just kind of brute force it with your tech knowledge and abilities to do that. Or you can think a totally different way and then come up with a way to, do it totally legitimately. Honestly, what he did was totally legit.
Yep.
He just didn't tell people that this is a normal offer that anybody can do. But nobody was advertising to, in Syria back then for Dropbox. So he put the first ads for that country. And I'm just pulling Syria out of the thin air, but somewhere. So he was the first guy to buy ads for this product in their country, totally legitimately, using him as a referral code. And then managed to score a whole bunch. So, it's fun little games you got to play. But of course, the company never intended for any of this to happen. They wanted Americans that had money later to pay a subscription fee to sign up and have other friends who are Americans that have money to pay for subscription fees to do it. So it's kind of, that stuff I think right now is still happening. It's just not happening with my friends because we all just pay money now. Like,
right.
Our time's more valuable than the money. I don't have time to go and fuck around and write scripts anymore.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, honestly, I don't. I guess I do because I'm on here for 4 hours.
Right.
So,
But it's a different thing. This is
Yeah.
a new thing. This is an investment. The time you're doing
Mhm.
now, it is an investment to, building a platform, building a channel. Helping helping Defango build his channel. It's not. It's different. It's not. The priorities are different. So,
Mhm.
hey, Pepperidge, I see your comment. Yeah, the draft was active from 47 to 73, but they were not actively drafting people that whole time.
So it was in place but not activated.
Correct. And the selective service is still to this day active. There's many states where you can't get a driver's license if you're not registered for selective service.
Mhm.
That's still a thing.
Yeah, it definitely was when I was 18. That's for sure.
Well, here you go. I got something I want you to wrap your head around.
What do you
So
got?
I'm in Delaware, right?
Yeah.
Well, I just found out the local natural resource people, DENREC, are getting ready to. They're trying to institute a policy strictly through them, through the administrative agency, that states that they're going to mimic any environmental regulations passed in California.
Okay.
Up to and including the ban on all gas cars, the sale of all gas cars after 2025. Now, this is strictly through the administrative agency.
Right.
The
Nobody
director
looks
of
at these fools.
correct.
Yeah.
The director of DENREC can sign off on this, and it's in place in our in our state. It's not going. It's an end around the legislature. There's no representation going into this.
Yeah.
And so that's something I'm working on.
Yeah, so you
is
missed
gonna
this
be-
segment. Somebody mentioned it, so I thought I'd bring it up here. We had Farron on for probably 2 hours, and the comments were quite heavily skewed against her.
Farron is a very polarizing character.
She
and
is.
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Farron and Megan Fox. I'm a subscriber to Nick Ricada's Locals channel.
Yeah.
And they've both been guests on Nick's show,
Mhm.
and they both come in his Locals channel sometimes, and I have blasted both of them.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan.
Yeah,
wasn't a fan.
and that's
but
I think that quite often that's very appropriate. But what started happening organically, I don't want to take credit for it, but I definitely spun it up once it happened, is if you want Farron to be quiet, send us money because we're going to call out your super chat. So every time she started talking, there was a $2 super chat. So I mean, they were fairly low value across the board, but it was funny as hell because every time Farron started talking, it's like, oh, we got a super chat. We got to call out this super chat. It was pretty damn funny.
Well, that's funny because I jumped in and sent mine through, and I didn't even realize that was a thing.
You were like the last guy to come through. Yeah.
I just had tuned in and was like, hey, let me chip in a little bit. But that's funny.
I would ask her a question. She'd start talking. Super chat comes in.
First of all, I'll give Farron a lot of credit on the Eliza Blue story. You know, it's kind of like I've said about Defango. I don't know him. I don't know his past. If there's, I know what his story is, and he's been nothing but nice to me. So I have no reason not to believe him. But I don't care about his past because his work on this has been impeccable.
Yeah.
And I'll say the same thing with Farron. Like, I don't care what disagreements I've had with her in the past. I don't care, any of that. Like, her work on this, the work she's doing to put this documentary together, it seems to be going well. She seems to be really pushing this hard. And, I made it, I said it the other day, we allied with Stalin during World War II. So, sometimes you gotta stand side by side with people that you normally wouldn't. And if the fight's worth it. And I think, this fight was worth it.
Should we do a total inception?
A total inception?
We'll do an inception here.
All right.
But to do that, I'm going to have to not show chat because everything's too damn small otherwise. So we'll do, there we go.
When was this?
Right now.
Are they over there on?
Yeah. I'll make them bigger. Hold on. There we go. I think that's as big as I can get them to be. And then let's see if I can turn on if we can get some sound going through here.
What's he on, Flashcast? Who's he on with? Brittany?
Everybody. Just
yeah,
not
like
us. That's all.
whose channel are they on?
What's her face is
Brittany's.
No, Chrissy's.
Chrissy's channel. Okay.
Yeah.
So
let me
Simcast.
put this on. I think I can switch the audio.
Like, I
being
love
very
Y'all hear
complimentary.
the audio?
Yeah, she's like, I
Well,
love
let
you,
us know
Shane.
that
Like,
you can
literally
hear it if
telling
you can
a
hear
married
it.
man she loves him over and over, flirting with
He
him.
said
come
he
to
was
Iran.
Warhol-esque.
Yeah, that too. Like
Can you hear the audio?
everything. And then he,
Yeah, I
on
can hear
Twitter
it.
too,
Okay,
he
let's
kind
see
of
if
returned
people
the
can.
favor.
Okay,
He's
they
like,
can
yeah,
hear it as
Elijah's
well.
so
Cool. I'm
great
gonna
and this
turn
and
the
that.
audio down
It's
just a
really
little
gross
bit
to
so we can
watch.
talk over it.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed if I was his wife. I'd
I
be like, why the
know.
fuck are you talking to her like that?
Okay,
see
is that
so many
still
people.
audible? So, but yet we can
Eagled
still
him
talk.
into
Hopefully.
her clutches.
Yeah,
you know?
it sounds like a good volume on my end.
Go.
Okay. Good.
I don't
There's so many
understand how
people.
this chick has all this power.
I don't
Like, I was
either.
This is
explaining
what
the
I
whole
would describe as
situation because the rest of my videos
as
was
the
explaining
video
this whole situation to my
version
mom,
of the
and she was like, "What is
Twitch
this
or
broad
sorry
have
Twitter
24-karat gold between her
rooms or
legs?"
whatever the hell
Yeah.
they're called.
She
That's
must.
what your mom said.
The
Way
Twitter
hotter
Spaces, the one
chicks
last
all
night that you
over
got
the
on,
place
that
that
one was
aren't
brutal.
insane and
That one
lying
was a
about
little
being trafficked.
vicious.
So she has to have something.
Yeah, I
Like, there's
don't.
something
I'm not a
else,
fan
because
of those
there's just no
things. I
way.
was
Why
not
are
a
you
fan of the
protecting her?
original.
Like,
What
is it
was the
because of her
app
dad?
that came
That's the
out?
only
Telephone
thing,
or
like,
whatever.
in the
Yeah.
politic thing.
I
Like,
forget
she
what
has
it's
some
called.
sort of
Oh,
weird politician
oh,
Yeah.
what's it
connection.
called?
Because
It
what
was.
is the other
I'm gonna
It's an
say I'm a little
interesting
upset.
Isn't it
idea.
weird that she's one
I didn't
degree
get the
away from
invite.
Epstein?
That's like
Yeah,
From
every
Virginia?
single one of those
there's
people followed
something
me.
That's
weird.
pretty
and
weird.
has cited
Yeah.
me
First
on
place
the
I'd look. If
on the
that was
Eliza stuff.
Well,
That's
into
it's
I
something.
just
It
felt
has to be
like
something. There's
again,
no
not talking
fucking
about
way. I'm
the
sorry.
Twitter one,
No.
but
Do you think the right just
the
has
app
this
thing that was before it
need
is
to be liked
it
for once?
it got
Like,
super
you get
clicky,
a pretty
super
girl
fast.
coming in
Yeah,
saying I'm a
Clubhouse.
sex trafficker, and
Clubhouse.
every guy, every
Yeah.
doofus
And
on
then
the right says, "Oh,
I
come
was
on my show,
asked
and
to
let's
leave
get your
a number
message
of
out," without
rooms
even questioning, like,
for
"Hey,
having
look
the
and
wrong
see her."
color
Looks like a
skin.
leftist. Like she looks
Yeah,
like she
fuck
should
that.
be
Yeah, that's a
over
good
there.
point,
Yeah.
Dick. Like, it
Fuck
makes if you're
that.
a
Yeah.
guy who has, and she, I think, is
But
better at
that's a new
manipulating men
thing
than women
nowadays. Like
because
that's a
transferable
big
skills.
thing that
But if you're a guy
like
who has her on
segregation
your
is making a
podcast, like
comeback,
you
and
look
it's
not
empathetic,
it's not the
you
white
look like
people
you're
pushing it.
caring about a
No.
good cause.
No, totally.
Chrissy, I think that's true for her whole following. It's like we
Yeah.
don't necessarily know what to do about sex trafficking.
We're
but if
watching
we
the
like this
Fango now,
tweet, then
exactly.
we're good people.
Is he,
and we're
guys?
supporting
You've
it.
been
And
watching
it was a
there.
great
If you have,
platform for
while
people who
we've been
don't want
yammering
to
here,
or don't know
has
how
he
to
been
do
talking, or is
anything
he just
about it.
kind of quietly sitting there? Because I kind of feel like in a lot of
my
these
God, what's been funny
multi-person
to notice are all the
situations, like
context labels
DeFango's
that are
just
being slapped
like he
on
doesn't interrupt
not
people.
only
He's just quietly
Eliza's
sitting
tweets,
back.
but Annie Dunawald's tweets. Annie Dunawald, she's like one of the
So is she wearing a cow
queen
hat? She
grifters.
is
She's
wearing
the
a
one
cow
who
hat.
asked for
Yes.
$50K to fix a
Is that
ladder
for-
that
wearing a
fell
cow hat.
off her
Is this
safe
a
house,
fundraiser?
Yeah, she's doing a fundraiser.
which magically was
Let me
the
see.
same
Oh
amount.
yeah, I can
that
totally
her
get the
that
quality
her
better. Hold
parents
on,
are
sorry
suing
guys.
her for because she claimed
That's
them
better.
of
Who's this for
human
Polaris
sex
Project for
trafficking,
human trafficking?
some kids
Ah.
or something. This is from Daniel Clancy. Okay, so this is from Eliza. So to prove that I'm not a survivor, many made me a victim again. You can never say that I'm not a
Huh.
survivor of exploitation now because you made me one again.
Wow.
You didn't fight to expose
Yeah, I
government
can't get any bigger.
malfeasance or
It's as
tech
big as it
censorship.
goes.
You fought to post my body without consent. And then here's the added context from our readers. Eliza Blue consented to the creation of the World Star
Wait,
Hip Hop
oh.
music video. She has reached
Hold
out
up.
to World Star Hip Hop to create the video.
Is this?
Oh, she had reached out.
That is
And at the
brave.
time of release, was proud of the content. According to World Star Hip Hop, she was paid,
Oop.
and World Star Hip Hop
Let me see if I
owns
can
the
make it
full
even
rights.
bigger.
You rate it
Is
as
that-
helpful.
Is that Elon's breakup letter to her? That
Official.
community
Oh my
notes
God.
that suddenly. I don't think it's sex
Yeah, I think it's
trafficking
a
with
little
a
bit
picture if you're laughing at it. Like everyone's posting your ass making fun
So
of you. You know, it's not like hacked porn.
we can watch
that
them
we're
for a
passing
while,
around.
see what
It's not like a
happens,
happening.
unless there's anything else you wanted to cover when you
I
get
don't
there.
really have anything else to
Today I have
cover.
decided to change my story.
I
as a
just threw in
survivor. I
20
have
bucks
used a third
to
time
see if
on a
Chrissy
massive
moves.
digital scale. It's
You threw
called
them 20 bucks?
image-based sexual
Yeah,
abuse
well, it's a
keeps,
charity
every
stream for
individual from
Polaris
going away
Project.
stuck.
Oh, right.
Without my consent, has become my abuser.
Was that the cowbell? Was that the 20 bucks coming in?
Do not
I
meet
think so. I'm getting an echo. Is that on my end?
all the content was completely
Well, if you're watching it live, then yeah, you should turn the volume down.
I thought the volume
$20
was
donation gets Chrissy to moo.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Thank you, anonymous. Wow, $20.
You just said thank you. Did you do an anonymous?
Yeah,
one?
that wasn't me. No, I did it with my name.
Okay.
Fuck that. Fuck that. I didn't do it anonymously.
Yeah,
anonymously.
Tweets up after that
What
was
type
under
of
there.
what type of grifting is that to do it anonymously?
Yeah, man.
Oh God, here's
Advertise
Annie's.
yourself.
Here's Annie's. The lady asking for the 50 grand gutter. The lying. Oh, fuck, where'd it go? The lying narrative people are using
The
to discredit Eliza
streamception.
Blue
This is what
and
this is.
myself has been a
Streamception.
hate campaign to discredit and destroy. Maybe consider.
Hey, look, for
why
real
we're
though, if you guys
targeted.
got it, this
Organized
is a
crime
legitimate
doesn't go away
fundraiser to
quietly
actually
overnight.
stop human
Common
trafficking.
sense isn't so common.
We've
May
been
wanna
railing on
reconsider your stance. She's
Eliza for
literally
being fake and being a
comparing
grifter
us
Yep.
to
for 3
organized
weeks now.
crime.
So if you
Like,
got
this
it,
is a mob
you know,
here.
go
The
drop them
ideas of
some money,
grandeur these
and when
people
you come
have in
back,
their head, like
drop
they're
us a
that
super chat.
important that all these people are like, no, you're just pieces
Yeah.
of shit. Like
Good
this
luck on that
girl,
one.
I
Alright.
feel like you should be quiet because I feel like you're probably
Uh-huh.
worse than Elijah, and people are gonna start digging into you.
Yeah, so I guess
because,
somebody
like,
was asking
you
about
should just
where's
be quiet.
Farron's politics.
Annie
Unless
does.
you want to end up
I'd
having
say sort of
'cause she
somewhere
seems
between
like a very
centrist and libertarian. I think she's a
Yeah,
little more
she's
libertarian.
she's a
But she's
very
not
Sued by
definitely
John
not
Wall's
a
parents for
real
defamation.
conservative,
This is
but
not a
neither is
lie,
she a
and the
real
link
liberal either.
shows the public court
yeah, no,
record.
she's
She was ordered to pay over 40
she's
grand
a
in
Trump
restitution.
Oh my god.
Do you really
like a
support
Trump
shit? I really wouldn't
Trumpian
if I were her.
Democrat.
I would
Let's put
just
it
be
that way.
quiet and
She's one
Trumpian
of those
Democrat.
Obama
Yeah.
voters that voted for Trump.
Thank you, Grifty, for the
Yeah,
$20 donation.
that makes sense.
Grifty has
I
been
mean, she kind of seems like
an
that. That'd
awesome
be
part of the team.
her deal.
The
We
Truth
see you.
Squad.
Grifty, there we go. Got
Twitter
the big thumbs up.
intelligence agency.
Digital Cannibals, Eliza Blue PR, whatever you want to call it.
Nice.
I have to hop off, by the way. Thank you so much for the invite. I wish the
The
best
fan
for you
got cheese
guys.
so
I
much
hope
when
that
she
this
said when she
stream gets
read
a
it.
lot of
He was like,
donations
"Oh,
for
that's
victims,
my
and thank you guys
peoples."
again for the support and helping
So they got
bring
who they
this
got on
life.
there? They
I
got
hope
Tug
you
on
get
there,
your
Brutal
back
Brittany's on
soon.
there,
Thanks. I'm
Nick
gonna go celebrate my
Masterson,
birthday tonight. So
Happy
Brittany.
Oh, it's her
birthday.
birthday. Brittany's birthday.
Brittany.
Happy birthday,
thank you.
Brittany.
I'm turning
Awesome.
38, and I'm also getting married on February 30th.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Mike
That's great.
Harlow. Is that the
So,
guy?
invitations to everyone to my wedding on
There
February
was.
30th. I see you guys there. Save the date.
So have you seen?
That's
Do you,
awesome.
All right, we got you.
do you know
Yeah, we're
about this?
coming. We're all coming, Brittany. February 30th. You got it.
Do you know about this?
What?
This candidate for governor for the Libertarian Party of
Wow.
Nope.
New Hampshire,
I
Do
can't
not.
believe she's 38.
and
She
her
looks so
her
good.
past.
Are you
People are actually
not
believing
joking.
her. She's
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
not
Yeah,
38.
it was like a joke.
Yeah.
The
Well,
whole thing's
I'm
a
trying-
joke.
20 something. She's
Okay, there we
I'm
go.
trying to
A youngin'.
figure it out. There's
Wow, you guys remember Carly Wenzel?
Mhm.
She's
there's someone who
getting
has the
death
whole
threats now.
thread on her
Wait, who's that?
being like
Carly
pedophile
Wenzel. She was
adjacent,
what?
a friend
and I
of
think it's that. I think
Yeah,
it's that
the
No,
Mike,
Fangos
Mike
Hard
Harlow
friend
Brother.
of
guy.
Eliza. She was featured in the Daily Beast article. They pulled a quote for the Candace Owens video. Like, she's been public about this.
Oh, is that her old
Didn't
friend?
she share her
Yes,
real life?
yeah.
Yeah, that
And
was
then
funny.
Eliza
I need
just
to find that
totally,
video
like
of
libeled her as well, saying,
Brittany
"Oh, she's on pills."
That is.
You know?
that
That's
Oh, okay.
so a few days
Isn't
ago.
like 90% of
Oh,
America
who's in
on
here?
pills?
Oh, there we go.
So
Yeah, we're doing
why would you
a
send her death threats
streamception.
for telling you what happened in her life?
Oh
Like you're
shit.
threatening. That's what I hate about all this, and like Tim acting like we're bad guys for bringing this up, but she's lying. Like, what do you mean?
Like,
fuck
what
her.
is Tim Pool's purpose if it's not to like at least confront
That was
these
good.
massive lies he's
Yeah,
promoting
I
on
like
his
that. Well, now
platform?
he saw what
That
we're doing
drama
anyway.
shit was
False.
such
Yeah.
a
Could've been
horrible
like,
go.
fuck her. But you're
Yeah.
like putting
So
it going and
Mike
acting like
Harlow
we're
is
bad
the guy
people.
that put
Like,
out the
what?
thread about
But also, it's so hypocritical
about Carolyn
to be like,
Poroshenko.
oh, like,
Yeah.
so beneath him.
So that's
when
him.
he did how many stories
On
about
the
I
right,
Jesse
right
Smollett?
there.
know nothing about him.
50, 60, 70?
I don't know anything
Yeah.
about him
Who's
other
this
than he's the
Dick-
one that put her
Dick
on blast.
Masterson dude. I don't know anything about him either.
He's a comedian. He
and
Oh,
then
is
the
he?
other one crying about her
he
porn.
used to do
what do you
the
mean?
it's
She's
called
crying
the
about
Dick
her
Show.
Mm.
He's
Go,
old
like,
school
cry-
internet.
Shit.
He's been around for a while.
Like Eliza.
Yeah, like I don't
He's a
get
pretty
it.
funny guy, center left.
And his music is
for the most
terrible.
part.
That they had her on at all. It's not their fault. You don't want to question it, of course. But when you find
And
out
then
all this stuff,
Tug.
then
I like Tug.
you know,
I
you
watched
act like
Tug's
him.
good.
we're
Tug's good
for
people.
pointing it out. Like she's the asshole, not
He's
us.
got a very
Like, what the
particular
fuck?
accent.
It's
Oh,
weird.
he's
That's
got
why
the
I mean she
best
has to have
voice.
something.
I could
because why
listen to
would you go
Tug
this hard for
podcast.
just
it's like
random
listening to
liar. Like, what do
Sargon.
you mean?
Like there's
Oh,
no
it's
there's no
very
pop.
different from Sargon. I'd
It
say
is,
Tug
but
sounds
there's
more
no
like
pop.
I don't think it's
the
political
old guy
gold,
who's
though,
the
because
neighbor
I'm in proximity to
on Family
politics, and I
Guy.
think some of us are, but like her
Yeah,
dad was an assemblyman, and she
that's how
didn't
you hear
ask him
Tug.
It's kind of
for
a
a bill in
southernish
Illinois
kind of
to help with sex
Louisiana thing
trafficking.
going with
So
the
Yeah,
like
it's
from
like
melodic
very
tones.
So I
South
asked him, like, why
Carolina.
would he bring it up?
Like,
That's a good question.
but it's
like I
it's
rode her last
monotonous.
year in
There's
Nevada,
no
and my dad
there's no
isn't a
peaks and
politician.
valleys. It's
So
just
don't
Yeah, it's
you know
very
anybody
smooth.
that can write a
yeah,
bill?
it's very
I don't
smooth.
get
That's what I meant
Yeah.
when I was like, it's like listening to Sargon. There's no
Like, if
pop.
your daughter
There's
was
no nothing. You
trafficked
can
and
just
Right.
listen there,
saved, and now she's doing all
and
this good work. It's not like
they
she's
can
Yeah.
talk for
private,
hours,
like
and you
wants
just
to
never
hide
hear a
away.
difference.
So he could have used
I don't
that.
have that
So like,
skill.
oh look, she's
I
helping
get
now.
I
And
get too
she was
animated.
saved. But
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
like what? You never mentioned it.
Well,
What
it
do you
depends
mean?
what you're
She's
doing.
out there with her
There's,
You
face
got the
I think,
same thing
everywhere.
going
So
on.
I've
people are
been,
gonna
I've
ask
quite
eventually.
a number of
Like,
times
that's
actually. I've
so
had
weird
people
to
on the
me.
stream saying, "Is that guy
Like,
alive
if she
or
was
is he
trying to be
asleep?"
private, that's one thing. But she's not
Because
private.
if I'm
So
if
that
I'm
ends up
listening, if
being
I'm not
Is there some
talking,
previous beef
I'm
between
completely
DeFango and
motionless.
Pool, where
You
Pool wanted
are.
his account to be nuked?
It's kind of freaky sometimes. I
Yeah.
don't know how you
DeFango?
sit so still.
Yeah.
I'm all squirmy. Everybody always
I
tells me
don't
that. They're like,
really
"You gotta
know
sit still, man."
actually
I'm like, I can't.
if there was any beef
I
between
literally
Jimmy
do
and
this at my
Pool.
dining room
Never figured I
table.
was
I
on
don't
that
have
Well,
some big
I've
comfy office chair.
I've spent a lot
Yeah,
of
it's easy for
time
everybody to like
looking through a scope on a
keep
rifle.
thinking about
Well, there you
And
go.
the last thing
what
you
could
need
have
is
caused
motion that
this.
you don't need.
This is
Yeah,
true.
and now Carly Wenzel's getting all these threats. It's like people are
So
really
I don't know.
going
For
after
me,
her
it just
now.
seems normal. Like if you're not intending to do something,
People
don't
get
move.
threatened all over the place. I mean, me
Yeah.
and Tim
Yeah.
Pool are basically the same age too.
Oh, let's see what
Like,
DeFango's saying.
we're both born in March. I think I was born just a little bit after him though. Like I'm on the
Ooh,
21st. He's on
you're
the
both
9th.
Pisces.
No, I'm on Aries.
Oh,
Pisces.
Oh.
see, he's
cusp
saying he's the
Oh.
same. He is Tim Pool.
I'm Aries.
You never see them both together.
with something.
Sure, I've never
Let me see
seen
your
DeFango and
cusp.
Temple in the
Probably,
same room.
Or I don't know.
Yeah.
Eliza was
Somebody
here.
told
She'd
me
be like,
that
"Let me
shit.
see your cusp."
Yeah, that's why you're so shredded.
Ooh, thank you, Anonymous, for the $20.
All right. So
Yeah.
how do let me see?
Do
Oh,
you guys
they
think
collected a
Eliza's
good
getting
chunk of
off to all
money.
this attention? Even though it's
Yes.
bad, like
Wow.
her tits plastered all over the internet, her twerking vid, all the stuff she worked so hard to get out there as a nobody is finally getting some play.
So when you do a donation, it just does it.
Yeah, there's no super chat type function or anything like that. You can't put a
Hmm.
message. You just get to pick whether or not it displays your name.
All right. Well, it's asking me for a credit card. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
later.
don't do that on
I'm not
stream.
gonna do it on stream. I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't need to.
You know what'd be
That's
ideal?
why I did it from my phone.
What would be ideal would
Right.
be if she
That's a good
completely
idea.
got out of the
The problem with phone though is I found that
Jordan scale.
the
No.
donations don't
Got out of the app.
they don't always come
Face entirely,
through
and then what if you
in time. I don't know.
like
Correct.
girl again, or
I've
like,
had that
Like,
happen
there's
before.
been a number of
like,
times
she
where
could
I'm
get
like,
her
what the hell
wish
happened
finally,
here, guys?
But like by way of
Yeah.
cancellation.
She should do
Yeah.
OnlyFans. Like, it can be like a
But see, I've been around the
Survivor
internet
OnlyFans.
long
She
enough.
doesn't
I
do
know
news
better
or
than to
anything.
use like personal
Talks
computers
about
and stuff
surviving.
Right.
Great.
for anything
Well, she's already got her
in
locals,
public.
and I mean, I'm
So like
subscribed
this
to
is
that.
a dedicated
And, I mean, she just,
computer
like,
that's strictly
doesn't even post anything
for
on there.
social media.
It's a real
and,
drag. It's like a
yeah,
waste of
no
$50
payment
a month,
information
but
on it, no private information on
She's
it.
too
you
busy
gotta support
advocating.
survivors, right?
That is
You
too
gotta
funny
support.
though.
Did you see her say that she couldn't even retweet
I mean,
kids?
the whole cow
lost kids
hat thing
yesterday?
is just so
I
ridiculous.
I can't
It
even
is.
retweet missing kids. So if you guys
That
could
was
retweet
so
missing kids,
weird,
that'd be
dude.
great.
Like she's
So-
But
It's literally
you know, at
only
least this
because
money
she's been reading
can
the
be accounted
comments and
for.
everybody's saying, yeah, she's got a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah,
I'm
time.
like
we know
Eliza's
where
stuff.
this is
People and
going.
Not a lot of time for advocacy.
I'd be curious to see if YouTube's taking their 50%
I think the
out of
massive
this.
evidence
Mhm.
is growing that she's a
Oh,
low
I think
cow,
they
and we
do
can
it
base
like
this
if you
on
set
not
it
only
up
the
as a
parody,
donation to a
the
charity. I
beautiful
don't think they
parody
take
work we
money,
just
or at
saw
least
of
they
Mike
do a smaller
Harlow,
chunk.
but
Well,
Leanne
that's
Starr
good.
also did
I don't think
parody
it's
piece.
identical.
So there's so
Um,
much parody party going on. It has to
It's
be her.
a
Well, it wasn't her. I just
Wow,
did,
that guy
you
is
know.
all
I
the
did
way
one on
fucking
Instagram
gay.
models a few
yeah. Let
years
me see
ago,
if I
so
can do
I
this
updated it.
as
You know,
well
because if that doesn't
offline.
work out, you could just use human trafficking.
Come on.
Freely, Ashley, I want to know one thing Eliza has
What?
actually done to help victims, even a care package for women
Are
who
they
have
just
gotten
reading
out.
out of
I've
the
never seen any
comments?
proof.
That's why I asked.
Ashley,
A million times.
retweeting. That's the advocacy
That's
work
not.
and the
That's so
retweets.
stupid. Like, what do you mean? Like, what did she do? And what she does good work. What? She got to go see Elon Musk.
She got to go see.
Yeah,
Elon
okay.
Musk.
She didn't get the CP removed. It's
Mhm.
still there. And that wasn't even her. That was an open secret, like most of it, anyways. And she didn't do it, anything. They're still there. So what is it? No one can tell me. What is this good work? Where?
Talking. That's what her good work is.
Yeah,
Flapping
where?
them
You
gums.
going
Move
on
that
all
meat.
kinds of shows promoting
Moving that
yourself.
meat.
Flapping that meat. That's what all we do is just flap meat at each other.
Just meat flappers.
Mm-hmm. We're all
I think
made
that's
out
the
of
strip.
meat.
I think that's the strip
Meat
club that Dick
flapper.
Masterson is going to later.
Meat flapper?
Flappers? Yeah.
Exactly.
You can hear it driving down the freeway.
Oh my god. I used to call the one by my house
Hey,
Arby's.
Jenny, he's indisposed right now on the show, so if you will take a look at your emails. He's
Yeah.
very OCD about checking emails.
What do you guys think of the idea that she
He
is a
is. He yells
psyop
at me
sent
all the
here
time
to
for
make
not
us
checking
all
to see if he's
take
streaming
trafficking
before I
less
DM him.
seriously?
Which is really funny
I don't
because
think you should take it less serious.
I've always used Signal with him.
It doesn't matter if we take
he
it
like
seriously
takes
or not,
days.
like,
Well, used to.
nothing's
He's
gonna
gotten much better.
Yeah,
But it used to
to
take
her,
days
anyway.
between
That's why I don't
replying
think other
back.
people should be
Right.
I'm like, dude, how do do you not get a little message right on your phone when I signal you something?
I'm saying,
Right.
if I have
Well,
to
like I don't
screenshot
understand
this,
where it's like a
message
huge
for
deal if I
Cassandra
DM
Picado
you
and
while
put it out there, I will,
while
but
you're
I'd rather
streaming.
not
Like
do
I have
that.
my Twitter up, and I'm sure people have DM'd me while I'm on stream.
But I will,
Just don't
because
check it.
that's exactly who I am.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's really
I'd
not a
rather
big deal.
keep that one
I
in the
check it when I
pocket for
can,
a
but
little while longer and wait for the next.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
He's
an
special.
iPad right
We
next
love
to me,
him,
so
though.
I can see when stuff's coming in. But it doesn't mean I'm going to
Guys, we're
respond.
raising so much money for
Yeah.
I may make a mental note
So yes, please donate to charity
that says
to help people that have been hurt.
Yeah.
Send money
And
something
now.
came
I
in.
guarantee that not
Please help
$1
me.
of this will go to a pandemic vacation.
Ooh.
Shots fired.
There's no self-care trip
Pew,
involved.
pew.
Or jackets with big shoulder pads.
Yeah, no,
So-
will not buy a Tesla coat with this money.
Well, hey,
No.
Gene, I appreciate you hanging out. Let me
Yeah, man.
hop on for a little while. I think I'm gonna get off here. I got some kids going to bed.
Yeah, for sure.
No Michael
All that.
Jackson
So
thriller
everybody
jackets,
check
shoulder
out
pads.
my Twitter,
We're gonna open up a
Grifty42069, and
Mm-hmm.
go give me a sub over on YouTube. Though I'm pretty
You
sure
guys
I've
think
seen
that she
most
should
of
bring
these
back her
subbed
black
already.
scent?
But it's at Grifty.
that
I love
phone,
y'all.
like,
I'll catch you next time.
All right, man.
I'll see you,
What's
Gene.
your channel's just Grifty?
Yeah, just
On
at
YouTube?
Grifty.
At Grifty, guys. Make sure you follow him. Check him out.
She's not
All
even
right.
from
And
the
we'll
hood.
See you
catch you
guys later.
later.
I grew up in the hood and I don't even talk like that.
Leanne, you could totally have a black scent. Like you're from the area where you could have.
I'm gonna just watch
don't.
what they're doing anyway for a little while, so though
You
I'm
could try
gonna
to
stay
have
on
one.
here.
Just try for us.
Yeah, just
But
try one out.
at some point,
Hang out with black people.
I'll probably
and then
drop
they would
off and get
think I
some
was
food.
Fucking stupid.
Chat, you got my full undivided attention. Is there anything
grill?
that
No.
you want me
I
to
don't
talk
know.
about or bring up or anything while I'm still on
Stupid
here?
as fuck.
And are you all aware
I
that
know my
I
place.
do 3 different podcasts?
In the black community.
One of
and
which
I
is going to
try
be on this
mimic
channel on
Like-
the live
like a
stream
weirdo.
tomorrow
Like all
at
those
10
other white
Central,
girls do,
8
like, in my
Pacific.
neighborhood, they're
That
just
will be the
pathetic,
Just Two Good Old
honestly.
Boys podcast.
I know my place in that community too. Fixing computers.
When people forget their password, they call you. Moo! Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20. My God, we're crushing it. I'm clearly a sex trafficking advocate at this point.
How
Yeah,
many
I think
rapes
Chrissy's
is like 20
trafficking
bucks
herself
stop
right now.
or whatever? What's
For
the?
sure.
Is there a metric?
I think $100 stops one rape,
Oh wow, that's a
and
pricey.
then $200 stops butt stuff.
Yep.
Wait, but consensual butt stuff?
All
No,
of it.
that's free. No, you didn't.
Oh.
Stop
Oh,
that.
good, good.
Non-consensual
Oh,
butt
an
stuff.
ass rape. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
we're not letting this
Yeah.
on me around here.
$200 stops one butthole from being trafficked.
how you put it in terms I can understand. That
Oh,
seems worth
the
it.
funding is going well. That's good.
$1,665 raised
Oh, that's awesome.
for
J.R. Riggs, you better frickin'
Been on for
follow
like an hour and a half.
me back, Grifty.
You know what, guys? We should
Yeah, I
take
follow
that,
everybody on Twitter
put it in
'cause
some Ethereum, and then
I
see
use
what
that
we can
just to
save
talk
even
to
more
people
rapes
mostly,
down
and
the
I also
line,
put
right?
memes and
Let's
stuff
take
on
this
there,
money
but-
and double it.
I'm not trying to.
Why give it away now? There's so many more victims
Not
we can
trying
help
to
in the
build
future if we
anything on
gamble
there.
with it.
We could put this money towards non-consensual foot jobs.
Cashman, okay, does Cashman have a career? No, I don't
happening
think
in
so.
specifically
Will he have a
the
job?
area.
Yes. And the difference being that a career is something that
We
you
use this to
progress
set up a
through
massage
for
parlor,
the
and then all
well,
the
if not your
proceeds of
entire
that
life,
we give to surviving
certainly
victims.
for a good chunk of your life.
Can we just disclaimer that we don't actually
Okay, I think my
read
donation
this
finally
funny?
went through, so
No,
hopefully
of
they'll
course not.
see it.
Okay, because there might be victims that
Maybe.
find this
Hopefully.
commentary off-putting.
Um,
That's all.
Oh.
but I think
If you find
Cashman,
this commentary
like you'll be able to make a
blame
living,
just
but I
me,
think
the
he'll be
comedian, and
writing
maybe Dick Masterson, but
opinion
that's it.
pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
I
he'll
medically can't
maybe
apologize.
books. Like there's nothing wrong with his style of writing.
Moo. Thank you, Ministry of Ron. Thank
For fishing
for the
books, or fishing,
$20.
for
Yeah, no, some of
fiction
us here are
books.
serious journalists, and
I just don't think that
content
he's moving
creators,
on
not,
to bigger and better
some of us here
places as
are
a
not
journalist.
to be taken seriously, like myself.
Now,
and Dick
could he
Masterson.
still work for a shitty journalism endeavor?
Please don't take me seriously.
Probably.
Yeehaw! Thank you, CV, for the $100 donation. Wow.
Wow, there you go.
And thank you, Yeehaw!
Good job,
GRIFTCAST
CV.
Clips, for donating $20.
And there was mine. Yeah, GriftCast,
We're
$20.
doing it.
I spent
Some people just
literally
joke
way too
about
much
dark
yesterday.
things,
I think
so
I
no
was in the
one should just
$500
take
range.
it,
So
too
not
hard,
doing the
because
big
I was raped.
donations
That's
today.
why I lost my virginity, and I share that with girls I help, because that's another thing with Eliza. She doesn't share to bond.
Let's see.
Like I always share with them, so they know, like, hey, I've
what
been through
else?
fucked up shit. But I joke about it now just because it's just you can't really change it. So
Somebody said, "What have I
You do have
missed?"
to sometimes joke about
You
trauma.
missed a lot. It's a
power.
5,
That's why I
almost
tell,
6
like, the
hours
girls I
since
talk to,
the
like,
stream
don't let them
started.
take
So if you're
away the
coming
rest
in
of the
now
joy in your life.
and saying,
Like,
"What did
don't
I
let 'em
miss?"
do that. So
Pretty much the whole stream.
It's easier to joke around about
Most of that
I
stream.
don't
I think I'm
like
gonna wrap
that
it
a
up
roadie
in
from Rusted
13
Roof
minutes.
took my virginity,
It'll be
but that's what
exactly 9
happened.
o'clock here,
And you
and I'm
have
sure
to
they're gonna
joke
keep
about
going
it, or
for
else
all night
you'll
today.
get
The
upset.
charity
Yeah.
drives generally last a pretty long
funny, and you're
time.
right, like, it has
They
to
want to
be
maximize those
because you have to survive somehow.
donations
And some
coming
stuff's
in.
just so ironic.
It is. Humor definitely helps. I think that's
So-
why they're trying to get rid of comedy and they're
What's
trying
Tug
to like
open
censor it.
to?
You
I'm just
can't,
scrolling up here in
can't tell.
comments.
The truth gets out better that way. They
There's a
don't like
difference
that.
between making fun of the idea of something, like preventing an ass
Tug-
rape, versus
Somebody said Tug is
specifically making fun of
open
an
to that.
individual. Like,
oh,
it's-
you were ass
He's from
raped.
Tennessee. What's
we're
the
not
open to, guys?
targeting any one particular like ass rapist.
Yeah.
or rapee.
No.
The idea.
All ass rapists you're targeting, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants that or should happen to them.
Nobody wants that.
No.
Yeah, they're onto a not a funny topic.
Does
all of a
anybody know
sudden.
how many articles are planned in this expose, like this Puff series?
Like, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't think it's that many.
Do we count the one that just came down?
Yeah,
Right,
well,
now
There
it's
was supposed to be
-1.
4.
This is
Yeah, it's
Chrissy's
-1.
show.
He
If
said
you guys
that
want
he
to
was
flip
gonna
over
be
to her
writing another
channel,
article
because
sometime,
I
that it'd
think
be
it's going to
coming
keep
out
going for
sometime
quite a while.
Next week.
It's a quartet.
Go to Chrissy Meyer.
Not a
But
trilogy.
She's the one writing
It's
it.
gonna be endless pieces will come out until finally we figure out the truth. It's just gonna be like a weekly installment.
I feel like it could just be one. Just one part.
Did you guys read all of them? Because I stopped after
I
the first.
I can't.
Yeah, I
hate
did.
Playwrights, I'm sorry. It's like a romance novel. It's weird. Can't
Yeah,
do
Will
it.
Stewart just reached out to me about that stuff too.
It is a
He's
romance novel.
laughing though.
We have another special guest.
Yeah. I mean, he could work as a
she is
fiction writer.
content creator
I don't think he's great at writing.
and
Like
she's
his writing
involved
style's not.
in
I don't think it's that interesting. And like,
Hold on, let me cue the music.
I've taken a lot of writing classes over the years, mostly around advertising, but literally years and years of writing. And I was not whatsoever impressed with
we
him.
would not. We made a choice to not allow
But
any purple-haired women on
it
this
doesn't
show,
mean that
but
he
we
couldn't
have
make
made an
money
exception for
writing.
Ashley
It just means he's not going to be
appreciate that, and
moving
I
up
don't blame you
in
at
a
this
career as a writer.
We're
claiming colored hair. We're not going to let them have it.
Yeah.
Who's Freely
Maybe
Ashley?
take
I don't know who that is. Do you guys
I've
know
been
who that
trying to
is?
take it back, and then this whole thing blew up, and I was like, okay, cool, great. It's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, you're like, thanks a lot. Ashley, yeah, explain to the audience because you're definitely new to a lot of us.
Oh, I love that
kind
they're
of,
answering my question. Awesome.
You know, your deal briefly and how you first became interested in this story and thoughts on what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I left the left in about 2019 after like a whole lot of years of just research, critical thinking, just diving deeper and all that good stuff. and then started just talking about my political shift in like 2000 or 2022, basically, like April-ish.
No, yeah, I'd say
Sorry, I'm
that.
kind of nervous, so like I've never
Oh no!
been on like a big stream like this, so.
How big is their stream? How many people are watching?
But anyways, yeah, no, I saw this start
2,000.
popping up. Like, you know,
2,000 people.
I watch you guys, and I watch a lot of other content creators,
Okay, and
and
if
just
you-
start
yeah.
seeing kind of all of the rabbit holes, and then I
Good size
just
stream.
delve into it myself, because like, how can you not when all this starts popping up? And I tried so much to give her the benefit of the doubt. Like, maybe this is just a really bad look. Maybe this is getting twisted somehow. But her reaction to it is what confirmed its validity to me, in my opinion. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just automatically be like, look, I know this looks really bad. This is the story. This is what happened. I regret this, or I did this in a time of, not being at the best. And it's just crazy.
They are almost up to $2,000 in money
She
raised.
didn't DM or reach out to anybody being like, hey, she could have very easily solved this. Be like, hey, as part of my life that I don't really like love. I bet Venti would have asked her more questions, but like it wouldn't have unleashed the dam. It wouldn't have had us all go, something stinks. Like, this is a huge overreaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the blue effect wouldn't have happened, as Tug defined earlier. What were you saying earlier, Tug? You were like, at what point are we going to call it the Tug effect?
I have no idea. You're asking me to remember an old comment.
Really? I haven't looked to see if anything's moved on Teamcast. Let me check real quick.
I can't remember what it said.
The Eliza effect? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Anonymous Moo, for the $20. I'm sick of mooing.
That was a very weak move.
Wow. Yeah. It's so crazy. I wonder if Brittany's ever going to get her account back. I know it's just a Twitter account. It's not the end of the
You better
world,
get her
but-
account back.
She should have it back. She didn't do
You
anything.
better fucking get her
Is
account
anyone
back.
Is it one of those things where? Is it one of those things
Hotter
where
than
the
Eliza
girls
too.
Nope, part 3 is still
Yes.
up, guys. I'm looking at it
I
right
mean, if they did this
now.
based on who was hottest.
Oh, wait, no, it's not.
Didn't they?
Hold up.
I thought that they did, but I mean,
Hold
that's why
up.
it took them so long to give me my
For-
original.
okay, I'm going to share this.
I only
There
had
you
to
go.
ask 3 times.
Guilty, you
But
got
there
your
was-
account back.
I got
Good for
to
you.
unfortunately close them.
Some,
I could probably do it
divine
another way,
intervention.
but
See, I had many accounts.
let's see, what's it called?
But
It's
they gave me
called
my
Cashman.
original
There
one
we
from
go.
2008 back.
Yeah, check
but
this
they
out.
still have the other
So
one.
there's the
man,
top
Fang got
top of the
suspended, But let's be real. I had,
browser
like,
there.
Many
Part
suspended.
3.
Like,
And all it
Wow,
says
we are
instead of
just
the
a
article
Hotep
is
Jesus super chat gift
this
away
portion
from
of the series is
2K. That
currently
means, what,
under
90?
review.
$3.
Nice.
Wow, they did take
Well, I
it
guess
down.
where's
Holy
Hotep?
shit.
We're
Yeah,
already
where's he
raised.
at?
That's a good sign.
Agent Zero for becoming a member. We've raised way more than I thought.
Let's see what the
we would.
comments
This is very
say.
exciting.
Do you
Of
guys
course.
remember your first
Spam
inclination
comments.
that
Always.
Eliza might be full of shit?
Horrible writing.
Like,
This
where
isn't
you
journalism.
first got a little tingle of like, I don't like you.
Uh-huh.
I think something
was-
might be going on.
Does Shane Cashman
Venti
have brain
getting-
cancer?
Suspended because I'm like, oh, this is my girl. Like, what the fuck's going on? And then it
yeah.
was like reading DeFango's initial thread a
I
few
feel like I
times, going
lost
like,
quite a few brain cells
huh.
after just
And,
two of your
and then it was like
comments. Okay.
all the different names.
Okay,
was
don't
a
care
big
about
red
that.
flag,
More
and then
fluff and
seeing,
nonsense.
Blind
Shane Cashman is a
Date
giant
and
piece
the
of
Tyra
shit.
Banks or the Steve Harvey show. I was like, okay, I know what this
What
is because
a
it's like for a
serious,
brief couple of years,
painful
like I
read.
was this girl. Like I'd go on the
Does
travel
every
channel. I would
sentence have
just
to be a
in the
paragraph?
background of whatever
Trash.
movie or show I could. Like I would just like be an extra in anything. And like
Yeah.
I think even Eliza was an extra in
Are you on drugs?
Empire at one point.
Deus Ex Machina with
so
a
I'm like-
smattering
so
of
that
descent
resonated.
into
I was
madness.
like, oh yeah, I had a time in my life
Cashman
where
is
I was just
garbage,
like,
and
what do I do?
I'll
Where do
never
I go?
click
I get
on
in
another
front of a
story by him.
camera, you
So
know?
yeah, this is not exactly
I
career
kind of figured
building
it out before
feedback
this story
for
of
Mr.
a
Cashman.
personal interaction with her. And so me and this other girl were like up having a Twitter conversation, and
Yeah.
Eliza got tagged in the thread because we were kind of
So
talking
yeah,
about
totally. Now,
the furry community and how weird that's getting and how it kind of targets children. So Eliza got tagged.
she's playing with her
and then
horns
she
now.
was
That's so
pissed when she
distracting.
woke up in the morning. Like,
Now she's playing with
I'm
her
not
snout.
law enforcement and don't tag
Now, what do you call
me.
that part
and
of
like the way
cow?
she came at me
Is that
and the
a
other girls started
nose part?
apologizing. And I'm like, we're not apologizing. Like, this is how Twitter works.
Yeah,
You
maybe.
have
GRIFTCAST
half a
breaking
million
news. We're the first to
followers and you're
announce the
mad about
article
a
has been taken
notification.
down.
Like, I have no apologies
I
for
mean,
you
let
whatsoever.
Tifinga
And
know.
so that was the first time I was like, what's up with her? because I have my own situation, I have my own story, and like you're kind of being
Hopefully
a
he sees
jerk,
that.
and like you're she had that self-importance about her. Like, how dare you tag me?
She does have a lot of self-importance. It's weird. Like, why? Where's this coming from? Like, because you met Elon? Like, that really? That's what this is all like. Who cares? Like, you're not Elon. Like, what the fuck? Like, you were in his presence. Kiss your ass? Fuck off. Like, what?
Oh, Good night, Mister donated $100. Thank you. Good night, Mister. 2,000. Wow. Thank you, everyone. We did it. We stopped sex trafficking. We did it, guys.
It's gone. That would be great if that was.
Didn't
be
the
accomplished.
Tim Pool
double it.
interview? Didn't the Tim Pool interview raise a
Cool.
lot of red flags
Awesome. Yep.
for people?
All right, guys,
Oh,
I'm going to wrap it up.
me.
I think
listened
everybody's
back to
watching
it, and
the
just looking at the chat, I was like, whoa.
the
It was
Chrissy
just like,
Myers
liar,
stream.
liar,
if you
liar.
are not, let me just paste the direct
Well, I
link
just
to it
heard
right
from
now.
somewhere that there are girls that are on that
Alright,
Andrew Tate shit that want it taken off, and over there
There
they
it
won't take their
is.
name off it. They're like, dude, we're not a victim. Like, he didn't do anything to us,
So
and they
go over
won't
there,
take their names off.
donate money for a
So
good cause.
that
If you
was
have any
weird when
left,
she's like reading
which
that. I'm like,
hopefully you
well,
don't,
who
because you
are
gave it all
these
to us.
girls? Like, the other
But
girls like
I
came
certainly
out.
appreciate
Like,
you
who
guys
are these ones
sticking
that
out,
you're
hanging around
supposedly
here.
reading from?
We'll be
And then it just
obviously
sounded
back.
like it was written
I'll
by
be on tomorrow at some
not
point. I'm not sure if
a
it's going to be
survivor
both segments or just
someone
one.
else.
But
I don't know. It just sounded
either
weird.
way,
And she's like
if anyone's got
crying
anything
and-
interesting, the email if you want to reach out to Fanga directly
No, that's what I
is
mean. Like, what do you-
HR
what?
at GriftCast, or you can send me an
Yeah,
email
I had a
to
weird
Gene
interaction
at
like that with her
GriftCast,
too, Brittany.
and
While
we
back
will
that,
see you later.
Somebody was like criticizing her
Adios.
lightly on Twitter, and that person was a follower of mine, so she started DMing me, complaining about it and pissed about it. I'm like, what's this